Chapter 1: The Contrasted Heart's Desire of the School Flower. MMM. Knock, knock, knock. Listening to the sounds of MMM coming from the next room, Yizhou finally sat up in bed, unable to bear it any longer. He was hard. His fists were hard. For 3 hours, he had listened to this awful noise and been tortured for 3 whole hours. Yizhou covered his ears and growled at the wall. Can you two keep it down, fuck? Knock, knock, knock. However, the shouting did not make the neighbors next door quieter, but rather made them more excited. This reaction made Yizhou's eyes twitch. Fuck, are they using me as a punching bag here? He cursed and pulled out his phone to send a message to his neighbor Zhang. Zhang, can you and your girlfriend please keep the noise down? I have classes tomorrow, and you two have been going at it since 8 p.m. Soon, Yizhou got a reply. You must have heard it wrong. I started my night shift at 6 o'clock. Wait a minute, holy shit. WeChat transfer of 666 yuan. Azhou, collect the money and block the door for me, I'll be right there. Yizhou looked at the message sent by Zhang Degu in the chat box, and after a brief moment of confusion, he quickly reacted. Then a strong sense of mission came over him, and he quickly replied. Don't worry, brother, I'll fight for you. Half an hour later, Yizhou successfully helped Zhang Degu catch his cheating girlfriend, and Zhang Degu went directly to the police station with his girlfriend and mistress. Yizhou, wearing slippers, used the money Zhang Degu gave him to pay for the door to buy a late-night snack from the convenience store at the entrance of the community. Hello, that's 65 yuan in total. Scan WeChat. After Yizhou walked out of the store with the convenience bag, he directly tore open the bag and put the popsicle in his mouth. Oh, tomorrow morning is the 50-day sprint to the college entrance exam speech. I haven't prepared the speech yet. I'll prepare it while eating my late-night snack. Yizhou thought to himself, and looked up to see the black Maybach parked at the entrance of the residential compound. Yizhou glanced at the car as he walked past, then turned into the apartment building and got into the elevator, pressing the button for the 10th floor. Ding! The elevator dinged when it reached the 10th floor, and the door slowly opened. Yizhou's popsicle fell directly to the ground. He opened his mouth wide and stared blankly ahead. In front of his door, there was a girl standing. Next to the girl was a large suitcase, the color of which Yizhou did not see clearly at all. Because his gaze was completely attracted by the girl's pair of fair and slender legs. White, really white. Just as Yizhou was staring blankly, the girl also heard the sound of the elevator and the popsicle falling to the ground, and she immediately turned her head. Under the girl's long, black, silky hair was a face of extreme delicacy, except that her eyebrows and eyes were cold and deep, with an air of aloofness. When she turned her head and saw Yizhou, her cherry lips parted slightly, and her cold expression finally changed. Yizhou. And at the same moment, after Yizhou saw the other person's face clearly, he subconsciously blurted out. Lin. Lin Qianyue? Lin Qianyue, the recognized school beauty of Bayan No. 1 High School. It is said that her family is extremely wealthy and that they do business in Shanghai, but Lin Qianyue is extremely aloof towards outsiders, and there are very few people in the entire school who can speak to her. But coincidentally, she and Yizhou are both students in the 3rd year, 5, class of Bayan No. 1 High School. Therefore, Yizhou happened to be one of the people who could occasionally speak with Lin Qianyue. It was just that Yizhou never expected to meet Lin Qianyue in front of his own home in the middle of the night. What was this called? Fate. It was incredible. After a brief moment of surprise, Yizhou quickly got out of the elevator and, incidentally, hid his impolite gaze. He looked at Lin Qianyue and asked. Lin Qianyue, what are you doing, standing in front of my home in the middle of the night? Your home, the front door? Lin Qianyue's eyebrows flicked slightly, and she looked sideways at the door in front of her, before asking Yizhou. Isn't this 1003? Cough cough, the opposite household is 1003, this is my home, 1001. Yizhou pointed at the door opposite his own. The apartment complex where he lived was a bachelor apartment with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and there were 3 households on each floor. Yizhou lives in 1001 on the far left, and Zhang Degu lives in the middle one, 1002. With Yizhou's instructions, Lin Qianyue nodded slightly. Oh, then I got it wrong. Hee, I did it on purpose, otherwise how could I talk to you? The house number is so obvious, how could I not know that the opposite is 1003, haha. Yizhou froze, and he looked at Lin Qianyue in surprise. He noticed that her expression was still cold and indifferent, and it seemed that she had not spoken those words. Yizhou suspected that he had heard things, as he had been doing too much homework. Shaking his head, Yizhou asked. Well, nothing, Miss Lin. Does 1003 belong to a relative or friend of yours? But I remember that 1003 has never been occupied. No one lived there before, but from now on, 1003 will be my new home. Lin Xianyue said coldly. New home? Yizhou's mouth opened slightly, and his eyes widened. What does that mean? Lin Xianyue is moving in next door? Before Yizhou could say anything, Lin Xianyue's voice rang out again. Hey, Yizhou, we're going to be neighbors. But, at this late hour, you're not even at home, and you're going out. Don't you know that it's dangerous for a boy to go out alone at night? Yizhou's heart trembled, and his pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Lin Xianyue incredulously. Because Yizhou was 100% sure that when those two lines appeared, Lin Xianyue's rosy lips had not moved at all. But the voice was clearly Lin Xianyue's. The most important thing was, how would Lin Xianyue, who was as cold as ice, speak in that tone of voice? This was a bit too contrasting, wasn't it? So, what's going on? After hesitating for several seconds, Yizhou still didn't understand what was going on. He simply stopped thinking about it, smiled, and said to Lin Xianyue, Lin Xianyue, starting today, you are my new neighbor. I'll introduce you to Zhang Da, who lives in 1002, tomorrow. He had something to do tonight. Yizhou had thought that Lin Xianyue would slightly soften her expression of cold indifference when he was so enthusiastic and proactive. Instead, the other person just nodded and dragged her suitcase towards 1003, across the street. Seeing that Lin Xianyue didn't want to talk to him, Yizhou shrugged and simply turned to open the door and go home. Just as he took his first step into the house, Lin Xianyue's voice came from behind him again. Yizhou-ren. Ha? What's wrong? Yizhou-ren turned around and saw that she had already entered the 1003 house. The two of them looked at each other across the corridor, and Lin Xianyue's lips parted slightly. Yizhou-ren, we're neighbors now. Hee, Yizhou-ren, I've finally moved in next to you. Next, it's time to move into your bed. Chapter 2, She is 100 million points cute. Yizhou? Yizhou looked at Lin Xianyue, who had an expressionless face, and suddenly he had a wild guess. It seemed that he could hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts? Click. While Yizhou was pondering this, Lin Xianyue, who lived in 1003 across the hall, had already closed her door. Yizhou didn't hesitate much and closed his door as well. That's strange, really strange, that I can hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts. The most outrageous thing is that the voices in her heart are completely inconsistent with her usual aloof image, and she actually wants to move into my bed? This is too much of a contrast, isn't it? This is not what a high-cold school beauty is like at all. She's practically a lustful idiot, and a bit like a weird girl? Yizhou sat at his desk, carefully recalling Lin Xianyue's thoughts just now, and his expression was very strange. Before, he had not failed to speak with Lin Xianyue in class. But those conversations were normal, and he had never heard her thoughts. What was going on today? The image of the cold and aloof school beauty seemed to have collapsed. He wasn't sure, so he would go to class tomorrow and see. He had to hurry and prepare his speech. It was almost 2 a.m. He had to go to bed after he was done preparing, or he would die suddenly. Yizhou has always been in the top 10% of his year at Bayan No. 1 middle school. In the last mock exam, he came in third for the first time. So at this 50-day sprint to the college entrance exam event, the school plans to let him give a speech on stage to share his experiences and study methods with other students who are about to take the college entrance exam. Yizhou puts aside his distracting thoughts and prepares the speech he will use at school tomorrow morning while eating the late-night snack he bought. 2 hours 32 minutes and 21 seconds. What the heck, it's so late. I have to get up at 6 o'clock, and I won't have much time to rest. Yizhou finished preparing the speech, looked at the time, quickly washed up and went to bed. The thought that Lin Xianyue would be his new neighbor from now on made his heart flutter. Your Majesty, it's time to get up. The whole court is waiting for you to attend the court meeting, Your Majesty. The next morning, Yizhou was woken up by his phone alarm. He quickly packed his things, grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it in his mouth, then went out to get ready for school. Click. Yizhou had just closed the door with his school bag on his back when he saw the door to 1003 open and Lin Xianyue, wearing a school uniform, walk out. Although the thick school uniform was not as stunning as the skirt she wore last night, Lin Xianyue's figure and temperament were really good. Even the bulky school uniform did not detract from Lin Xianyue's appearance. However, her delicate face still had that cold expression, her eyes like ice. Yi Zhou swallowed the bread in his mouth and smiled, greeting Lin Xianyue. Good morning, Miss Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Xianyue nodded lightly with an expressionless face. Good morning, Yi. Of course it's a coincidence. In order to accidentally meet you, I got up at 5 o'clock to wash and then waited in front of the cat's eye to see you leave. Yi Zhou, I believe you go to school at this time every day, right? From now on, I will also go out at this time every morning and say good morning to you every day. After Lin Xianyue finished speaking, she turned around, pressed the elevator button, and walked in first. Yi Zhou, who had heard her thoughts again, was completely stunned. Wasn't she supposed to be a cool and aloof school beauty? She had only said 6 words, but his heart was racing like a crazy person. Was this right? Yi Zhou muttered a few words to himself, and hurriedly walked in the elevator the last second before the doors closed. In the elevator, there were only the two of them, him and Lin Xianyue. Yi Zhou couldn't help but glance at her sideways, and realized that no matter which angle he looked at her from, she always gave off an extremely cold feeling. He realized that the true character of Lin Xianyue, who was aloof in front of everyone, seemed to be different from what outsiders saw. Oops, Yi Zhou is looking at me. I slept a little late last night, and my face seems a little puffy. I hope Yi Zhou doesn't notice. Oh, I'm so nervous. Please don't look at me, QAQ. As Lin Xianyue's thoughts ran through her head, she pulled her collar up without making a sound. Obviously, she didn't want Yi Zhou to notice that her face might be a little puffy, just as she had thought. Listening to Lin Xianyue's whining thoughts and watching her unmoving actions to conceal her feelings, Yi Zhou couldn't help but feel a little amused. Lin Xianyue, you're kind of cute. However, it seems that she has a little different feeling for me, as if she sees me as prey? But now it seems that something is not quite right. You think I'm the prey, but is there a possibility that the Real Hunter appears in the manner of the prey? Yi Zhou was very confused about this. But he didn't want to ask Lin Xianyue directly. He couldn't just tell her, hey, Lin Xianyue, I can actually hear your thoughts, why are you such a weirdo? After getting off the elevator, Lin Xianyue walked straight outside the community. What, Yi Zhou, I'm leaving first, I really want to go to school with you. Wait for me, next time I'll be braver and ask you to go to school with me. You're going to school by bike alone, so be careful on the way. It was 6 o'clock in the morning in mid-April, and the sky was still gray. But from afar, Yi Zhou could see the black Maybach that he had seen last night parked at the entrance to the residential compound. As Lin Xianyue walked towards the Maybach, her thoughts drifted further and further away. Until she reached the car, where a chauffeur dressed in a black suit with white gloves got out and opened the door for her. Seeing the scene, Yi Zhou suddenly realized. It turned out to be her family's car. But her family is so rich, why did they move to the same residential community as me? Is it really like what she was thinking, that they deliberately wanted to be my neighbor? But why? Yi Zhou looked at the Maybach that had already left, and with a confused heart, he got on his bicycle and rushed to school. Because he kept thinking about Lin Xianyue on the way, Yi Zhou arrived at school 10 minutes later than usual. When he arrived in the classroom, he found that most people were already sitting in their seats and had started their morning reading. Lin Xianyue was also sitting quietly in her seat. She looked up and her eyes met Yi Zhou's. Yi Zhou distinctly saw her eyes light up for a moment before she looked away. Yi Zhou is finally here, so slow. Should I ask him to ride to school with me tomorrow morning? That way, we can spend some time together on the way. But what excuse should I use to invite him to come with me? So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Sure enough, the next second Yi Zhou heard Lin Xianyue's thoughts chatter. He looked deeply at the expressionless Lin Xianyue. If others knew that Lin Xianyue actually felt this way, wouldn't they be shocked? And she's a little too enthusiastic towards me, isn't she? Yi Zhou returned to his seat, where his classmate and only friend Xiong Kai was sprawled out on the table, fast asleep. Xiong Kai was 1.85 meters tall, and as a student of physical education, he trained under the sun all year round. His tan skin tone made his muscles look even more defined, and he exuded a sense of pressure when standing in front of ordinary students. Now that he was sprawled out on the table, he looked like a brown bear at first glance. At this moment, the math class representative came over to collect the homework. After Yi Zhou handed over his homework, the math class representative went over to Kai Xiong and said, Kai Xiong, hurry up and hand in yesterday's math test paper. Teacher Wang is anxious to correct it and discuss it in class today. I didn't write it, so I'm not handing it in. Kai Xiong mumbled as he was woken up. The math class representative rolled her eyes, as if she was used to it, and turned to collect the homework from the other students. Yi Zhou couldn't help but complain. You brat, ever since you passed the physical fitness test, you haven't done any of your homework. You want to go to heaven. Hey, Zhou, you don't understand. This is what I call a military book with 12 volumes, each with my name in it. Xiong Kai laughed. Yi Zhou didn't say much about it, as he knew his best friend very well. As long as he maintained his current level of academic performance, he would be able to get into a top university. So Yi Zhou covered his face with his book, lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Xiong Kai. Xiong Kai, last night in the early morning, Lin Xiaohua moved in next door to my house. I received a text message from Beijing Sport University this morning. Yi Zhou's eyes widened upon hearing this. Are you kidding me? How could you be accepted by Beijing Sport University? You're the one who's joking with me. Xiong Kai folded his arms and looked at Yi Zhou with a smile. Zhou, everyone knows that Lin Xiaohua, the school beauty queen, comes from a wealthy family. She is driven to and from school in a Maybach S680. The rent in the neighborhood where you live is only 1,800 yuan a month, so how could Lin Xianyue possibly move in next door to you? I'd rather believe in me being the first emperor of China than believe in you. Chapter 3, The 3 Biggest Illusions in Life. No, Lin Xianyue really did move in next door to me. Right. Seeing the look on Xiong Kai's face, which showed that he just couldn't believe it, Yi Zhou let out a sigh and stopped trying to explain. From Xiong Kai's perspective, this was indeed something that sounded too good to be true. After all, Yi Zhou was also puzzled as to why Lin Xianyue, who was obviously so wealthy, would want to move into his neighborhood. Okay, Zhou, you're going to give a speech at the assembly after morning break today. I hope your speech isn't too long, said Xiong Kai. Yi Zhou shook his head. It's only a few hundred words, and I'll be done quickly. Okay, I'm going to take a nap first. If the teacher comes to check on us, just wake me up. Okay. Morning reading passed quickly, and the first class on Monday morning was physics. The physics teacher, wearing thick glasses, walked in with a textbook under his arm and a cup of hot tea in his right hand. The posture of a standard middle-aged teacher. The physics teacher took a strategic sip of tea and slowly said, Class, turn to page 42 in your exercise books. Today we will review the motion of charged particles in an electric field. Yi Zhou woke up Xiong Kai, who was still sleeping, and then bent down to start writing the exercise. When it comes to physics, Yi Zhou is arguably the best in the entire grade. He has already fully mastered the content covered in class today. Halfway through the class, the physics teacher suddenly said, Yi Zhou, come up here and explain this question to everyone. I've seen your second-term exam paper, and I think it's quite good that you have your own ideas about this type of question. Come up here and explain it to the class. Okay. Yi Zhou nodded and put down the pen in his hand. As he walked towards the podium, many students' gazes were fixed on him. Lin Xianyue was one of them. Wow, yes. Yi Zhou is going to come up to the podium and explain the question, and I can finally look at him openly and properly. Humph. Yi Zhou, I'm not going to look at you gently this time, I'm going to look at you fiercely. Cough. Hearing Lin Xianyue's thoughts, Yi Zhou stumbled a little when he got up on the podium and nearly fell. He glanced back at Lin Xianyue and saw that she was sitting upright, her pretty face expressionless as she sat there. She just kept staring at him. Fine. His heart was racing, but he kept it together. Yi Zhou muttered to himself, then took the pen from the physics teacher and began to lecture the class. The question about the motion of charged particles in an electric field is best solved using the conventional method. Although Mr. Yang thinks my solution is good, it may not be suitable for everyone. So, students, listen first. If you don't think it's suitable for you, ultimately, you must use Mr. Yang's solution. Regarding the question on the blackboard, first of all, it can be seen that the two are relatively stationary and accelerate together to the left under the force of the electric field. As Yi Zhou opened his mouth, the students below were also listening intently. After all, Yi Zhou was the top student in the class, and his solution was very ingenious. Yang, on the side, looked at Yi Zhou with a face full of relief. This kid, Yi Zhou, his solution was obviously simpler than mine, and he was still so humble after going up to the front of the class. With good grades and high emotional intelligence, he will definitely be an absolutely outstanding presence in society in the future. Yang is very optimistic about Yi Zhou. But when he thinks about Yi Zhou's family background, he can't help but let out a sigh. Yi Zhou is seriously explaining his solution to the students in the audience, completely absorbed in it. Occasionally, he glances in the second row and sees Lin Xianyue. Yi Zhou is so handsome, with his high nose and defined jawline. Sigh. Sigh. My mouth is watering. Yi Zhou is really worthy of the name. His solution is simpler than Mr. Yang's. So handsome, I love him so much. / // omega / Yi Zhou? Lin Qianyue's thoughts kept entering Yi Zhou's ears, and his facial muscles couldn't help twitching. Hey. Lin Qianyue, you're always talking about old dog literature. You're either the top student in the class or I am, and there's not much difference between our levels, is there? You're just trying to flatter me, aren't you? Yi Zhou's head was filled with dark lines. While he was explaining the problem, he was forced to listen to Lin Qianyue's inner thoughts of infatuation. Moreover, he could clearly feel that there was a pair of beautiful eyes in the audience looking at him uninhibitedly. Damn it! Even though he was clearly wearing clothes and pants, it felt like he was wearing nothing at all. After Yi Zhou finished his lecture and returned to his seat, Yang Yan began the next part of the lecture. Yi Zhou couldn't help but glance in Lin Qianyue's direction. He noticed that the other person happened to be looking back at him as well. The two locked eyes for a second across several rows of seats, and Lin Qianyue turned her head back to continue listening to the lecture as if nothing had happened. But the next second. Aha! I locked eyes with Yi Zhou. My face is so hot, fortunately he didn't see it. But he was looking at me. Yi Zhou's expression changed, and he noticed that Lin Qianyue's ear, which was naturally white and tender, was reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he were standing in front of her right now, he would definitely notice that her face was much redder than usual. This made Yi Zhou think of a saying. A young girl's blushing face is more eloquent than any words of love. Therefore, combining all of Lin Qianyue's heartbeats from last night until just now, a strange thought sprouted in Yi Zhou's heart. Lin Qianyue likes me? But why? Yi Zhou stared at Lin Qianyue's back, full of doubts. He didn't feel that he had anything particularly outstanding that could make a school flower like Lin Qianyue fancy him. But if Lin Qianyue didn't like him, then how could her flower crazy heart be explained? Not sure, let's take a look again. After all, there are three major illusions in life: my phone is vibrating, I can counterkill, and she likes me. Yi Zhou felt a burst of sadness. After 2 classes in the morning, it was time for the big recess. Originally, the morning exercise was to be done during the morning break, but since today was the 50-day briefing for the college entrance exam, the exercise was cancelled. After the whole school had formed ranks according to their class positions, the school leaders began to speak on stage in turn. Then it was Yi Zhou's turn to go up and speak. Hello, respected teachers and students, I am Yi Zhou from Class 5 of Grade 12. I am honored to be here today. And will speak according to the prepared speech. After about 15 minutes, Yi Zhou finished his speech and stepped down from the stage, greeted by thunderous applause. Is that Yi Zhou, the third-place senior in the class? He's a little more handsome than I expected. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Our school is full of guys who are handsomer than Yi Zhou. But he's a good student. Where are those guys? I thought all the nerds looked the same, with thick glasses frames, trademark crew cuts, and a key hanging from their chest on a red string. Yi Zhou is a breath of fresh air. When Yi Zhou stepped down from the stage, I could clearly see that among the crowd below, a handsome guy with a crew cut silently put away the key from his chest. Then the orientation continued for another half hour, and it was time for lunch break. The principal announced the end of the orientation and dismissed the students. Xiong Kai put his arm around Yi Zhou's shoulders and laughed. Let's go, Zhou. There's a new pig's trotter rice place by the school gate. Let's go try it. Okay, I made a fortune last night, so I'll treat. Xiong Kai raised an eyebrow. Holy shit, really? Before Yi Zhou could respond, a petite girl with a ponytail and a pink butterfly beret appeared in front of them. The girl looked up at Yi Zhou, her cheeks quickly flushed with a blush, and she said shyly. Senior Yi, I'm Li Xiaoya from Class 8, Grade 2. I just listened to your speech, and I feel especially inspired. So, I'd like to ask you for some advice on studying. Can I add you on QQ? Air. Yi Zhou froze. It wasn't that he hadn't been asked for contact information by girls before. It's just that this girl is the first to dare to ask him for his contact information in front of everyone. Xiong Kai was the first to react, giggling and poking Yi Zhou. Ah Zhou, what are you still doing? The schoolgirl is asking you for your QQ. Oh, my QQ. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, subconsciously preparing to recite his QQ. But before he could finish, he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. This girl is really bold. She actually dared to ask Ijo for her QQ number in front of me, and I don't even have one yet. What's this girl's name? I'll have Uncle Lee investigate this girl when I go back today, kill them all. Sigh, Ijo, I don't even have your QQ yet, can you not give it to other girls? Chapter 4, You didn't mean to attract the wind, but you deliberately attracted the flood. Ghoul. Ijo felt a strong sense of murder behind him, and the words on the tip of his tongue came to a sudden halt. He swallowed, and looked back. Sure enough, Lin Xianyue was standing there, her eyes full of coldness, her eyes narrowed as she stared at the girl named Li Xiaoya. Yizhou felt his scalp tingling, so he immediately changed his tone and said to Li Xiaoya, "Let's not add each other on QQ, schoolmate. I'm about to take the college entrance exam, so I won't be able to check my phone for anything. So if there's anything, just come find me in class." Li Xiaoya's pretty face flashed with a sense of disappointment when Yizhou refused. "Ah. Okay, I'm sorry, Yi Shu Shui, for disturbing you." She turned around and quickly left. As she left, Yizhou also noticed that the strong murderous intent behind him had disappeared. His heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. Yizhou was really afraid that if he gave his QQ number to her, Lin Xianyue would explode with anger. After all, she had the intention of having Uncle Li investigate all of Li Xiaoya's information. This Uncle Li, could it be that he is her family's personal killer? The daughter of a triad boss, huh? Yizhou is awesome. I knew you weren't a random guy, and you can't just give your QQ number to just any girl. At least you have to give it to me first. Lin Xianyue's thoughts resounded in Yizhou's ears once again. Yizhou couldn't help but glance back at her again, and couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. You want my QQ? Just say so. I'll fucking hand it over with both hands in a storm. Although Lin Xianyue's expression never changed much throughout, maintaining a cool and aloof attitude. Her thoughts made Yizhou feel that this girl was arrogant and cute. TSK. Ah Joe, you brat, are you a urea bag, so capable of pretending? You even said you'd stop using QQ once the college entrance exams started, and let me do all the talking. Xiong Kai teased, and didn't take the matter to heart. In fact, Yizhou had encountered this situation many times before, and Xiong Kai had long since become accustomed to it. The two of them linked arms and walked off campus to go to lunch. As she watched their backs as they left, the coldness in Lin Xianyue's eyes dissipated. At that moment, Yizhou's back seemed to overlap with the back of the young man in her memory. Lin Xianyue's mouth curved into a nice arc, her eyes smiling. You didn't mean to wear the wind, but you deliberately attracted the flood. Ah Joe, you're working part-time again? It's almost the college entrance exam, and if you get hurt while working part-time, won't that delay the exam? In the restaurant, Xiong Kai said to Yizhou while eating a large helping of pig's feet with rice. Yizhou's parents died in a car accident when he was 2 years old. He was then adopted by his only relative, an aunt, who had a cousin 2 months younger than Yizhou. Yizhou knew very well that his aunt and uncle did not really like him and had only adopted him for the compensation money. So since childhood, Yizhou has been very careful in his life. He does all the housework and handles any trouble. Even so, he is still always subjected to the aunt's family's scorn. So, when he was in high school, Yizhou chose the school that was farthest away from his aunt's house, and secretly from them, he went through the formalities of becoming a day student from a boarding student. In this way, he was able to earn some living expenses while studying. If he relied on the living expenses given by his aunt, it would be hard for him to even eat every day. Upon hearing Xiong Kai's question, Yizhou shook his head. I didn't go to a part-time job, I earned it from my neighbor, yesterday. Holy cow? Such a big melon, you should have called me then, I would have rushed over to block the door with you in no time. Xiong Kai learned the truth about Yizhou's windfall and looked remorseful. Not being able to eat this melon made him feel bad. Suddenly, Yizhou's phone rang. Seeing the word aunt on the screen, Yizhou's brows shot up. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to answer the call. Hello, Auntie. Yizhou, Chenxi has already finished her school exams and is going back from the province soon. I just ran into Chenxi's mother on the way and heard her talking on the phone with Chenxi. It seems that Chenxi wants to buy a Burberry watch? You and Chenxi go to the same school and you know each other. It's been a long time since you last saw each other. You should hurry up and buy that watch for her when you go shopping these days and give it to her when Chenxi gets back. Zhao Lan spoke in an order-giving tone. After listening to this, Yi Zhou's brows furrowed even deeper. He pursed his lips and said, "Auntie, I know you want to maintain a relationship with Chenxi's parents, but I don't think that's how you should do it. I think you're just a kid, what do you know? This is called knowing the ways of the world. Don't argue with me, just do as I say, hurry up and get that Burberry watch." Seeing that his words were interrupted by Zhao Lan, Yi Zhou sighed. "Okay, Auntie, the cheapest Burberry watch costs 300 to 400 yuan, and I don't have that much money, so you have to send it to me." "A watch is that expensive? I don't understand, but I'm not stupid. Don't think I don't know you're trying to get more money. Auntie, I'm not lying to you, you can search online if you don't believe me." "I'm not going to search for it. I heard from your teacher that you just received an 800 yuan scholarship, and you're telling me you don't have any money? I also give you 600 yuan a month for living expenses, and you spend it all? Besides, since you were little, what you've eaten and worn, which of it wasn't from me and your uncle? Now you're not happy when you're asked to spend some money? Yi Zhou, you're such an ungrateful brat." Zhao Lan went on, getting more and more insulting as she spoke on the phone. Yi Zhou just listened in silence as she rambled on and on. He was used to her unreasonable and even morally coercive words. In the end, Zhao Lan hung up after coldly adding, "You'd better take care of this for me, or I'll make sure everyone at school knows you're an ungrateful person." Xiong Kai, who was sitting across from Yi Zhou, heard everything Zhao Lan said because they were so close together. He was extremely angry, his eyes burning with rage. "Hey Zhou, your aunt is really outrageous. It's fine if she wants to climb up the Qinshi family tree, but why should you pay for the cost of her connections? She's really got the nerve to say she gives you 600 yuan a month for living expenses, which is only 20 yuan a day on average. Bayan is a first-tier city. A normal lunch costs at least 10 yuan, plus breakfast and dinner, so 600 yuan a month is not even enough to eat well. If you weren't working part-time every month, you wouldn't even be able to afford to eat, so how could she say you don't have any money left?" Seeing Xiong Kai standing up for himself, Yi Zhou couldn't help but laugh. "What if you don't have parents and no one who loves you? At least, you have a good friend." Yi Zhou waved his hand, indicating that Xiong Kai should calm down. "It's not like it's the first time you've heard your aunt say something like that. It's fine. Anyway, I'll be taking the college entrance exam soon, and once I go to college, I'll be able to get away from them." But alas. Xiong Kai paused, and finally just sighed heavily. But it seemed as if he had thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Zhou, you said that if Lin Xianyue really lived next door to you, you would just go crazy and win her over, and then none of your predicaments would exist, right?" Yi Zhou looked at Xiong Kai with a strange expression. "Dude, I told you this morning. Lin Xianyue really lives next door to me now." Chapter 5, it turns out to be her heartfelt reaction to the contrast. "Well, it's okay to lie to your buddy, but don't dare lie to yourself. Come on, go with me to the playground to play some ball games, we still have almost an hour of lunch break." Xiong Kai shrugged his shoulders, still not believing that Lin Xianyue had become Yi Zhou's neighbor. Yi Zhou shook his head. "No, I'm going back to the classroom to do some problem solving." "What the heck? I'd say you nerds are all the same, knowing everything about the universe but paralyzed in the lower body." Xiong Kai shrugged, knowing Yi Zhou's personality, and didn't try to persuade him to stay. In fact, Yi Zhou had very good physical fitness. Because he worked part-time outside, most of the work was done on a daily basis, such as sorting and loading packages for delivery, and assembly on an assembly line. These were the norm. The 3 years of high school had also given him a lot of muscle mass. Click. Pushing open the classroom door, Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes. There were only a few people in the classroom, all of whom were sleeping on their desks. The only one who was not was Lin Xianyue, who was sitting in the second row by the window, holding a pen and writing. The sunlight outside the window gently fell on her dark hair, and the occasional breeze would blow her hair in front of her face. But she didn't seem to care, and was fully engrossed in the exercises in front of her. Her profile was soft and delicate. Her brows would occasionally furrow slightly as she worked, revealing a hint of seriousness and persistence. This dreamlike scene made Yi Zhou look a little dazed. Lin Xianyue looked as if she had stepped right out of a painting. Lin Xianyue also heard the sound of the door being pushed open, and she subconsciously looked up towards the door. The next second, Yi Zhou is back. "Everyone else in the classroom is asleep today, it seems like only he and I are awake right now, should I go up and say something to him? But I'm a little scared of society, or what should I say? Lin Qianyue, why are you so timid? Aha, he is Yizhou, not a stranger. Yizhou couldn't help but laugh secretly. Lin Qianyue, the school beauty queen, who is as cold as an iceberg, has a little too much mental activity. At the thought that Lin Qianyue always dares only to whisper in her heart, Yizhou simply took the initiative to walk towards her. Lin Qianyue saw this scene and her expression changed slightly, and her brows couldn't help but frown. Yizhou is walking towards me? Lin Qianyue, this is a good opportunity to talk to Yizhou, so be proactive. Ignoring her thoughts, Yizhou spoke first. Lin Qianyue, after you go home from studying tonight, I'll introduce you to Zhang Da, who lives in 1002. He should be at home resting tonight. Okay. Lin Qianyue nodded blankly. Yizhou gave a nod and returned to his seat to start working on the problems. As soon as he sat down, Lin Qianyue's heart started racing. Yizhou took the initiative to talk to me. Counting this should be the 7th time he took the initiative to talk to me since I transferred to number 1 high school in my 3rd year of high school. He wants to introduce me to Brother Zhang after evening study? That's not important. It doesn't matter if it's Brother Zhang, Brotherly, or Brother Wang, the important thing is that I can still meet Yizhou alone after I go home tonight. Hearing this, Yizhou couldn't help but look up at Lin Qianyue with a strange look in his eyes. No way, she even remembers how many times I've spoken to her? The afternoon classes passed in the blink of an eye, and then it was time for evening study. As evening study was about to end, a deafening rumble broke the quiet atmosphere of the evening study. Boom! Everyone looked out the window and saw lightning streaking across the sky and raindrops falling. In the blink of an eye, a heavy rainstorm had set in. Damn it! Why is it raining again? Didn't it just rain at the beginning of the month? You're not living in Bayan for the first time. It's like this every year at this time. Sigh. I didn't bring an umbrella, I'm going to get wet again tonight. The students in the class were wailing in unison, and Xiong Kai couldn't help but complain to Yizhou. This is annoying, I didn't bring an umbrella either. I just washed my school uniform last night, and I'll have to wash it again tonight when I go home in the rain. I won't be able to play ball during this vacation either. Let's go to the esports hotel and play games? One last blast before the college entrance exam. Are you serious, bro? Why are you being so cold? Xiong Kai then realized that Yizhou was just being perfunctory. He let out a disgruntled grunt. He had thought Yizhou was just being perfunctory because he was writing. But when he looked over, he saw Yizhou staring intently ahead. Following Yizhou's gaze, he noticed that he had been looking at Lin Qianyue. Zhou, what's wrong with you today? You've never been so interested in Lin Qianyue before. You little brat, you're not falling for her, are you? Oh no, I was just thinking about something. Yizhou shook his head and withdrew his gaze. The sudden thunderclap just now made Yizhou realize something he had never noticed before. Since he could hear Lin Qianyue's thoughts, he should be able to hear the thoughts in her head about solving problems when she was listening to the lecture, sitting in the classroom so close to her. However, from morning until evening study period, he had never heard a single sound. He had not even heard Lin Qianyue's thoughts on other things. Yizhou quickly deduced from the previous situation. I can only hear Lin Qianyue's thoughts that contrast with her cold personality. I can't hear any of her other thoughts. Good grief, that makes so much sense. If I could hear all her thoughts, I would only need to run up to her and ask, "What's the password to your safe at home?" and she would subconsciously mumble the password in her mind, so I would be able to reach the top of my field without any effort. As Yizhou was pondering, the bell rang at the end of the class. Ding dong dong. The day students all started to pack their bags and prepare to go home. Yizhou was on duty today. After he finished cleaning and went to the bicycle shed to get his bike, there were not many students left in the school. Yizhou calmly took out his umbrella from his bag, pushed his bicycle and planned to go home. He was used to always having an umbrella with him. But as soon as he took a step, Yizhou saw a familiar figure standing in front of him. It was Lin Qianyue. She seemed to be on the phone with someone, and her expression looked a little unpleasant. Uncle Li, are you sure you can't come? I'm really sorry, miss, but it's raining really heavily tonight, and there have been several car accidents on the road. I'm stuck in traffic and can't get through. You should take a taxi and go home first, I don't want to keep you waiting. But it's hard to get a taxi from the school. Well, Then, miss, please wait a little longer, I'll come and pick you up as soon as I can. Well, then, Uncle Lee, please hurry, there's not much traffic left at the school, and I'm a little scared to be alone. After Lin Xianyue hung up the phone, she looked up and saw Yi Zhou, who had appeared before her at some point. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Classmate Yi? Woo-woo, Yi Zhou, you've finally come. I'm so scared to be alone, all the other students have gone home, and I feel a little less scared just standing next to your bike. Yi Zhou had heard the entire conversation between Lin Xianyue and the driver. Sorry, I heard you talking on the phone just now. Is it that your driver can't come and pick you up right now? Lin Xianyue was momentarily stunned, but then subconsciously nodded. Yes, Uncle Lee is stuck in traffic. Yi Zhou heard Lin Xianyue's heart-wrenching whimpering. She was obviously terrified. When her driver comes to pick her up, she'll be terrified to death, right? After a moment's hesitation, Yi Zhou tentatively asked. You'll be going back to your apartment tonight, right? If the driver can't come for a while, I can take you back there on my bike if you don't mind. I've got an umbrella with me. Would that be a bother? No bother at all. You can hold the umbrella for me from the back. Yi Zhou finished speaking, and he saw Lin Xianyue's eyes become happy. Wow! Yi Zhou is going to take me back with him, I can ride on his bike. Hold the umbrella for you, right? I can do that. Yi Zhou couldn't hold back his laughter and continued. Lin Flower Girl, do you want to go back with me first? Of course, if you mind, just forget it. No. I'll go back with you. Seeing that Yi Zhou seemed to be leaving, Lin Xianyue, in her excitement, grabbed Yi Zhou's hand. This came as a big surprise to Yi Zhou. It was clear that Lin Xianyue was really a bit anxious. Yi Zhou handed Lin Xianyue her umbrella and earnestly instructed her. Okay, then sit tight in the back. Hold the umbrella with one hand and grab my clothes with the other, don't let go or you'll fall. Then I'll let Uncle Lee know not to come to school to pick me up. Okay, then you send it. Lin Xianyue nodded and edited a text message to send. When Yi Zhou wasn't looking, she curled the corner of her mouth into a nice arc. If Yi Zhou saw the content of the text message, he would definitely exclaim that the whole world is full of fucking actors. Uncle Lee, Yi Zhou really did offer to walk me home, so you don't have to worry about me, he will take me home safely. Chapter 6, Do you prefer black or white silk? Rumble. Another muffled thunder rumbled, and the rain showed no sign of letting up. Yi Zhou rode his bicycle, with Lin Xianyue sitting sideways on the back seat, one hand carefully holding onto his clothes, and the other helping him hold the umbrella. If one were to stand on the side of a passerby, one could see at a glance that the young girl was afraid of getting wet and so was deliberately tilting the umbrella forward to protect the young boy on the bicycle. Her clothes had already become soaked. Since they were very close this time, the unique aroma of a young girl drifted into Yi Zhou's nostrils. Yi Zhou's heart fluttered a little, and he shouted above the sound of the rain. Lin Xianghua, you must hold on tight, I can't afford to pay for any damage you get in a fall. Don't worry, I won't fall. Of course I'm holding on tight, I'm even thinking about holding you directly. It's fine if you fall, then I'll have a reason to be with you. You can't afford to pay for it? That's even better, if you can't afford to pay, then you can just marry me. Yi Zhou, is that a good thing? Okay, if you say so, then I'll fall on you. Of course, Yi Zhou was just thinking about it, he couldn't possibly fall on Lin Xianyue. On the contrary, after hearing Lin Xianyue's thoughts, he rode more steadily. When they reached the first intersection in front of the school, Yi Zhou's attention was focused directly in front of him. He didn't see the black Maybach, which always picked Lin Xianyue up, pull up to the corner. At this moment, Lin Yan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, saw this scene and looked down at the text message his lady had just sent, unable to help but smile wryly. In the evening, before the end of the evening study session at Bayan High School, Lin Yan received a text message from Lin Xianyue. It said that it was going to rain tonight, so he didn't need to pick her up, and she asked him to act out a scene with her later. Thinking about how his young lady had gone to so much trouble just to go home with Yi Zhou, Lin Yan couldn't help but sigh. Young lady, why do you do this to yourself? Phew. Lin Flower Girl, we're home. Yi Zhou rode back into the residential area and parked the bike. Lin Xianyue nodded and got off the bike as well, her eyes looking at Yi Zhou coldly. Thank you. Oh, how did we get here so quickly? It feels like it wasn't so long ago when Uncle Lee drove me here yesterday. I wanted to ride with Yi Zhou a little longer. Damn it, can it rain every day from now on so I can ride home with Yi Zhou every day? Yizhou thought to himself, if you rode home with me every day, and other boys from school saw you, I'd be on the hit list in no time. He smiled and said, You're welcome. Come on upstairs, I'll introduce you to Brother Zhang. Okay. Yizhou and Lin Xianyue got into the elevator and went to knock on the door of Brother Zhang's house at 1002. Ding dong. Ding dong. They rang the doorbell several times, but there was no response. Yizhou couldn't help but hiss, That's strange, Brother Zhang worked the night shift yesterday, so he should be off today. Why isn't he home? Thinking about this, he sent Brother Zhang a WeChat message. Brother Zhang, you're not home? Sorry, Zhou, I forgot to tell you. I moved out during the day because the thought of my ex-girlfriend in my bed with another man makes me sick. Zhou, good luck in the college entrance exam, we'll meet again in the world of the living. Yizhou was a little surprised to see the content of Brother Zhang's message, but he also felt that it was reasonable. Yizhou looked again at Lin Xianyue. Well, Brother Zhang had something to do and moved out during the day, so there was no way to introduce you. Lin Xianyue's beautiful eyes brightened for a moment, and then she nodded slightly. Oh, then if there's nothing else, I'll go home first. Thank you tonight. After Lin Xianyue finished speaking, she turned and walked towards 1003. And her thoughts also followed. The resident of 1002 has moved out. So in the future, the entire 10th floor will just be Yizhou and I? That's great. I'll call Uncle Li right away and ask him to rent 1002 as well. Then no one will disturb Yizhou and I can do whatever I want with him. Yizhou couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Lin Xianyue's excited thoughts. Lin Xianyue, have you always been this brave? Yizhou went home and started cooking for himself. Most students at school would choose to eat in the school cafeteria or outside the school at night. But Aunt Yizhou only gave him a small monthly allowance, and now that he was approaching the college entrance exam, he didn't have the time or energy to work a part-time job. So he saved every penny he could, and he cooked his own dinner. Rumbling. Rumbling. Thunder roared outside the window, and lightning flashed across the night sky. Yizhou sighed. It looked like the rain wouldn't stop tomorrow. For someone like him who rides a bike to school, the most annoying thing about rainy days is that it is really a bit dangerous to hold an umbrella in one hand and ride a bike with the other. Ding dong. Yizhou had just finished eating and was about to wash the dishes when the doorbell rang. Ha! Who is it so late? Yizhou went to the door suspiciously. As soon as the door opened, a pair of bright white legs came into view. It was Lin Xianyue. Lin Xianyue was standing in front of Yizhou's door, wearing a pale blue nightgown, and the pajama pants were below her knees. Those big, white, smooth legs were exposed recklessly in the air. Lin Xianyue's hair fell over her shoulders, and the slightly yellow light in the hallway hit her flawless face, giving it a kind of frozen beauty like a still sculpture. There was a hint of unease in her usually cold eyes, and her red lips were slightly open. Yi Zhouren. Lin Xiang, is there something wrong? Is this a convenient time? My window seems to be broken, I can't close it, it keeps rattling in the wind, I'm a little scared. Lin Xiang bit her lip, and after saying this, her fair cheeks quickly flushed red. Lin Xiang, you're so timid, Yi Zhouren will definitely think you're a nuisance. But I'm really scared, I always feel like something's about to crawl in through the window. Yizhou shifted his gaze from Lin Xianyue's legs. It seems that the screw has rusted and jammed. If you don't mind, I'll go take a look and see if I can fix it. Okay. Yizhou, you're so nice. Yizhou grabbed a screwdriver and a new screw from home, and followed Lin Xianyue into her home. As soon as they entered, Yizhou smelled the same scent as Lin Xianyue's. The decorations were not as extravagant as he had imagined. Lin Xianyue had probably just moved in and had not had time to decorate. Lin Xianyue pointed in the direction of the balcony. It was the balcony window. Okay, let me see. Yizhou found the faulty window and discovered that it was indeed jammed by an aging screw. He immediately began to repair it. However, Lin Xianyue's thoughts also drifted over. Yizhou is amazing, he can even fix the window. I was too scared just now and didn't have time to change. I should have worn some stockings. The internet says that guys like them, but I don't know if Yizhou likes black or white ones. After hearing this thought, Yizhou almost blurted it out as a reflex. Black ones. As a result, as soon as the words fell, his whole body froze in place. Oh no, how the hell did I blurt out my innermost thoughts? Yizhou's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he hoped that Lin Xianyue hadn't heard this. But the next second, behind him, came the incredibly cold voice of Lin Xianyue. What did you say? Chapter 7, Making Yizhou Obey. Hearing Lin Xianyue's cold questioning voice, Yizhou's heart gave a thud. His heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally died completely. But as the saying goes, as long as a man is not caught in the act, he will keep his mouth shut until the end. So Yizhou immediately changed his words. I said it's pitch black, it's raining, the sky is really dark. It's fixed, I'll close the window for you. Oh. Lin Xianyue didn't suspect anything, and nodded lightly. Yizhou let out a sigh of relief when he saw her like this. You've worked hard, I'll pour you a glass of juice. Lin Xianyue spoke, her voice a little less cold, and then walked towards the refrigerator. As she took the juice from the refrigerator, Yizhou couldn't help but sneak a peek at Lin Xianyue again. The pajamas she was wearing showed off her slender figure to the fullest. Her legs were white and glowing, and her waist was slender, without an ounce of extra flesh. Most importantly, Lin Xianyue was not only thin and tall, but also very well endowed. Her breasts were perky and firm, and could be described as having a nice shape. Ghoul. Yizhou couldn't help but swallow. His heart was a little unsteady. The cement that was supposed to seal his heart had been moved around by Lin Xianyue. Oh, I really want to drug the juice. That's how it's done in the movies. Yizhou gets drunk after drinking the juice, so I can do whatever I want, right? Yes. I'll ask Uncle Li tomorrow if there's any drink-making Yizhou docile. Yizhou? 6. Yizhou's eyes twitched a few times. The cement that had just been moved was all sealed back overnight. He made up his mind that if he had the chance to come to Lin Xianyue's house again, he would definitely not drink a single drop of water. Soon, Lin Xianyue came over with 2 glasses of juice. Here's your juice. Thanks, Lin Xianyue. Yizhou and Lin Xianyue sat facing each other on the sofa, both of them looking at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was really a bit awkward. Yizhou took the initiative to find a topic to talk about and said, Everyone says that you live in a villa, why did you move to this neighborhood? This should not be even half as big as your villa. Lin Xianyue sipped her juice and shook her head. They're wrong. I don't live in a villa. That's just a rumor. Really? Okay. Upon hearing this, Yizhou suddenly felt that being a second-generation rich kid wasn't that exaggerated after all. Indeed, living in a villa is just an exaggeration in movies. But Lin Xianyue suddenly changed the subject, speaking in a calm tone, I live in a manor. Pa! Yizhou almost spit out the juice he had just put in his mouth. Fine, you don't like the villa, do you? Damn it, lies don't hurt people, but the truth is a sharp knife. Lin Xianyue ignored Yizhou's dumbfounded expression and continued. I live here because the college entrance exam is approaching, and it's closer to the school, so I can get a little more rest in the morning. On weekends, I have to go back. Fortunately, I've already prepared an excuse. I can't tell you that I moved here especially for you, can I? That would make me look like a pushover. Lin Xianyue's words were flawless, and she felt that her explanation was perfect. However, Yizhou's inner villain kept applauding. Clap, clap, clap. Wonderful, really wonderful, the counselor is truly a master of playing dumb. If I couldn't hear your thoughts, I would almost believe you. You need to rest more in the morning? You peeped through the peephole a long time ago in order to go out with me in the morning. I'm afraid that you haven't had more rest time since moving in than before. Lin Xianyue, Oscar owes you a statuette. Of course, Yizhou didn't expose Lin Xianyue, he just nodded in a pretentious manner. I see. But, you live here alone, aren't your parents worried? Dad, Mom? Lin Xianyue froze for a moment, and her eyes suddenly dimmed. My mother became ill and passed away when I was very young, and my father, he has more important things to do, I suppose. Yizhou's pupils constricted at the sight of Lin Xianyue's downcast mood. He had never imagined that Lin Xianyue, who seemed to have everything going for her, had an imperfect family situation. For a moment, Yizhou seemed to see Lin Xianyue as a little girl. With her mother gone and her father too busy to see her much, she was left alone, hugging her knees and sitting in a room full of dolls. I'm sorry, Lin Xianghua, I didn't mean it. I didn't know your mother. It's okay. Lin Xianyue shook her head slightly, and her expression quickly returned to her usual aloof look. Classmate Yi, I'm a little tired. Oh, Okay, then I'll go home first. We can add each other on QQ, and if something similar happens again, like a broken window, you can send me a message. I don't have QQ, so I'll add you after I register tomorrow. Yizhou is not stupid. After hearing Lin Xianyue's words, he sensibly got up and left. During the day, Lin Xianyue really wanted to add him on QQ, but now she said that, so obviously she was in a bad mood. But when he reached the door, Yizhou couldn't help but turn around and look at Lin Xianyue. That's strange. Since Lin Xianyue mentioned her parents, he hadn't heard Lin Xianyue's thoughts again. At this time, didn't she have any contrasting thoughts? Early the next morning, Yizhou still left for school at 6 o'clock. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, Lin Xianyue, who lived in 1003 across the street, also opened the door to her house. Lin Xianyue, good morning, what a coincidence, we meet again. Good morning, classmate Yi. Lin Xianyue's tone was as cold as ice. But her heart was filled with joy. Good morning, little Yizhou. It's not a coincidence, I'm the one creating the opportunity. You idiot, I'm afraid you'll never figure it out. Yizhou was happy. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts, as long as he met her 3 mornings in a row when he left for school, he would definitely suspect that she was doing it on purpose. If they met again, he would be able to confirm his suspicion. Me a fool? Don't be silly, I'm not stupid. Like they had done the previous morning, Yizhou rode his bike to school while Lin Xianyue rode in her Maybach. She still didn't have the courage to invite Yizhou to go with her. When she arrived in class, Xiong Kai, unusually, was not sleeping during morning reading. Yizhou put down her bag and teased. Hey, what's with you today? You didn't even sleep during morning reading? Forget it, I'm so mad. It rained last night, so I rode my bike really fast on the way home, but when I got home, I realized I lost my phone somehow. In a fit of anger, I went out in the pouring rain to look for it, but of course I couldn't find it. Xiong Kai looked sad and dejected, and his whole body felt bad. Yizhou smiled. It's a good thing you lost it. You're taking the college entrance exam soon anyway, so you can quit using your phone and focus on your studies. No, I'm going to take a vacation tomorrow, and I was thinking about applying to a national university. Now that I don't have a phone, I'm screwed. Yizhou frowned. Tomorrow is Wednesday, what kind of vacation is that? I knew you'd forgotten. Last week, the teacher said that the first and second years would have the academic proficiency test this week, and our school is a test center this year, so the third years get 3 days off. Yizhou had a vague recollection after listening to Xiong Kai. Seeing Yizhou thinking back, Xiong Kai continued to persuade him, Joe, since I've lost my phone, let's go to the esports hotel tomorrow when we have the day off. I'll treat. No, I want to study. That doesn't conflict. We'll go in the morning and play until the afternoon, then study together. A good balance of work and rest. Yizhou wanted to refuse, but seeing Xiong Kai's expectant eyes, he agreed. Okay. Well, you can keep the money for the esports hotel. You go tomorrow, and I'll go after my mom leaves. Oh, by the way, my QQ has a password, so I can only log in with SMS verification. Tomorrow morning, I'll use my big-ass computer at home to register a new QQ and add you. Then you can send me the room number. Chapter 8, it's over, the sky is falling. After Yizhou and Xiong Kai had discussed where to go, they started their full day of classes. Nothing happened all day, until school let out in the afternoon. Xiong Kai and Yizhou said goodbye at the school gate. Zhou, I'll see you tomorrow morning. My father is here tonight, so I dare not turn on the computer. I'll add you on a new QQ account tomorrow morning. Okay. Just as Yizhou was saying goodbye to Xiong Kai, Lin Xianyue came walking towards him. Her eyes were clear and bright, and she came straight up to Yizhou, extending her jade-like hand to him with a cold expression. Give it to me. Huh? What is it? Yizhou looked confused. Lin Xianyue frowned, your QQ number. Last night you said you wanted to add me on QQ, and I'm going back to the manor today, so I'll have time to register and add you. Oh, right, then write it down, 150 asterisk. Finally got Yizhou's QQ number. Where there's a will, there's a way. If I dare add him on QQ today, I'll dare to pounce on him tomorrow. Yizhou, I don't believe you, unless you try it and fall over. After getting Yizhou's QQ number, Lin Xianyue got into her Maybach and drove off. Looking at the taillights of the Maybach, Yizhou pinched his chin and muttered to himself. No wonder there were so many people at school before, asking around for Lin Xianyue's QQ number with no news. It turns out she doesn't have one at all. But, the school flower's QQ number that so many people at school have dreamed of adding, I just stood there and added it? Yi Zhou went back and studied all night, and went to bed early to get some rest. Before going to sleep, he didn't even wait for Lin Xianyue's friend request. He didn't think she would forget. Yi Zhou was a little confused, but didn't think much about it and quickly fell asleep. He woke up early in the morning and took the money Bear Kai gave him to the Amumu Hotel. When he arrived at the front desk, Yi Zhou handed the receptionist his ID card with ease. "Hello, I'd like to book a double esports room. The room is on the 5th floor, room number 5010. Have a nice stay." Yi Zhou took the room card, whistled and found the room. He opened his phone and sure enough found a QQ application with a penguin as the profile picture and level 0, adding him as a friend. Without thinking, this must be Xiong Kai. Yi Zhou quickly typed through the application. AMU Hotel, room number 5010. Meanwhile, at Xiong Kai's house. Xiong Kai sees that it is already 8 o'clock, but his mother has not left for work. He is anxious. Oh no, he must quickly apply for a QQ number and add a Zhou, otherwise he won't know the room number. Xiong Kai makes up his mind and, regardless of his mother still being at home, sneaks into the study. He turns on the big-ass computer at home and prepares to apply for a new QQ. As soon as the computer turns on, Xiong Kai screams in pain. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Mom, stop pulling my ear, it's going to break." Xiong Kai turned around and saw his mother staring at him with narrowed eyes. Xiong Kai's heart suddenly sank. Oh no. Xiong Kai's mother didn't let go at all, but instead increased the strength of her grip while scolding. "Xiong Kai, you good for nothing, it's almost time for the college entrance exam, and you're still playing games? You'll lose your phone and won't be able to play games. Now you're not even going to leave our big-ass computer alone, are you? I can see that you're really hungry. Mom, I had a study date with Yi Zhou today, I just used QQ to contact him. Don't use Yi Zhou as an excuse for me, if you knew how to study, even a dog wouldn't eat shit." Xiong Kai's mother knew her son's character too well, and bluntly retorted. Then she folded her arms and said unceremoniously, "You're not going anywhere today. Since I'm not working, I'll personally keep an eye on you studying." "No, Mom, Don't call me Mom until you finish those few worksheets today." Xiong Kai saw that his mother was so resolute in her attitude, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to go out. Xiong Kai silently said in his heart, "Zhou, buddy, I'm sorry." Lin family manor, main villa, living room. Lin Xianyue sat on the sofa, staring intently at the message Yi Zhou had sent her an hour ago. Amumu Hotel, room 5010. This. Yi Zhou wants me to go to a hotel? This. We've only added each other on QQ, and there's been no progress in our relationship yet. But he is Yi Zhou, should I go or not? If I go, should I wear a short skirt? The weather seems to be quite nice today, it won't be cold. And maybe wear a pair of black stockings. Or, oh dear, but if I really go, will Yi Zhou think I'm a very casual girl? Lin Xianyue sat on the sofa, torn between happiness and fear. She was happy that Yi Zhou was actually willing to call her out alone. She was afraid that the place they were going to was a hotel. Although she wasn't resistant to Yi Zhou, they were still in high school after all. So, Lin Xianyue was torn for a whole hour, unable to decide whether she wanted to go or not. "Hello? What the hell, did your mom catch you using the computer?" Yi Zhou was dumbfounded when he received a call from Xiong Kai on his mom's phone. Xiong Kai said with annoyance, "Yeah, my mom made me finish my homework before I could go out. Man, I'm screwed today. Zhou, I'm beeping beeping beeping." Xiong Kai hadn't finished speaking when Yi Zhou hung up on him. Xiong Kai looked at his phone in puzzlement, thinking Yi Zhou must have hung up so quickly because he was angry. But he didn't worry about it, and just invited him to dinner the next time they met. Xiong Kai just didn't know. Yi Zhou felt like the sky had fallen when he learned that he had never added him on QQ. If that new number wasn't Xiong Kai, then it could only be Lin Xianyue. Holy shit, the sky has fallen. Yi Zhou felt a tingle down his spine as he thought about the message he had sent with his room number, which had actually been sent to Lin Xianyue. He glanced at his phone, relieved that Lin Xianyue had not replied and had not actually come over. If Lin Xianyue's family knew that she had come to a hotel with a guy, wouldn't they be worried that she would be assassinated by a hitman in no time, then sealed in a barrel of cement and thrown into the sea? Yi Zhou was so scared that he quickly took out his phone and edited the message to Lin Xianyue again. Sorry, Lin Xianghua, don't take the message I just sent you seriously, I sent it to the wrong person. This time, Lin Xianyue replied within seconds. Lin Xianyue on the other end of the phone saw this message, and her expression, which had originally been one of infatuation and confusion, instantly turned cold. Yes, it was not an exaggeration to say absolute zero. Sent it to the wrong person? So, Yi Zhou was going to send this message to another girl? At this moment, Lin Xianyue no longer had any confused thoughts. She narrowed her eyes, and there was endless anger in those beautiful eyes. Fine, fine. I'll see today which girl dares to go. Lin Xianyue immediately pulled out her phone and called Lin Yan, her voice as cold as ice for 10,000 years. Uncle Li, prepare the car, immediately, right now. Chapter 9 The Sense of Urgency After Being Caught Cheating. Yi Zhou, who was sitting in the esports hotel, looked at the reply from Lin Xianyue and typed an explanation at lightning speed. Lin Xianghua is really embarrassed. Xiong Kai had a date to play games with me at the esports hotel today, and I was going to send him the room number, but I sent it to you by mistake. Don't get me wrong, I really didn't mean to send it to you. I don't want you to come to the hotel. After Yi Zhou sent the message, he waited for a while and found that Lin Xianyue no longer replied to him. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew. I guess it's all good. She definitely won't come now. At most, she'll think I'm too frivolous. Hey, I've really embarrassed myself. Yi Zhou let out a few bitter laughs before returning his attention to the computer. Now that Xiong Kai couldn't come, Yi Zhou didn't think it would be fun to play the game alone, so he planned to end the game and start studying. What Yi Zhou didn't expect was the 2 messages he sent to Lin Xianyue afterwards. In Lin Xianyue's eyes, they were not even explanations, in her opinion, they were pure sophistry. You were going to send it to Xiong Kai, but you sent it to me instead? Yi Zhou, do you take me for a 3-year-old? You and Xiong Kai must have added each other as friends a long time ago. We only added each other as friends this morning, but you can't have mistaken the person if you just took a quick look, right? You must have added some new girl's QQ, and you mixed me up with her. Humph. If I catch you in a hotel with some other girl today, you're dead. Lin Xianyue sat in the back seat of the Maybach, looking at the chat box, and the grip she had on her phone grew stronger. The aura she exuded was terrifying. Lin Yan, who was driving, felt it and got goosebumps, feeling like he was sweating all over. He silently thought to himself. My, Master Yi. What did you do to make Miss so angry? Knock, knock, knock. Yi Zhou heard the knock on the door and immediately took off his headphones. He raised an eyebrow. Did Xiong Kai, that rebellious son, sneak out of the house? Something's up, now he's not even afraid of his mother. Yi Zhou didn't suspect a thing, ran over, opened the door, even looked around the doorway, and quickly ran back to his seat to continue playing the game. While playing, he said to Xiong Kai. Great, your mom found out, and you still dare to come to the hotel. If we were caught in the hotel, we would be dead. Go wash up first, you're pretty dirty. Ah, Yi Zhou, you're going to die. You really did ask another girl to come to the hotel? And you're still so calm, telling her to go wash up. Yi Zhou, why are you like this? Hearing these harsh words, Yi Zhou, who was playing a game, trembled all over and almost slid off the esports chair. He looked sideways in disbelief. Where was there any Xiong Kai? In front of him stood Lin Xianyue, fresh and lively, exuding an icy aura that was simply too cold. No. Why is Lin Xianyue here? Yi Zhou's voice trembled as he said, Lin, schoolflower, why are you here? You sent me the message. I already explained, I sent it to the wrong person, I was going to send it to Xiong Kai. Lin Xianyue sneered. If it was Xiong Kai, then why did you just say that you were dead if his mother caught you? Because the college entrance exam is coming up soon, and his mother doesn't want him to play games. Really? Then what did you mean by go wash up? Lin Xianyue's voice grew colder and colder, and there was even a trace of imperceptible self-deprecation in her tone. Are you trying to tell me that you can't play games without taking a shower? Moreover, Yi Zhou clearly saw a look of disappointment in her eyes. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, and his emotions became complicated. At this moment, it seemed that Lin Xianyue's feelings for him no longer needed to be doubted. If Lin Xianyue didn't like him, Why would she question him with such an attitude and expression? In fact, based on those heartbeats, he could have inferred this a long time ago, but Yizhou just found it too ridiculous. Taking a deep breath, Yizhou explained with a serious expression. You've misunderstood. When I said I needed to wash up, I didn't mean take a shower. Because there are so many people coming to the esports hotel, even if the cleaners do a good job, the keyboards won't be that clean. So every time Xiong Kai and I come here to play games, the first thing we do is use toilet paper to moisten the keys and scrub the keyboard again. Upon hearing Yizhou's explanation, Lin Qianyue's eyebrows twitched. The overwhelming coldness in the air around her dissipated. However, Lin Qianyue was still skeptical. But you've been friends with Xiong Kai for a long time, so how could you confuse us? This is an even better explanation. Xiong Kai lost his phone the night before, and he needs SMS verification to log into QQ, so he had to apply for a new QQ account at home and add me. I had to send him the room number. As a result, when you added me as a friend in the morning, I thought it was Xiong Kai. After listening to this, Lin Qianyue narrowed her eyes and looked condescendingly at Yizhou, who was sitting in the esports chair. It seemed as if she was considering the truth of his words. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. A minute later. If I explain it like this, it seems like there's nothing wrong with it? It seems like I misunderstood Yizhou. My attitude and tone just now were basically questioning Yizhou, but we are only classmates now. Will this make Yizhou think I'm very strange? Lin Qianyue, how can you forget the truth that impulse is the devil? You're so stupid. I was so angry just now that I rushed in directly without thinking about it. What should I say now? Good society is dead. Hearing Lin Qianyue's thoughts again, Yizhou also reacted. Ha! Right. Lin Qianyue and I are just classmates, and now we are at most neighbors. Even if I really asked another girl to the hotel and she found out, it seems that nothing terrible will happen. Then why did I feel a sense of urgency just now, explaining hurriedly after being mistakenly caught cheating? Seeing Lin Qianyue's embarrassment to the point of picking her toes, Yizhou took the initiative to break the silence. Lin Qianyue, you believe now that I sent the wrong message, right? Well, I misunderstood. Then, if there's nothing else, Lin Qianyue, you can go back. It's not good for others to see you in a hotel with a guy. Yizhou didn't dare to be alone in a hotel room with Lin Qianyue for too long. If the Lin family found out, he would be dead or useless. Lin Qianyue did not leave, but looked around the entire room, and finally fixed her gaze on the other computer next to Yizhou. She pointed at the computer with her pale, soft fingers, her tone clear and cold. I want to try playing a game too. Go back? Little Yizhou, you're the one who called me here. I'm not leaving so easily now that I'm here. Chapter 10, a two-player game in a hotel. Ha, a classic. Yizhou muttered to himself, then said. We can play, but still, not here, okay? Why? Why can Xiong Kai play but I can't? Xiong Kai is a big black egg, but you can play with him. Am I not prettier than him? Oh, so you did ask another girl after all? Hearing her thoughts, Yizhou's eyes went dark. Xiong Kai is dark, but he is only a tan. Calling him a big black egg is a bit personal. Okay, if you don't mind, let's play for a while. What games can you play? I can play anything. Lin Qianyue puffed up her chin and said in a slightly arrogant tone. Yizhou was very surprised at her appearance. It seems that Lin Qianyue is still a hidden internet-addicted girl. 10 minutes later. Yizhou's face was a mess. Lin Flower Girl, I asked if you knew how to play LOL, and you said you were very good, but when you got in, you couldn't even release the skills. You said it was a keyboard problem. When you switched to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, someone hit you in the face, but you wouldn't release the left button even when they were pressing it. You said it was a mouse problem. Now you're playing Plants vs. Zombies, why did you plant the sunflower in the first row? Are you going to tell me it's a computer problem? It's not a computer problem. Lin Qianyue froze for a moment and looked sideways at Yizhou. A hint of determination flashed in her cold gaze. This is called protecting our brains from being eaten. 6. Yizhou laughed. Lin Qianyue was not a gaming expert at all, she was a total noob who had never played a computer game before. But she was both inexperienced and loved to play. Forget it, Lin Qianyue, if you're inexperienced, don't play. I'm not inexperienced. Feeling offended by Yizhou's comment, Lin Qianyue asked with a serious expression. Then why are you so good at it? There's nothing else, just practice makes perfect. After listening to this, Lin Xianyue pouted, refusing to get up and insisting on continuing to play. Helpless, Yizhou found a 43.99 minigame and open forest ice fireman for her to play. This time, Lin Xianyue finally had a sense of the gaming experience. She stared intently at the screen, her slender fingers tapping awkwardly on the keyboard. Those beautiful eyes gradually began to shine with pleasure. Yizhou, what's the name of this game? Forest Ice and Fireman. Oh. Lin Xianyue nodded, then clicked on the next level. Seeing Lin Xianyue playing the game like a child, Yizhou couldn't help but laugh, then began to size her up. Before today, Lin Xianyue had never had a QQ account, nor had she played any games. It was obvious that she had had very little online entertainment since childhood. Moreover, knowing that Lin Xianyue had not had the love of a mother in her childhood, and that her father had been away at work for many years, she had been left alone in a large house, surrounded only by servants and housekeepers. Yizhou could easily guess that Lin Xianyue's aloof personality had been forced upon her. She had not had much social interaction in reality or online, and her aloofness and social anxiety were the inevitable result. While Yizhou was thinking, Lin Xianyue suddenly turned her head. This game has a two-player mode, you and I can play together. No good? Why not? Oh, I must have been too bad at the other game just now, so Yizhou doesn't want to play with me now. Lin Xianyue, you're really so stupid. Xiong Kai is the kind of person who is simple-minded and strong in the limbs, but you can't understand it. Yizhou's eye corner twitched, and she almost burst out laughing. It turns out that big black egg is just what Lin Xianyue calls Xiong Kai. Simple-minded and physically strong is the true understanding of Xiong Kai. Well, pertinent, correct, and to the point. Xiong Kai, who was frowning and doing his homework, suddenly sneezed twice in a row. He scratched the back of his head, his eyes clear and stupid. Hey! Did I catch a cold from the rain the night before last? Facing Lin Xianyue's invitation, Yizhou waved his hand. No, you play by yourself. I got tired of playing these little games in elementary school, so there's no way I'll play with you. 5 minutes later. Yizhou is sitting next to Lin Xianyue, frantically pounding on the keyboard, sweating profusely. He's been stuck at a certain level for a long time. Lin Xianyue has already passed, but he just can't get past it. Yizhou swears under his breath. This isn't scientific. Why can you pass, but I can't? Lin Xianyue's eyebrows lifted slightly, as usual, in a light and indifferent manner. It's nothing, just familiarity. His words were like a whisper from Galen, breaking the silence. Yizhou's face instantly flushed. He didn't expect Lin Xianyue to give him a retort so quickly. The two sat together for half an hour, and it was almost 11 o'clock. Lin Xianyue, shall we call it a day? But I'm not done yet. Lin Xianyue showed a rare expression of dissatisfaction. Yizhou couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was addicted to playing. But he and Lin Xianyue had been alone in the hotel room for an hour, and he wasn't sure if the driver waiting downstairs would report the matter to the Lin family. So Yizhou lied. Let's play again later. It's getting late, I need to start studying, you should go back soon. You study your studies, I'll play mine, I won't affect you. But this is not the place to study. Yizhou was determined to leave the hotel today. Lin Xianyue narrowed her eyes, are you trying to get rid of me? Yizhou, who had been exposed, was not at all panicked. Of course not. You can see my school bag over there, which is full of practice questions and exam papers. Xiong Kai and I originally agreed to go over our studies after playing games. Oh. Seeing the school bag not far away, Lin Xianyue did not insist on continuing to play games. She got up and walked outside. Time passed so quickly, and she hadn't had enough fun with Yizhou. But that was fine, he had to study, and she couldn't disturb him. Yizhou pretended to get his school bag to make sure Lin Xianyue really left the hotel, and they left the room together. He planned to return to the room to study after Lin Xianyue left. Maybe Xiong Kai could sneak out to hang out for a while in the evening. But Yizhou made a mistake. As they passed the front desk, Lin Xianyue, who was walking in front of Yizhou, suddenly stopped. Why don't you go check out? Is it true? Yizhou just wants to get rid of me. And then wait for me to leave before he calls another girl over. Yizhou took a deep breath and simply went directly to check out. If I cancel the room today without her seeing me, I will never be able to get rid of the accusation that I am calling another girl to the hotel. When Yi Zhou returned from checking out, he indeed noticed that Lin Xianyue's icy aura had lessened. Ha ha ha, I really misunderstood Yi Zhou. He really was just going to play games with Xiong Kai. I'm relieved. Chapter 11, The Maybach is truly remarkable. After leaving the AMU hotel, he bid farewell to Lin Xianyue. Yi Zhou simply chose the nearby city library and planned to study there in the afternoon. He found a quiet corner on the second floor and took out a set of questions and placed them on the table, ready to kill time. Little annoying questions, I'll write you to death. At that moment, the chair opposite was suddenly pulled away. Yi Zhou looked up blankly. He saw Lin Xianyue sit down opposite him without saying a word. Lin Xianyue, why are you following me? Lin Xianyue's brows furrowed slightly, and her tone was a little dissatisfied. I'm not following you. Then why are you in the library too? Lin Xianyue took a canvas bag from nowhere and pulled out exam papers from it, placing them on the table. She looked indifferent and said, I'm here to study too. Yi Zhou was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he said, okay. But why do you have to come to this library in particular? I'm a member here, what's wrong with coming here? Lin Xianyue said, taking out a golden card from her small purse. Without waiting for Yi Zhou to see it clearly, she took it back directly and gently said, maybe, I have been here more times than you have. Yi Zhou was half believing. It was true that he didn't come to this library very often, because it was still quite a distance from where he lived. But not coming often didn't mean not coming at all. He remembered that the VIP card for this library didn't seem to be as long as Lin Xianyue had shown him. Lin Xianyue wouldn't have just picked any card to fool him, would she? Lin Xianyue, this is not right, how come I remember that the VLP card for the city library is not long? Student Yi, you are disturbing my study. Lin Xianyue didn't even look up, and directly interrupted Yi Zhou. Oops. Yi Zhou, you're so annoying, if I keep asking, I'm going to give myself away. I just want to spend more time with you. However, it seems that Yi Zhou likes to review in the library, so I'll have to bump into him more often in the future. When I go back, I'll ask Uncle Lee to get me a VLP card for every library in Bayan, so I won't blow my cover next time. Yi Zhou. Although he knows that Lin Xianyue's family is very wealthy, he still wants to say sorry for bothering her. In order to run into her, he is willing to spend a fortune to get library membership cards for the whole of Bayan. What a fucking shallow person. What's that saying? The romance of the poor is not worth mentioning, and the rascality of the rich is exceptionally charming. Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue sat facing each other, both writing the questions on their hands without saying a word in the middle. However, Yi Zhou could occasionally hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts and knew that she wasn't actually writing the questions with all her heart. Instead, she was looking for an opportunity to peek at him. It was also the first time she had seen Yi Zhou so closely. He was so serious when studying, so cute. His hair was so fluffy, I really want to touch it. Yi Zhou couldn't figure it out. He recalled when he was a senior in high school, after Lin Xianyue transferred to Bayan No. 1 Middle School, it seemed that he had never spoken to Lin Xianyue at all except in some necessary situations. Not to mention any contact. So, why did Lin Xianyue like him in the first place? Yi Zhou knew that if he asked Lin Xianyue directly, he would not only not get an answer, but it was also likely to scare Lin Xianyue away. So he simply stopped thinking about it for the time being and focused all his attention on the test paper in front of him. From 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Zhou finally finished the exam paper he brought with him. He sat up straight and stretched, then put the pen cap on silkily, as if Lan Outyan was putting on his trousers. Ha, you clingy exam paper, your tricky questions have been answered by me. I'll take this knowledge, and I'll send your score to you later. Okay, you're no longer useful, now get off my desk. Yi Zhou finished answering the test while smugly collecting the paper. He looked up at Lin Xianyue, who was sitting across from him. Lin Xianyue, I'm done. Me too, she said. After a pause, she added, I'm going to go back now. Alas, I'm a little reluctant to leave, but there's nothing I can do. I've been with Yi Zhou since morning, and just now I deliberately came to find him to study together. If I keep making excuses to hang around with him, I'm sure he'll figure it out. I don't know when I'll get another chance like this. Yi Zhou's eyes drooped slightly, and suddenly his tone changed. Lin Xiang, it's almost time for dinner, if you're not in a hurry to go back, how about we have dinner together? Lin Xianyue's eyes lit up instantly. She immediately picked up her canvas bag and stood up straight from her chair. But the next second she saw Yi Zhou's shocked gaze. Lin Xianyue was taken aback, and she realized that she seemed to have acted too hastily. Yi Zhou saw two blushes instantly appear on Lin Xianyue's cheeks, like the most delicate spring petals being lightly brushed by morning dew. She lowered her head to look at her toes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, concealing the shyness and unease in her eyes, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth still revealed an unmistakable trace of joy. Cough cough, let's go. Yi Zhou coughed dryly. In order to prevent Lin Xianyue from continuing to feel awkward, she quickly got up and walked out. After Yi Zhou left, Lin Xianyue calmed down quite a bit. She lifted her head, smiled, picked up her canvas bag, and chased after the teenager's footsteps. Her steps were light and skipping. Yi Zhou originally wanted to go eat fried noodles or something. But then he thought, if he likes it, Lin Xianyue might not like it. After all, she is the daughter of a wealthy family living in a manor, so he simply took Lin Xianyue to eat Korean barbecue. He heard online that girls love this stuff. Lin Xianghua, let's go to Donta Old Man's Barbecue. It's newly opened and the online reviews say it's quite good. Okay. With Lin Xianyue's approval, Yi Zhou was about to order a ride on his phone. But soon, the black Maybach pulled up steadily in front of the two. Lin Xianyue smiled slightly. Don't order a ride, just get in my car. Ha ha ha, Yi Zhou, this time I finally tricked you into my car, right? Yi Zhou's eyebrows rose, and his tone was very dissatisfied. What do you mean? Is having a car something to be proud of, and does having a Maybach look down on Didi? Saying this, he opened the car door and sat down with a thump, seriously saying, I want to see for myself today what is so great about this Maybach. In fact, as soon as Yi Zhou got in the car, he almost let out a comfortable cry. Damn. Sitting in this Maybach S680, it's really fucking comfortable. The Maybach is truly amazing. Lin Xianyue smiled and got into the car as well. The driver, Lin Yan, smiled and turned his head and said, Miss, Master Yi, where are we going? Dongta Grandpa's barbecue. Okay, miss. Lin Yan nodded, and the car quickly drove off. However, Yi Zhou instantly frowned. His expression became extremely vigilant, and his eyes looked fiercely at Lin Yan. We haven't met before, have we? Then how do you know who I am? Chapter 12, How can I bear to let you spend money? Lin Yan, who was driving, was obviously a little surprised to hear Yi Zhou's question. But after just a few seconds of silence, he laughed and said, Don't be nervous, young Master Yi. It was the young lady who mentioned you after she moved to the new community. After all, you and the young lady were in the same class at school. It's just as Uncle Li said. Lin Xianyue also chimed in. Damn. That was close. Luckily, Uncle Li reacted quickly. He must get a raise. Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed. Hearing Lin Xianyue's thoughts, he realized that the driver knew information about him that she had definitely not mentioned by chance. Oh, I see. I was being too sensitive. Yi Zhou did not expose the two of them. Lin Yan's driving skills were very good. On the way to the barbecue restaurant, he hardly ever applied the brakes. When they arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, Lin Xianyue got out of the car first. Yi Zhou, who had not yet got out of the car, noticed Lin Yan turn around and give him a kind and composed smile. Young Master Yi, I can see that this barbecue restaurant is quite popular, but my lady is not used to eating in the hall. So, could you please take my lady to a private room? No problem. Thank you, young Master Yi. Lin Yan had been very polite to Yi Zhou from beginning to end. Yi Zhou nodded and got out of the car, taking Lin Xianyue to the private room of the barbecue restaurant. Lin Xianyue, you order first, don't be polite. Yi Zhou handed the menu to Lin Xianyue. The other person was also unceremonious, took the menu and started ordering, and in no time it was back in Yi Zhou's hands. I'm done ordering, your turn. Sigh. Yi Zhou glanced at it casually, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. You really are the school beauty, Lin. When I said you don't need to be polite, I meant it, but you really didn't need to be polite, you just ordered the most expensive things. My treat. Xiao Yi Zhou, look at how scared you are, how could I possibly let you spend money? Look at how thin you are, since I have the chance to treat you today, I must let you eat more meat. Xiongkai's big black egg is so strong, my Yi Zhou can't be worse than him. Yi Zhou's face changed instantly, and he laughed, saying, If that's the case, then I won't be polite either. Of course, Yi Zhou was just saying that, and didn't really go overboard. Lin Shangyue had already ordered a lot, so he just ordered a few things symbolically and handed the menu to the waiter. Yi Zhou silently thought in his heart that after the college entrance exam, he would definitely invite her back for dinner. He didn't like to owe people anything, and he especially didn't like to owe girls anything. My goodness! Miss Lin, who taught you to throw such a big piece of meat on the grill? Be careful with the meat when you put it on the grill. Hey, it's hot and it might leave a scar. Also, don't use chopsticks that have touched raw meat to pick up cooked meat, in case there are maggots on it. After the meal began, Lin Xianyue made a series of blunders, leaving Yi Zhou dumbfounded. Well, not only is the game delicious and fun, but so is the meal. Helpless, Yi Zhou simply took over the entire table by himself. Every time the meat was done, he used the serving chopsticks to pass it to Lin Xianyue. This scene made Lin Xianyue feel a little embarrassed. She spoke with a slightly apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Yi Zhou. I rarely eat out, and usually when I eat something similar, it's the domestic helpers who help me, so. Woo-woo, Yi Zhou, don't be mad at me, I'll try to learn when I get home today. I'll fire all the maids as soon as I get home, so Yi Zhou won't think I'm a useless little brat anymore. But Yi Zhou looked so handsome and gentle when he helped me grill the meat. I'm a little full even before I start eating. Ha ha. Is that what you mean by good looking? Slurp. Yi Zhou held back the urge to laugh and pursed his lips, saying, It's fine, just eat it while it's still hot. Thank you. And so, Yi Zhou grilled the meat and Lin Xianyue ate it. No one spoke for the rest of the meal. Yi Zhou always felt the atmosphere was awkward, but didn't know what to say. Sigh. You have so much on your mind, but you don't say a word. Yi Zhou couldn't help but think to himself. But before he could finish thinking, Lin Xianyue spoke up. Yi Zhou, the college entrance exams are coming up soon, which university do you want to go to? Yi Zhou didn't answer right away, wanting to hear what Lin Xianyue had to say. But for the next few seconds, Lin Xianyue didn't even say a word. That's strange. Yi Zhou was so taken aback that he had to quickly answer. Bayan Jiatong University. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xianyue's eyes drooped slightly, perfectly concealing the surprise that flashed in her eyes. She took a drink of water without saying a word. Why must you choose this university? No reason, it's mainly because it's the best double first-class university in Bayan. Actually, it doesn't matter which school it is, as long as it's far away from that so-called home. Yi Zhou paused, his expression changing slightly. Come to think of it, when I was little, it seems I made a promise with someone to go to Beijing University, but it was so long ago that I can't quite remember. A promise? What kind of promise was it? Click. Lin Xianyue's words were unfinished when the door to the private room was pushed open. Lin Yan walked in from outside with an urgent expression and a hurried tone. Miss, the master is back, I need to take you back to the manor right now. But Uncle Li, Yi Zhou and I haven't finished eating yet. That's true, but you know how master is. If we don't go back now, and master finds out that I let you sneak out with me, I'm afraid. Lin Yan said, looking in the direction of Yi Zhou, and didn't continue. Lin Xianyue's eyebrows furrowed, showing an extremely reluctant expression. I don't want to go back. This is the first time Yi Zhou and I have eaten together, and it's been interrupted like this. It's so annoying. Why did Dad have to come back now? It's clearly the middle of the week. Seeing Lin Xianyue's silence, Lin Yan said to Yi Zhou apologetically. I'm really sorry, Yi young master, my boss came back at the last minute today, I have to take Miss home now. Yi young master, you can continue eating here without worry, I've already bought for Miss and you. Yi Zhou was stunned for a moment, and without thinking much, he quickly said. That's fine. Lin Xianyue, if there's a chance next time, I'll treat you to dinner, just order whatever you like. Lin Xianyue nodded with little expression, and then left with Lin Yan. However, as soon as they stepped out of the private room, her cheerful voice drifted back to Yi Zhou's ears. There'll be another time, that's great, so we'll have barbecue next time. But then, it'll be my turn to grill for Yi Zhou. Chapter 13, I'm afraid my father has a crush on me. After Lin Xianyue left, Yi Zhou was full after just a few bites. Since it was still early, he simply put his school bag on his back and found another quiet place nearby to study. Until the evening, Yi Zhou received a call from Xiong Kai on his mother's phone. Hello? Ah Zhou, I've finally finished the exercises my mother assigned, and I'm suffering. Welcome back, Dragon King. Ugh, don't associate me with that crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Meet me at the Wanda Plaza by the Daming Palace. I'll buy a SIM card so we can keep in touch. Hurry up, then, I'm nearby. After hanging up the phone, Ijo packed his things and got up to go to the Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza, ladies' watch counter. Chenxi and her best friend Su Miaomio stood in front of the counter. Chenxi, the former school flower of Bayan No. 1 Middle School, and the fact that she was a dance major made her shine brightly in school for almost 3 years of high school. It was only after Lin Xianyue transferred to the school in her 3rd year of high school that her popularity was overshadowed. Chenxi's family lives in the same community as Aunt Yizhou's family. When Jialan learned that Yizhou and Chenxi had both applied to Bayan No. 1 Middle School, she spared no effort in getting Yizhou and Chenxi to get along well. Cici, the last time you looked at the 700-odd model, it was a bit expensive, and it's normal that your mother didn't want to buy it for you. I think this 388 model is quite good too. You can buy this one for now and wear it, and then get a new one after the college entrance exam. Chen Cici looked at the watch that Su Miaomio was talking about and nodded slightly. I also think this one is quite good, but I just called my mom and she didn't pick up. I guess she's busy. Let's wait a little while, and once I ask my mom for the money, I'll buy it right away. You're pretty, and it will look great with a little skirt in a matching color. Chenxi was very happy to hear her best friend's praise. She asked Su Miaomio. By the way, Miaomio, last week was your birthday. Have you tried on the dress I gave you? No, I haven't. My father is home today, so I can't even put on makeup, let alone try on a dress. I'm afraid my father has a crush on me. Chenxi was shocked. How could that be? That's your father, how could he possibly have feelings for his own daughter? What's impossible about it? Think about it, It's very possible that something like this could happen. After all, apart from the fact that my father is my father's filter, he's just an ordinary middle-aged man. But that's just your speculation. Isn't your father acting like that yet? Su Miaomio shrugged her shoulders and spoke in a frivolous tone. So what? The young sales associate standing at the counter had heard the entire conversation between Chenxi and Su Miaomio. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. What? What kind of outrageous statement is this? The young sales associate suppressed the urge to smack Su Miaomio's face and forced a professional smile. Dear ladies, our counter will be restocking tonight, so we will be closing early at 7 o'clock. If you want to buy this 388 Burberry watch today, I'm afraid you need to hurry. Closing at 7 o'clock? Chenxi was slightly startled. There were only 10 minutes left until 7 o'clock. But now her mother hadn't returned the call. After thinking about it, Chenxi didn't want to make another trip here tomorrow, it would be too much trouble. So she looked at Su Miaomio for help. Miaomio, why don't you lend me some money first? When my mom sends me the money later, I'll pay you back. But I don't have that much on me right now. If it's really not possible, I'll help you. Hey! Look at those two guys outside, are they Yizhou and Xiongkai? Chenxi looked in the direction Su Miaomio was pointing and sure enough, she saw the familiar figure. It really was Yizhou. That's perfect, Auntie Yizhou has always been fawning over your parents, hasn't she? You just call him over and let him pay for the watch. Besides, he still has a secret crush on you, he'll be more than happy to have this chance to give you a present. Chenxi hesitated a little at Su Miaomio's suggestion. Cici, don't hesitate, there are so many boys at school who like you, they would kill for this chance. But you only gave Yizhou the opportunity, and it's his honor. He should thank you for giving him this opportunity. Besides, you have let him buy things and run errands for you before, and this time it's just a little more expensive. After a pause, Su Miaomio said with righteous words. To see how much a boy likes you, you have to see how much he is willing to spend on you. Miaomio, I think you're right. Chenxi was not hesitant after being lectured by Su Miaomio. This is the perfect opportunity to test how much Yizhou likes her. So Chenxi took Su Miaomio by the arm and walked towards Yizhou together. Yizhou and Xiongkai had just met and were about to go to the mobile phone store when they were blocked by two pretty figures. Chenxi came to Yizhou with her arms folded and a haughty expression on her face. Yizhou, I want to buy a watch, but I don't have enough money, so you can lend me some. Su Miaomio chimed in. Yizhou, you have to hurry, that store is closing in 10 minutes. If you like Chenxi, you should go buy it for her. Before Yizhou could say anything, Xiongkai next to him started blasting. No, do you two have some kind of serious illness? Can't you buy what you want by yourselves? Why do you need Yizhou? What are you getting so worked up about? You're not the one who has to buy it. Chenxi rolled her eyes and looked back at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, it's been a month since I went to the school entrance exam, and we haven't seen each other since. It's not too much to ask for a gift when we meet again, is it? Yi Zhou didn't say anything, but just looked in the direction they had come from, the ladies' watch counter. TSK. Chenxi must be planning to buy the Burberry watch that her aunt mentioned on the phone last time, right? Seeing Chenxi flirting with Yi Zhou, and Yi Zhou not rejecting her at first, Xiong Kai suddenly became anxious. Before, Chenxi would ask Yi Zhou to run errands and deliver small gifts during the holidays. Xiong Kai scolded him many times about this, but Yi Zhou remained silent and never retorted. Xiong Kai gradually came to believe that the rumors were true and that Yi Zhou really liked Chenxi. Otherwise, why would he be willing to do those things? But in the current situation, it was obvious that Chenxi was using Yi Zhou as a cash machine. How could he just stand by and watch his best friend become a clown? Xiong Kai hurriedly said. Zhou, snap out of it. Even if you really like Chenxi, you can't be a toady. You can go after her in an open and above-board way, but not in this kind of fawning way. Yi Zhou didn't respond to Xiong Kai, but simply said indifferently. What are you thinking about? Xiong Kai froze. Chenxi and Su Miaomiao glanced at each other, and both burst out laughing. Chenxi snorted lightly. Xiong Kai, listen, what are you thinking about? Yi Zhou wanted to buy it for me, so why are you meddling? But as soon as she finished speaking, Yi Zhou cast a strange and complicated glance at her. Is there a possibility that I was saying the words, you're thinking about eating shit, to you? Chapter 14. Regardless of the facts, isn't there anything wrong with him? Hearing Yi Zhou's words, Chenxi's smile instantly froze. Su Miaomiao's smile also disappeared. According to the law of conservation of smiles, the smile will not disappear, it will only be transferred to the faces of other people. For example, Xiong Kai laughed his head off. Ah, Zhou, you just scared me. It turns out that you were talking to the two of them. Chenxi and Su Miaomiao were both dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen Xiong Kai's reaction, they would never have believed their ears. Yi Zhou actually said the words, "What the hell are you thinking?" to Chenxi. Is he crazy? Chenxi couldn't believe it. Yi Zhou had unconditionally helped her run errands and taken the blame for her since the start of high school, but today he dared to swear at her? No, he must be joking. Yi Zhou, don't joke with me. Hurry up and go buy that watch for me. I really like it, and the store is about to close. Do you really think I have to buy it for you just because you like it? Yi Zhou said indifferently, and then added. Anyway, I don't have a penny, but I can give you a way to make enough money in 10 minutes. What way? Chenxi asked subconsciously. Yi Zhou pointed to the mall entrance, where people kept coming and going. Look, go over there and set up a bowl. If someone walks by, just ask them for money. You'll make a lot of money that way. But then I'll be a beggar. Chenxi's face showed her anger. But Yi Zhou just smiled easily and said, if you just let me buy you things, isn't that also begging? Chenxi was furious. How could she be a beggar? So she was immediately prepared to argue back, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know where to start. On second thought, Yi Zhou seemed to be saying, it seems fine. But why would Chenxi admit her mistake? She was the school beauty queen, after all. She was always right, even when she was wrong. I don't care, you have to buy me that watch today, or I'll never let you see me again. Is that a promise? Then it's a deal, you made your own promise. Yi Zhou's eyes lit up. For a spoiled brat like Chenxi, who had been pampered since childhood, Yi Zhou would rather be 100,000 li away from her. Before, when he went to Chenxi's class to look for her, he was completely forced to do so by his aunt. If he didn't go, she would cut off his living expenses. Now it was different. He was about to graduate from high school, and Yi Zhou no longer had to put up with his aunt's threats or maintain that ridiculous relationship with Chenxi. Yi Zhou, you. Chenxi stamped her foot in anger, her face turning red with shame. She never imagined that Yi Zhou would make her look so embarrassing in front of Su Miaomiao and Xiong Kai. Let's go. Xiong Kai, didn't you want to buy a mobile phone? Oh, right. Xiong Kai snapped out of the shock of Yi Zhou's anger towards Chenxi and hurriedly caught up to him. Chenxi was so angry that her chest was heaving and her eyes were beginning to redden, and she could see that Xiaozhu was about to fall. Seeing this, Su Miaomiao finally reacted, shouting at Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, are you crazy? How dare you treat Chenxi like that? You hurry up and come back here and apologize to Chenxi. The loud voice attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yi Zhou waved his hand. It's nothing, don't worry about it. People like her usually have problems over at the old cemetery. Ah Zhou, what's wrong with you today? Although it was particularly gratifying to see you antagonize Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao, weren't you being nice to Chen Shi before? Xiong Kai couldn't help but become curious as he walked some distance away from Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou's expression remained unchanged. That's because my aunt insisted on ingratiating herself with Chen Shi's parents, and in order to keep getting my living expenses, I had no choice but to do that. Then why did you? There's just over a month left until the college entrance exam, and I've saved up enough money for next month's living expenses. And after I go to college, I'll be able to earn money too, so I won't have to live my life looking over my shoulder anymore. Xiong Kai's eyes widened in an instant. Ah Zhou, I always thought that you put up with your aunt and Chen Shi because you were afraid and didn't want to offend them. I never imagined that for all these years, you've been putting up with them on purpose. What else could I do? Starve to death on the streets? Yi Zhou let out a bitter laugh. Xiong Kai gave Yi Zhou a thumbs up. Awesome. Yi Zhou's gaze fell from the giant shopping mall window to the outside world. The stone that had been weighing on his heart for more than 10 years had finally been removed. He felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Meanwhile, Chen Shi saw Yi Zhou leave without looking back, and big teardrops fell down her face. She felt extremely aggrieved. Miao Miao, why do you think Yi Zhou spoke to me in that tone and manner? Leaving aside the fact that he made me buy the watch, isn't he at least a little bit wrong? Before Su Miaomiao could say anything to comfort Chen Shi, her phone rang. Seeing that her mother had finally returned the call, Chen Shi connected the call with particular grievance. You, Mom. Shi? Shi, why are you crying? Who's bullying you? Yang Xiuan heard her daughter's crying voice on the other end of the phone and immediately became anxious. Shi, I was just talking to your Auntie Zhaolan and didn't hear the phone. What's wrong with you? Auntie Zhaolan? Upon learning that her mother was with Auntie Yi Zhou, Chen Shi burst into tears. Whoa, it's Yi Zhou who bullied me. I was almost out of money when I was shopping and I ran into Yi Zhou. I asked him for money, but he wouldn't lend it to me, and he even scolded me. Yi Zhou? Yang Xiuan had the phone on speaker, so Zhao Lan, who was standing nearby, also heard the conversation. Zhao Lan was full of shock and quickly said, Shi, I'm your Auntie Zhao Lan. Have you made a mistake? Yi Zhou is usually so nice to you, how could he do such a thing? But Yi Zhou did it, and he said that I was just like a beggar, woo. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuan's face instantly turned black. She looked coldly at Zhao Lan, how has Yi Zhou become like this? This. Director Yang, don't be angry. Yi Zhou has always been very nice to Shi. Something must have gone wrong for this to happen today. I apologize to you and Shi on behalf of that bastard. I'll call a car to go to Bayan. I will definitely give Shi an explanation for this matter, and absolutely will not let Shi suffer. Zhao Lan spoke in a flattering tone to Yang Xiuan. Inside, she had already been scolded by Yi Zhou. Yang Xiuan's face was cold. As soon as possible, the college entrance exam is coming up soon, and I don't want this negative emotion to affect Shi's college entrance exam. Don't worry, Director Yang, about what happened with my husband Chen just now, you see. Let's put this aside for now, Shi's emotions are the most important. Yes, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan wanted to kill Yi Zhou. She had finally managed to beg Yang Xiuan to find a good job for her husband, but the result was that the little bastard Yi Zhou had screwed it up before it was even settled. Zhao Lan left Yang Xiuan's house. She immediately called her husband, her tone of voice extremely angry. Chen Guozheng, book a train ticket to Bayan for me right now. That little bastard Yi Zhou, I'm going to skin him alive. Chapter 15 Yi Zhou, you're a bit stupid. Let's get this old model, it's only 78 yuan, enough for me to use until the college entrance exam is over. Xiong Kai finally chose an old model with oversized buttons. It looked like he was old for his age. After Xiong Kai saved Yi Zhou's phone number, he put his arm around Yi Zhou's shoulder. Let's go, Ah Zhou. To celebrate your anger at Chen Shi and your plan to get rid of your vampire aunt, today my treat. That's okay, we can just find a street stall to eat at. You finished your physical exam now, so your mom shouldn't have given you that much living expenses. Xiong Kai laughed. You're right, I am a bit short of money. In the end, the two of them found a street stall in the night market to eat, and then went their separate ways. Over the next 2 days of holiday, Yijo didn't go anywhere and stayed at home all the time to study. No matter what was going on outside, Yijo didn't care at all. Until the afternoon of the last day of holiday. Yijo finished the last exam paper, stretched for a long time, and his eyes looked a little sad. At this stage in other people's children's lives, their parents would be concerned about them in various ways and make them all kinds of nourishing food. For example, "Son, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's okay, son, just work hard, even if you don't do well on the exam, you still have your parents. Son, take a break, your mom made you some pork rib soup, go drink some." Yijo has never had such an experience. On the surface, Yijo doesn't seem to feel anything, but in fact, every night when he comes home from school, he sees all the brightly lit windows along the road, and when he realizes that none of them are for him, loneliness quickly engulfs him. He also longs for care and love. Ding dong. The sudden ring of the doorbell pulled Yijo out of his low mood. Yijo froze for a moment, then got up to open the door. Lin Xianyue was back. She was wearing a simple beige long skirt today, with a simple white blouse on top. This combination of clothing did not lose her aloof temperament, but also added a touch of the unique tenderness of a young girl. Yijo was so mesmerized that he even forgot to speak. Seeing this scene, Lin Xianyue's eyes flashed with an imperceptible cunning. It really paid off to dress up today. Yijo's eyes are glued to the scene. Why don't you come to the bowl? Yijo, are you busy right now? No. Hearing that Yijo was not busy, Lin Xianyue revealed a rare smile. Then come to my house and play forest ice and fire people together. Yijo's head was buzzing, and he thought he had become stupid from studying too much, and for a moment he did not react. What the hell? If I heard it right, Lin Xianyue was inviting me to her house to play 4,399 mini-games? Forest? Ice fireman? Yes. Lin Xianyue nodded seriously, not feeling anything wrong at all. Judging from Yijo's expression, it seems like he doesn't really want to play with me. But I specifically asked Uncle Lee to get me a computer so that I could play with Yijo. Seeing Lin Xianyue's serious expression, Yijo really didn't want to refuse. Okay. The child has finally learned a game, so what if I don't play with her? Okay then. Yijo entered Lin Xianyue's house for the second time. What was different from the last time was that there was a lot more furniture in her house, all of which looked more expensive than Yijo's life. In the corner of the living room was a brand new computer desk, and the screen on the desk in the Seascape room host computer left Yijo dumbfounded. Holy cow! RTX 4090D, L914900K. No, you're not going to play 4,399 mini-games with such a high configuration? The graphics card will catch a cold from you. Yijo let out a burst of complaints. Forget it, who can blame someone for being rich? While he was in shock, Lin Xianyue was already sitting in front of the computer. She turned her head and patted the vacant seat next to her, her eyes revealing a hint of resentment. Can we start? Come on over, Yijo. I can't wait. Hurry up, I can't wait to play your game. Yijo pulled the corners of his mouth and sat down next to Lin Xianyue. And so, a very strange scene was born. Two 18-year-old high school students sat in front of a computer with a configuration of tens of thousands of dollars, playing a 4,399 minigame. Because they were sitting very close to Lin Xianyue, and because the two-player game shared a keyboard. So while playing the game, Yijo could clearly smell the sweet fragrance emanating from Lin Xianyue. It was a little intoxicating. What's more, he occasionally accidentally touched Lin Xianyue's arm. The smooth texture of her skin made Yijo's heart beat uncontrollably. After playing for a while, Yijo gradually became aware of something amiss. He was afraid that Lin Xianyue would mind, so he kept sitting as far away from her as possible, and kept his movements small, so as not to make physical contact with her. Even so, he still kept making physical contact with Lin Xianyue. Wow, Yijo's skin seems to be pretty good, it doesn't feel rough at all when you touch it. Luckily, he didn't join the sports class with Xiong Kai, that big black egg, or his skin would definitely be pretty bad. But if Yijo had joined the sports class, he would have played basketball a lot, and don't all the guys who play basketball like to take off their clothes? Then I could Yijo's scalp tingled as he listened to Lin Xianyue's thoughts. Fortunately, he was not a physical education student and could hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, the clothes he had replaced might be stolen by Lin Xianyue. The most important point was that Lin Xianyue would never be suspected of stealing the clothes. After all, no one could possibly associate the crazy man who stole the original clothes with Lin Xianyue, who was as cold as an iceberg. Yi Zhou always felt like his but was about to fall out of the chair, and finally he couldn't hold back any longer and said, "That. Miss Lin, if you squeeze any harder, I'm going to fall out of my chair." "Ha? Right, sorry." Lin Xianyue suddenly came out of her delight at feeling Yi Zhou up, and her face looked a little embarrassed. She quickly sat inwards a little, and her movements subsided considerably. From then on, Lin Xianyue focused all her attention on the computer. Lin Xianyue seemed to have been born with a natural talent for Forest of Fire and Ice, and she always managed to quickly pass each level. Yi Zhou, however, had a hard time playing the later levels, and found himself unable to pass several of them. Lin Xianyue's eyebrows knitted together, and her voice drifted dreamily into Yi Zhou's ears. "Yi Zhou, you have to jump faster. I'm always the one waiting for you at the checkpoint. Yi Zhou, you're going the wrong way. That's not how you pass this level. Yi Zhou, you're a bit dumb. Yi Zhou, you're both clumsy and playful." Chapter 16, Of course you have to put the person you like in bed. Yi Zhou looked blankly at Lin Xianyue. "Buddy, didn't you call me to your house? How did it become that I'm both clueless and fun-loving? This is really the upside-down heavenly stems." But to be fair, Yi Zhou admitted that he was not as skilled as others, and Lin Xianyue was right to say that he was clueless. Even so, the two of them played from 6 p.m. until after 8 p.m. Yi Zhou's stomach was really starting to grumble, so he tentatively asked, "Shall we go get something to eat?" "Okay." Oops, they were so engrossed in the game that they forgot about the time. Lin Xianyue nodded lightly, turned off the computer, and went out with Yi Zhou. There was a small night market near the residential area, and the residents like to come here at night to eat. Yi Zhou leads Lin Xianyue through the night market, and they get 99% of the attention. Lin Xianyue seems very uncomfortable in this situation, and subconsciously lowers her head and hides behind Yi Zhou. "Ah, there are so many people here, I really want to go back." No, Lin Xianyue, you have to be brave. Just think of them all as cabbages and radishes, just a bunch of cabbages and radishes looking at you, don't be nervous. If you don't even have the courage for that, Yi Zhou will definitely look down on you. Yi Zhou walked in front of her, and Lin Xianyue's thoughts kept drifting into his ears. He didn't realize that Lin Xianyue was actually so resistant to crowded environments, and immediately stopped walking. "If you're not used to this kind of environment, I'll take you to a place with fewer people to eat." "No need." Lin Xianyue looked up and replied expressionlessly. But inside, she was whining non-stop. "It's okay, if you're not used to this place, there's a night market nearby with fewer people, we can just take a taxi there." "Really, I've never been to a place like this before. I think it's quite novel, I just don't feel comfortable with so many people." Lin Xianyue shook her head firmly. Yi Zhou was about to insist on changing the place, but soon heard her heart's true feelings. "Really, it's not necessary. This is the legendary night market, I've never been here before. The air here is filled with a delicious smell, sha. There should be a lot of junk fried food and carcinogenic barbecues here, right? I really want to try them. I think I can eat them once. I don't think I'll die, right? Yi Zhou? If I die after eating this once, how come I'm still alive?" Seeing that Lin Xianyue was actually quite interested in this place, Yi Zhou didn't insist on taking her somewhere else. He simply picked a stall he often ate at and sat down, waving at the owner. "Boss, 10 skewers of grilled tendons, 10 skewers of grilled beef, 20 skewers of grilled squid, and..." Lin Xianyue's face changed slightly. "You don't need to order so much. These things are not healthy, I'll just have a bite." "Ha, I don't believe you. What do you mean?" Lin Xianyue looked at Yi Zhou with puzzled eyes and repeated her explanation, "I really will only have a bite." But Yi Zhou just smiled. 10 minutes later. There were dozens of iron skewers in front of Lin Xianyue, and Yi Zhou hadn't even taken a few bites of the skewers that had been ordered. She had almost been left with nothing. She looked a little embarrassed. Yi Zhou looked at Lin Xianyue with a half smile. "Just one bite? It's more like a billion bites, isn't it?" Being teased like this by Yi Zhou, Lin Xianyue sat up straight, remembering what she had just said, and her cheeks instantly flushed. It turned out that Yi Zhou had eaten so well before. Damn, I didn't realize these little things were so delicious, and I couldn't hold back anymore. At that moment, Lin Xianyue seemed to have made up her mind. She looked up at Yi Zhou and said straightly. Can I order some more? Ha? Seeing the girl's cold eyes reveal a pleading expression, Yi Zhou almost didn't hesitate to turn his head and shout at the boss. Boss, bring 30 more skewers. Okay. The boss happily responded and soon came back with the skewers. Yi Zhou was a regular here, and the boss had long since recognized him. Seeing that Yi Zhou was not alone today, and that the person he had brought along was a girl who was incredibly beautiful, the boss laughed and said, Hey, Yi, you've got a girlfriend? Yi Zhou almost spit out the meat in his mouth, and his eyes bulged. However, Lin Qianyue did not think so. That's nice to hear, boss, if you're a good talker, keep it up. Before Yi Zhou could say anything, the boss continued. This girl is pretty, Yi Zhou, you're so lucky, you two are a perfect match. No, boss, she's not my girlfriend, we're just classmates. The boss gave a knowing smile. Okay, I understand. Today you're a classmate, tomorrow you'll be my sister, and the day after that you'll be my little baby. If you're not the boss's little baby, you're just a kebab. This is a whole lot of nonsense, and it's going to be a test. The boss left with a smile on her face. Yi Zhou quickly said to Lin Qianyue. Miss Lin, don't get me wrong. I come here to eat a lot, and the boss was just joking with me, so don't take it to heart. Lin Qianyue's expression did not change much, but the blush that rose to her ears was clearly visible. Of course you have to care about someone you like. Of course, someone you like not only has to be cared for, but also be put to bed in the future. Yi Zhou's eye muscles twitched, thinking to himself, you dare to say that in your heart. If you're capable, you really try to put me to bed. I promise I won't pull you into the covers and then show you my watch that glows in the dark. Cough, eat up, it won't taste as good if it gets cold. Yi Zhou nudged the kebab towards Lin Qianyue. He discovered that this girl seemed to have no contact with not only the internet, but also things like night markets and kebabs. Things that ordinary people take for granted seemed very novel to her. From her words, Yi Zhou slowly realized that not only did she have no social skills, it seemed that her father had forbidden her from contacting many things. Maybe even rich people are not that free and happy. It was almost 10 o'clock when Li Nian appeared silently beside the two. Young Master Yi, it's getting late. If you're done eating, please take my lady home. The night market is not like other places. There are a lot of drunk people here at night, and it's easy to get into trouble. Oh, okay. Yi Zhou nodded, knowing what Li Nian was worried about. Usually, he is fine eating alone in the night market until late at night, but today he brought Lin Qianyue with him. She was already the focus of the entire night market, and it was inevitable that she would encounter drunk people coming to harass her. However, Lin Qianyue didn't have the slightest intention of getting up. I'm not done eating yet. Uncle Li is always spoiling my fun. Yi Zhou heard Lin Qianyue's thoughts and was very dissatisfied with Uncle Li. He couldn't help but say, Uncle Li is right, the night market is quite chaotic at night, so let's come back next time. Okay, but you buy that for me first. Lin Qianyue pointed behind Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou looked back and saw a food stall, Cayenne cotton candy. Chapter 17, Eating Melons Until They Land on Your Head. You want to eat cotton candy? Lin Qianyue nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, I haven't eaten it before, I want to try it. Okay, then tonight we'll eat everything you've never tried before. The food stall was full of colorful cotton candy, and it was not just Lin Qianyue who was a girl. Even Yi Zhou, who was a guy, found the stuff quite attractive. He could easily guess why Lin Qianyue had never tried cotton candy before. Her father must have said that it was full of coloring and unhealthy. Wow! These cotton candies are really cute and pretty, and I don't want to eat them. The pink and blue ones both look so delicious. Which one should I get? I'm so torn. Hearing Lin Qianyue's confused thoughts, Yi Zhou gave a small smile. Boss, I'll take the blue one. How about I get you this pink one? I'm fine with either. Lin Qianyue nodded with restraint. But the impatience in her eyes had already betrayed her. When the boss handed the cotton candy to Lin Qianyue, she finally couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. The entire night market seemed to brighten up because of her smile. Lin Qianyue opened her cherry lips and took a small bite, her rosy little mouth flashing her pink little tongue in and out, her expression overflowing with joy. Seeing this, Yi Zhou handed her the blue cotton candy he was holding. Hey, Lin Qianyue, why don't you try some of mine? Lin Qianyue looked at Yi Zhou doubtfully, you're not going to eat it? I suddenly remembered that my blood sugar is high and I can't eat something so sweet. It's a waste to throw it away, so you can eat it together. Yizhou has high blood sugar and can't eat something so sweet? In that case, I can only reluctantly eat it for him, otherwise it will be a waste. Then in this way I get to eat both colors, he he he. Even though Lin Xianyue thought this in her heart, she still pretended to hesitate coldly before taking it from Yizhou's hand. Okay, I got it. Lin Yan, who was standing nearby, had long since seen through Yizhou's petty thoughts. Seeing his young lady so happy, which was rare, he smiled with relief and then silently turned and left. If only my young lady could always be so happy, it's a pity. My lord, how have you become like this? Have you forgotten the last words of your wife before she left? After Lin Yan left, Yizhou and Lin Xianyue retraced their steps back to the residential area. No one noticed. Not far away, a boy in the uniform of Bayan No. 1 Middle School looked at the two of them leaving, his pupils quaking. The boy didn't know Yizhou, but he knew the school flower, Lin Xianyue. Lin Xianyue, regarded by countless boys at school as a cold goddess, was actually eating late-night snacks with a boy so late at night? He quickly pulled out his phone and hurriedly snapped a photo of the two walking together. Immediately, he sent it to his class group as the first message. Holy shit, this is huge news. Don't go to sleep, get up and go back to sleep. I just ran into Lin Xianyue on the street, and she actually went to dinner at the night market with a guy. The students in the group were shocked when they saw the photo. Holy shit, it really is the school beauty queen. She's really walking with a guy? Who is this guy? Why is there only a back view? Did you get a shot of his face? This guy can't be from our school, can he? Oh no, the sky is falling. My goddess is actually walking with another guy. Why is that guy not me? However, the two protagonists of this story were completely unaware of it. A rented room in the western suburbs, next to Bayan No. 78 Middle School. Zhao Lan was helping her son Chen Mo wash the dirty clothes he had accumulated over the past few days, and said, Little Mo, tomorrow I'm going to go to Bayan No. 1 Middle School to look for your brother. You eat lunch by yourself after school, be good, and I'll come back in the evening to make you some stewed pork rib soup. Chen Mo was engrossed in a game and didn't pay any attention to Zhao Lan. It wasn't until he lost the game that he got up impatiently. Why are you looking for that good-for-nothing? I had already talked to your Aunt Yang about arranging your father's work, but that little bastard made Chenxi cry, and now the matter is in limbo. Your Aunt Yang wants Yizhou to apologize to Chenxi before she is willing to continue arranging your father's work. Zhao Lan's tone was full of hatred when she talked about Yizhou. Chen Mo snorted. That good-for-nothing, what use is he except to be a parasite in our family? He can't even ingratiate himself with one person, he's truly useless. If it weren't for the pension money from his parents, our family would never have bothered with that scum. Mom, that good-for-nothing turned 18 last month, so according to the plan we can stop worrying about him. We've already spent all the pension money, so there's no problem with breaking up with him now. Zhao Lan nodded and said to Chen Mo in a doting manner. You're right, but for now we need to deal with your father's work. Once that's done, whether that little bastard Yizhou lives or dies is none of our business. Ha, that's right, we should squeeze the last bit of value out of him. Chen Mo gave a disdainful laugh and continued, Mom, give me 648 yuan. The college entrance exams are coming up soon, and I want to take the sprinting classes organized by the school. Didn't I just give you 648 yuan last week? Chen Mo's expression changed, and he quickly lied. That time it was a sprint class for physics, chemistry and biology, but this time I want to sign up for a sprint class for Chinese, math and English, which is different. Oh, I see. Alright, Mom will transfer the money to you. As long as it's something that will help you with your studies, the money should be spent. Mom, you're so nice. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled. After receiving the transfer, he used the money to recharge his mobile game account. The next morning, Yizhou pushed his bicycle through the school gate and noticed that the people in groups along the way were excitedly discussing something. Yizhou was puzzled. Usually there are quite a few small groups entering the classroom in groups, but most of them are because they got up too early, and gathering together is basically no different from a team of listless zombies. It's not like today, when they gather together in high spirits and chatter away. So, is there something new to eat? Yi Zhou was curious and happened to see Bai Xianming, who sat at the bottom of the podium in the left and right guardian positions. This guy is famous in school for being a gossip expert, and is nicknamed the listening ear of Yizhong. Yi Zhou quickly shouted. Right guardian. Ugh, Bai Xianming. Bai Xianming ran to Yi Zhou's side. Hey, good morning, brother Zhou, what can I do for you? What are everyone talking about? Is there any new fruit to eat at school? Holy shit. You don't know about the news that shook Bayan No. 1 high school last night? Cut the crap and tell me. Yi Zhou couldn't wait any longer. The news that shook Bayan No. 1 high school? It must have been earth-shattering. Bai Xianming quickly pulled out his phone, opened a photo and handed it to Yi Zhou. It was a sophomore who took a picture of our Lin University's most beautiful girl having dinner with a guy at the night market. Yi Zhou looked down at the photo. In the photo, it was the back of him walking with Lin Xianyue last night. It was fucking high definition. Shit. He got himself in the middle of the melee. Chapter 18, Your aunt is here. Back in class, Yi Zhou found that many people in his class did not discuss the matter. After all, the person in the photo, Lin Xianyue, was in the class, and this kind of behavior, which was a bit behind the back, was not so glorious. However, Yi Zhou was glad that the photo was deliberately taken to clearly show Lin Xianyue, and only focused on her. Instead, his back looked very blurry. Plus, at school, Yi Zhou only had the opportunity to wear a school uniform. So no one in the photo, even if they were in the same class, would recognize the boy in the photo as Yi Zhou. As soon as Yi Zhou sat down, Xiong Kai immediately covered himself with his book and spoke in a very low voice. Ah Zhou, you must have heard about it on the way here, right? About Lin Xianyue eating dinner with a boy at the night market last night? Well, that was a real shock. I didn't think that Miss Lin would ever go out with a guy in private. I'm really curious about what that guy's like. Xiong Kai was full of emotion. Yi Zhou looked suspicious. If no one else recognized him, then how come Xiong Kai, his best friend, didn't recognize the guy in the photo either? Yi Zhou asked tentatively. Xiong Kai, you didn't recognize the guy in the photo? You know I'm using an old phone, and if I hadn't heard people talking about it on the way here, I probably wouldn't have even heard the news. Xiong Kai pursed his lips and continued. So let alone seeing the photo. Besides, everyone said the photo of the guy was blurry. So if no one at school recognized the person in the photo after seeing it, how could I? Oh, that's fine then. Yi Zhou nodded. If that was the case, then it made sense. He then took out his textbook to prepare for morning reading, hoping that his identity as the male lead would not be exposed. Yi Zhou was not afraid of having a scandal, but he was afraid that Lin Xianyue would attract more attention after the exposure. After spending these few days together, Yi Zhou knew very well that she did not like this. However, Xiong Kai was the type of person who would seek someone to chat with if he didn't sleep. He rolled his eyes and poked Yi Zhou meaningfully. Ah Zhou, I heard that the night market where Lin Xianyue hangs out is the one next to your house. You just asked me that, so you're not taking the opportunity of the blurry photo to pretend to be cool and tell me that the guy you went to dinner with was actually you, right? I didn't. I don't believe you. 2 days ago you told me that Lin Xianyue moved in next to your house, and you just wanted to take this opportunity to slap your buddy in the face, so buddy, I'll oblige you. Xiong Kai's tone was sly. Then he made a particularly exaggerated expression. Oh my, Zhou, you really are Lin Xianyue's neighbor, and the person who went to the night market to eat with her last night was really you, that's awesome. Brother Zhou, why don't you give a lecture and teach me how to woo the school beauty? Brother Zhou, why aren't you saying anything? Pay me some attention. Xiong Kai leaned into Yi Zhou's ear and kept babbling in a fake shocked voice. Seeing that Yi Zhou simply ignored him, he quickly lost interest and muttered something about being bored before falling asleep on the desk. Ding dong ding dong. The morning bell had just rung, and right away, the right-hand man Bai Xianming ran over to Xiong Kai. Brother Xiong, I heard you lost your phone and now you're using an old phone? Yes, I lost it, so what? Xiong Kai was in a bad mood and spoke to Bai Xianming in an impatient tone. Bai Xianming grinned, glanced back at Lin Xianyue's seat, and whispered. So you must have only heard the news that Miss Lin is having dinner with a guy, but you definitely haven't seen the photo. I won't allow anyone to not see the photo wherever I am. Bai Xianming winked proudly, quickly pulled his phone out of his pocket, and showed Xiong Kai the photo. Xiong Kai was very sleepy, but he was curious about what the guy who went to the night market with Lin Xianyue looked like. He rubbed his eyes and went over to take a look with sleepy eyes. The next second, Xiong Kai's sleepiness disappeared, and his eyes bulged. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was completely controlled by this photo for 5 whole seconds. Because just from one glance, Xiong Kai recognized who the boy in the photo was, standing next to Lin Xianyue. To be precise, he would recognize that person even if he was turned into ashes. That's not my brother Yi Zhou, who else could it be? Bai Xianming saw Xiong Kai's shocked reaction and wanted to say something, but in the corner of his eye he saw the head teacher pass by the classroom door. He was scared and quickly put away his phone, then ran away shamefacedly. Xiong Kai's neck stiffened as he turned to Yi Zhou, and he almost cried. Holy shit, Lin Xianyue really is your neighbor? The person who went to dinner with her last night was really you? No, buddy, you. You're serious? You really deserve to die, woo-woo. Hearing Xiong Kai repeat what he had just said with tears in his eyes, Yi Zhou almost laughed. Dude, you're changing faces. Yi Zhou shrugged helplessly. Cough cough, I told you from the beginning, but you didn't believe me. Kid, stop it. Just thinking about the look on my face when I didn't believe it, I feel like Zhao Kuaiyin wearing the dragon robe, and the Tang dynasty is over. Afraid that Xiong Kai would spread the news, Yi Zhou said. It's just between you and me, but don't tell anyone, or I'll be on the school's hit list. No problem, but you have to tell me what else happened between you and Lin Xianyue. How come she went to the night market to eat with you? She's the aloof school beauty and the Lin family's only daughter. Yi Zhou looked a little embarrassed. I don't think you should hear this, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. No way, man, I can handle it. Okay, that day, we made a date to go to the esports hotel to play games together, but you didn't show up, and Lin Xianyue did, and... Xiong Kai felt like he had been stabbed by 1,000 arrows. Before Yi Zhou could finish his sentence, he said with a sense of resignation. Stop it, I admit I was a bit loud just now. Just the thought that you are now neighbors with the school beauty Lin Xianyue makes me jealous. While it is hard to admit defeat, it is even more heartbreaking to see a friend succeed. Hearing the class bell ring on time, Yi Zhou patted Xiong Kai's shoulder with deep meaning. It's okay, you're tall and strong, you won't have trouble attracting girls when you go to university. Really? Yi Zhou nodded seriously. Of course it's true, gold always shines, right Teasy? 2 classes later, there was a radio gymnastics session during the big break. Teacher Wang Yong, the class monitor, received a phone call, and his eyebrows furrowed. He hesitated for a moment before beckoning Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, come here for a moment. Yi Zhou quickly walked over to Wang Yong. Teacher Wang, what's the matter? Well. Yi Zhou, your aunt is here to see you. She's waiting for you in the security guard's office. Yi Zhou was surprised to hear that Zhao Lan was waiting for him in the security guard's office. He then nodded. I understand, teacher, I'll be right there. Yi Zhou, wait. Wang Yong pursed his lips, his eyes full of concern. The guard told me that your aunt seems very angry. Did she make things difficult for you again? If it's really not possible, I'll go with you. Thank you, Teacher Wang, I can manage on my own. Yi Zhou declined Wang Yong's kindness, smiled slightly, and turned around to run towards the guard's office. Looking at the young man's departing back, Wang Yang sighed. Alas, what a good boy, but unfortunately he has such a family. Before Wang Yang could collect his thoughts, Lin Xianyue, who was standing in the front row, suddenly walked up to him. Lin Xianyue looked at the direction Yi Zhou left in a flat voice, expressionless. Teacher, I don't feel well, I want to go back to the classroom and rest. Chapter 19, Blowing Up a Teenager's Heart. In the 3 years of high school, Zhao Lan had only been to Bayan No. 1 middle school a handful of times. In fact, she had even missed many of Yi Zhou's parents' meetings. Combined with what the teacher had just said, Zhao Lan looked very angry. Yi Zhou quickly guessed that Zhao Lan must have rushed over today because after he had confronted Chen Shi that day, Chen Shi had gone to Zhao Lan about it. But Yi Zhou was puzzled. According to his aunt's usual style, even if she was angry, she would just call and yell at him. This time, she had actually made such a big deal and come to the school in person. Yi Zhou thought about this and quickly rushed to the security guard's office. Bang! Before Yi Zhou could open the door, Zhao Lan pushed it open first. Zhao Lan's face was clearly angry, so Yi Zhou took a deep breath and tried his best to remain polite. Auntie, why have you come? Ha, why did I come? You little bastard, don't you know what you've done? Zhao Lan's anger grew even more when she saw Yi Zhou acting as if nothing had happened. Didn't I call you a few days ago to ask you to buy Chen Shi a watch? You little bastard, not only did you refuse to buy it, but when you met Chinshi, you even made her cry. Are you crazy? Auntie, I told you that day that the watch Chinshi wanted was very expensive. With the monthly living expenses you give me, I can barely eat enough to fill my stomach, and I can't spare any money to buy her a watch. You're full of shit. Zhao Lan shouted angrily. She didn't care about the stares of the two guards in the duty room, and pointed at Yi Zhou's nose and scolded. Don't think I don't know that you just got a scholarship. Even if you don't have any money left over from your monthly living expenses, can't you use the scholarship money? Facing Zhao Lan's unreasonable accusations, which disregarded the stares of the people around them, Yi Zhou has long since become accustomed to this kind of unreasonable behavior over the years. He does not have strong emotional reactions and continues calmly. Auntie, I am currently in my 3rd year of high school. Apart from eating every day, I also need to buy a large number of sets of exercises and workbooks to practice, and all of this costs money. After a pause, Yi Zhou continues. I have never asked you or my uncle for money to buy these things. My scholarship is precisely for this purpose. Chen Mo is in his 3rd year of high school, just like me. The money he spent on exercise books and sets of problems must have been thousands of yuan. I know that without you having to tell me. Zhao Lan's tone was harsh, and she knew she was in the wrong, so she was at a loss for words for a moment. Indeed. As Yi Zhou said, her son Chen Mo had spent thousands of yuan on exercise books and sets of problems. On the contrary, Zhao Lan and her husband have never given Yi Zhou any money for this purpose. But Zhao Lan, being an adult, will never admit her mistake, even if she realizes that she is in the wrong. Zhao Lan crossed her arms, taking on an even more aggressive stance. Even if that is the case, you should never have treated Chinshi in that manner. Your uncle and I have bent over backwards to please the Chen family these past few years in order to make your lives and your brother Chen Mo's lives better. Your uncle has been unemployed since the new year, and I begged Chenxi's mother to find him a job. She finally agreed that day, but then you little brat bullied Chenxi and put a stop to it. Zhao Lan's voice was shrill and piercing. Her words came thick and fast, each one laced with intense accusation and disgust. Yi Zhou tried to interject to explain, but Zhao Lan simply wouldn't give him the chance, continuing. Who do you think you are? If your parents hadn't died and I hadn't raised you with your uncle since you were little, you would have been begging for food somewhere by now. You think you're so smart and superior, but you're just an ungrateful ingrate. Zhao Lan became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice rising higher and higher. The several security guards in the duty room turned to look at her. Yi Zhou's heart completely cooled as he watched Zhao Lan, who couldn't wait to vent her unreasonable resentment onto him. Over the years, he has been right about everything. Yi Zhou no longer seems to be as restrained as he used to be. He looked up and fixed his gaze on Zhao Lan. Auntie, you said that you and uncle have been groveling to the Chen family for the past few years in order to make life better for Chen Mo and me? Zhao Lan was startled by Yi Zhou's cold gaze, but she puffed up her chest and angrily retorted. Isn't that true? Ha ha. But over the years, I have always been the one to go to the Chen family to curry favor. After ingratiating myself with the Chen family, the benefits I received were always just enjoyed by you, your uncle, and Chen Mo. So, all these years of so-called ingratiating myself with the Chen family has only made your lives better. Yi Zhou smiled at the corner of his mouth, and continued to stare at Zhao Lan and retorted. If my uncle loses his job, why should I ingratiate myself with Chen Shi and then benefit my uncle? Why can't Chen Mo go? No matter how much my uncle earns, the monthly living expenses you call me to pay are 600 yuan. It seems like giving me one more penny is a great sin for you. As for saying that I don't know how to be grateful. Auntie, ask yourself, have the three of you ever done a single chore or cooked a single meal while I was at home all these years? Yi Zhou took a breath and let out all the words that had been suppressed and hidden inside for more than 10 years. Zhao Lan looked at Yi Zhou in shock. He actually retorted? Yi Zhou, you son of a bitch, ungrateful brat. You really think your aunt has no temper, right? Since you think 600 yuan is too little, then from now on, your aunt will never give you another penny. Zhao Lan was so mad that she cursed out all the obscenities she could think of. She thought Yi Zhou would admit defeat and apologize. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou just said calmly, Auntie, the 600 yuan you give me every month is already part of the death benefits my parents received. You. Fine, let's talk about this incident. You must personally buy that watch today and deliver it to Chen Shi to apologize to her. Auntie, you haven't even understood what happened, so why are you making me apologize to Chenxi without distinguishing right from wrong? Since childhood, Yi Zhou has always been obedient, but today he seemed particularly rebellious. Zhao Lan felt her authority being greatly challenged. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she raised her hand directly. Stop! As the slap was about to land on Yi Zhou's face, Zhao Lan's arm was grabbed by the elderly doorman. Parent, in our school, it is forbidden for anyone to lay hands on a student, even if it is a student's parent. We can't control how you educate your child outside of school, but as long as you insist on hitting him while he's still in school, we have no choice but to call the police. The guard said coldly. Zhao Lan was furious and her eyes were wide with anger. Fine, Yi Zhou, you're really something, just like your deadbeat parents. You don't have to apologize to Chenxi today, but you have to give me 1,000 yuan, otherwise you'll never set foot in this school again. I don't have that kind of money. Do you really think I'm that gullible? Don't think I don't know that you've been renting your own place since you started high school. If you have the money to rent a place, how can you not have $1,000? This $1,000 is to repay me for paying your accommodation fees for 3 years of high school. Yi Zhou laughed in anger. How dare she? Tuition, accommodation fees, living expenses, and even half of the money you used to buy a new house, wasn't it all paid for with my parents' death benefits? Yi Zhou looked at her aunt, who had started acting like a scoundrel, expressionless. I just don't have the money, believe it or not. If you don't pay, I'm not leaving today. After class, I'll show your whole school what an ungrateful brat you really are. Zhao Lan glared at Yi Zhou viciously. Yi Zhou's brows furrowed, he didn't expect her to be so difficult. He, who was always calm and composed, finally felt troubled. For a moment, the atmosphere was suffocating. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. 1,000 yuan, is that right? I'll pay for Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou turned around suddenly and saw Lin Xianyue standing behind him. In the late spring of 2018. The sudden wind, carrying the heat of the approaching summer, blew the boy's tousled hair around. It also blew around the boy's heart. Chapter 20, You've met your creditor in me, so you've kicked the soft spot. Lin Xianyue's appearance brought a sweet current into the suffocating atmosphere. Auntie, don't you want money? I'll give you 1,000 yuan on Yi Zhou's behalf. On Yi Zhou's behalf? Who are you? Zhao Lan had just said 1,000 yuan to deliberately make things difficult for Yi Zhou. Because she had long since figured out that Yi Zhou's money for renting an apartment outside was earned from his part-time job outside every holiday. Therefore, Zhao Lan was certain that as the college entrance examination was approaching, Yi Zhou did not have extra time to work part-time anymore, and it was impossible for him to have that much money on him now. Unexpectedly, a girl suddenly appeared halfway through. Facing Zhao Lan's question, Lin Xianyue politely smiled. Hello, Auntie, my name is Lin Xianyue, I'm a classmate of Yi Zhou. Classmate? Then I don't want it. If you pay for Yi Zhou, and then try to blame it on me, what am I supposed to do? I only want Yi Zhou's money. Zhao Lan snorted. Despite Zhao Lan's tough attitude, Lin Xianyue did not flinch. She kept a faint smile on her face and spoke in a calm tone. Auntie, I can understand your concerns. However, this money was lent to me by Yi Zhou before, so this money is considered to be from Yi Zhou to you. It's not Lin Xuehua. No, Seeing Lin Xianyue, I really want to pay for myself. Yi Zhou spoke immediately. But before he could finish, Lin Xianyue gently pressed his arm and said softly. Don't worry, Yi Xuehua. Yi Zhou opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something else. But no matter what, he couldn't open his mouth, and his nose was hurting badly. Zhao Lan looked at Lin Xianyue's determined eyes and then at the money in her hand, her eyes shining. After all, the situation in front of her was indeed a big surprise. She had intended to just give Yi Zhou a hard time, but she never expected to get 1,000 yuan for free. That was unexpected windfall indeed. Fine. Zhao Lan pretended to hesitate, but finally nodded. In that case, just give me the money. Lin Xianyue handed the money directly to Zhao Lan. Zhao Lan immediately put the money in her pocket, afraid that Lin Xianyue would change her mind. Yi Zhou witnessed the whole process and a warm current welled up in his heart. Zhao Lan took 2 steps back and looked at Yi Zhou viciously. You ungrateful wretch, I'll let you off today, but when I'm done with what I'm doing, I'll definitely make you pay. After saying this, Zhao Lan pushed open the doorman who was blocking her way. She quickly left Bayan No. 1 middle school. Seeing this, the doormen all returned to their duty room. Only Yizhou and Lin Xianyue were left alone. Yizhou sniffed and looked at Zhao Lan's departing back without much emotion. 1,000 yuan? When the day of reckoning comes, you'll have to spit out more than just 1,000 yuan. I'll show you how I'll fling evidence in your face one after the other and complete the assassination. Immediately afterwards, Yizhou returned to his usual self and smiled at Lin Xianyue. Thank you, Lin Xianghua, but you don't actually have to pay my aunt's money. She's just being deliberately difficult. I know. Then why did you give it to her? I just happened to see it. I don't think you should be bothered by these things, with the college entrance exams coming up soon. Lin Xianyue said with a blank expression. Silly Yizhou. I just don't want you to be embarrassed by your aunt in front of other people. Somewhere in Yizhou's heart, a soft spot was touched. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he just said. Lin Xianyue, I'll pay you back the 1,000 yuan as soon as possible. Then starting today, I'll be your creditor. But you've hit the jackpot with me as your creditor. On the way back to class, Yizhou's mood had improved a lot. He laughed and said. That said, you actually carry so much cash with you at school. Are you rich people also generous? Lin Xianyue brushed the stray hair in front of her face and smiled indifferently. It was just a coincidence. I don't usually carry so much cash. That was a coincidence, huh? Oh, wow. Zhou, what did the teacher say to you during morning exercise? I saw you rush off after listening to him, and you didn't even do the exercises. In the third period, Xiong Kai nudged Yizhou under the table. My aunt is here. What? The sun's coming up in the west. Why is that old vampire looking for you? He's thirsty for blood. Come over and suck some. Seeing Yizhou's deep eyes, Xiong Kai realized something, but he was tongue-tied and didn't know how to comfort him. In the end, he just said. Okay, don't take it too seriously. Come to my house this weekend and let our mom cook a big meal for the two of us. Okay. Yizhou didn't refuse. As for Zhao Lan, it was almost over. After the college entrance exam, she would never again have the chance to make a fool of herself in front of him. Over the years, Yizhou had not spared any effort in keeping evidence of how Zhao Lan's family had been squandering his parents' pension. The day of reckoning was just after the college entrance exam. The moment of the hunt had arrived. Third period in the morning. Yizhou, unusually, was not paying attention in class. His attention kept on Lin Xianyue. He was increasingly curious about where Lin Xianyue's feelings for him came from. The third period class had just finished. The students in the class cheered. The last class was the once every 2 weeks gym class. Finally, it's gym class, and I'm going to play basketball really hard. This should be the penultimate gym class of our high school. Yes, time really flies. The students discussed this, then walked in groups towards the playground. Before they reached the playground, their teacher was standing at the entrance, beckoning to Lin Xianyue. Xianyue, come with me to the office, the teacher has something to say to you. Xiong Kaishang let out a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Xianyue being called away. I was surprised. I saw the teacher standing at the entrance and thought he was coming to ask me for my homework. I didn't write a single word of homework yesterday. But then again, why did the teacher call Lin Xianyue to the office? As the college entrance exam approaches, the school will usually privately provide one-on-one psychological counseling to students who are expected to get into prestigious universities, to prevent these top students from having any mental problems at the last minute. Oh, so you should be called in for an interview too, right? I guess so. Yizhou nodded. But he didn't think it was necessary at all. After class, Xiong Kai rushed to the basketball court with his basketball. Yizhou had planned to sit down and rest for a while, but then he saw someone familiar who shouldn't be on the playground, heading towards the back wall. Curious, he walked towards the back wall. Uncle Li. Uncle Li? Oh, it's you, Yi. Is this gym class? Li Nian turned around and was also very surprised to see Yizhou. Yizhou nodded. Uncle Li, what are you doing here? Li Nian scratched his head apologetically. It's a long story. This morning, while you were doing calisthenics, Miss suddenly called me, quite urgently, and asked me to take a few $1,000s in cash and deliver it to the school, and she wouldn't let me use the front door. So, I had to climb in through the back wall. But after climbing in, it wasn't easy to climb back out from the inside, and I've been delayed for a class already. It's a good thing you've come, Master Yi, please help me. Yi Zhou froze. Suddenly, the concrete in his heart loosened a little. This time, he didn't want to mend it. P.S. The ant will be killed in the next chapter. Yi Zhou's retreat was intentional. You dads are really not poisonous. Chapter 21, I really want to pinch his face. Phew. I've finally made it up here, it wasn't easy. Thank you, Master Yi. You're welcome, Uncle Li. Yi Zhou waved goodbye to Li Nian with a smile. After Li Nian disappeared into the wall, he still stood there motionless. It turned out that it wasn't just a coincidence that he had brought so much cash. But just now, when you were face to face, you didn't say a word about this matter. So, this style of doing things is not a contrast. Ripples arose in Yi Zhou's heart. Zhaolan used the money Lin Xianyue gave her to look for a Burberry watch in several shopping malls, and finally managed to buy one for more than 700 yuan. Yi Zhou, you little bastard, actually dared to treat me like that today, you'll have a hard time in the future. I really don't know who raised him with so much effort, and now he's playing hard to get with me? Zhaolan cursed and swore, then bought an exquisite gift box and wrapped the watch. Although she didn't know why Yi Zhou had acted so abnormally today, she was certain that she would not be able to persuade him to apologize to Qin Shi in person. However, the apology could not be delayed. Otherwise, after all the hard work of negotiating with Qin Shi's mother, the job arrangement for her husband would be ruined. So Zhaolan called Qin Shi and planned to apologize in Yi Zhou's name. Hello? Is this Qin Shi? This is your Auntie Zhaolan. Auntie Zhao, what's up? A few days ago, didn't Yi Zhou bully you? I came to the school today to teach him a lesson, and he immediately realized how much he had gone too far. He wants to apologize to you in front of you. We're right next to your school right now, so if it's convenient for you, come over and pick up the gift. You'll like it. Apologize? Chen Shizhen was sitting with Su Miaomiao having lunch when he heard that Yi Zhou was going to apologize. His eyes lit up. Humph. Damn Yi Zhou, he deserved to be lectured by your aunt after he so angered me last time. In order to prevent Yi Zhou from feeling that she could be appeased so easily, she deliberately refused. Aunt Xiao, forget it, I don't think it's necessary, I won't forgive Yi Zhou. Oh dear. Shishi, just do your aunt a favor. As for forgiving or not, you can consider it after you get the gift. Chen Shi was silent for a moment. Well, it's fine. You came all the way from Yulin, and it would be inappropriate of me not to go and meet you. Yes, Shishi is considerate. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shi gave Su Miaomiao a smile. Miao, Yi Zhou was lectured by his aunt and now he has to apologize to me. Su Miaomiao quickly said. I knew it, Yi Zhou must have had a brain fart that day, otherwise how could he have that kind of attitude towards you? But, are you going to forgive him later, Shishi? Humph, let's see the gift first, if it's not good, who wants to forgive him? That's right. The two girls quickly finished eating and hurried to the place Zhaolan had told them about. When they were almost there, Chen Shi saw Zhaolan standing there from afar. Zhaolan came up to them with a gift in her hands. Oh, Shishi, it's been a long time. You've gotten prettier. Chen Shi looked around, but didn't see Yi Zhou, and couldn't help but frown. Auntie, why isn't Yi Zhou here? Ah, it's like this. You know, boys are all very proud. Yi Zhou felt that he had gone too far last time and was really embarrassed to apologize to you in front of you. So let me give you the gift. He also said that he hopes you can continue to be good friends in the future, and that he will never bully you again. Chen Shi's face was displeased. He's not even willing to apologize to me face to face, that's so insincere, I don't want to forgive him. After saying this, she pulled up Su Miaomiao and turned to leave. Zhaolan quickly stopped her and shoved the gift into Chen Shi's hands. Shishi, don't be in a hurry, take a look at the gift that Yi Zhou bought you, he took a really long time to pick it out with all his heart. Yes, Shishi, why don't you open the present and take a look? Su Miaomiao gave her best friend a wink. Then she lowered her voice and said, Shishi, do you see the tag sticking out? It looks like a Burberry tag. Chen Shi's face changed slightly, and she finally took the present and opened it. When she saw the present in the box, she was overjoyed. It really was a Burberry watch. And most importantly, it was the 799 model she had liked the most. Cici, it seems that Yi Zhou really meant to apologize to you. He didn't even get you the 388 model, but went straight for your favorite, the 799 model. But I never mentioned to him that my favorite was this model. Chen Cece looked doubtful. Su Miaomia laughed. Yizhou must have gone to the boutique we went to last time and asked the staff about it. We went there more than once, so the staff must remember you. Zhao Lan was taken aback and agreed with Su Miaomiao. Yes, your classmate is right, that's exactly what happened. Okay, in view of Yizhou's hard work, I'll forgive him. Chen Shi narrowed her eyes and smiled, feeling very pleased with herself. She never imagined that she could get a watch that her own mother wouldn't buy just by getting angry. This method is really good. I'll use it again in the future. Zhao Lan was overjoyed when she saw Chen Shi relent. That's right. Shishi, I have to go now, but remember to tell your mother that you've forgiven Yizhou, so she doesn't worry. Okay, Auntie Zhao, take care on the way home. After Zhao Lan left, Su Miaomia said to Chen Shi in an envious tone. Shishi, before I was wondering why Yizhou suddenly treated you that way, but now I think I finally understand. Chen Shi was confused. Understand what? You went to the school entrance exam, and Yizhou didn't see you for a long time, so it's normal for you to argue as soon as he gets back. Everyone says that quarrels are just a sign of missing someone. I want to buy osmanthus flowers to drink with you, but it's not like the old days. The author of this article quotes the last paragraph of the Song Dynasty poem Tang Dueling Lu Yiman Tingzhou by Lu Guo. This verse appears at the end and serves to summarize the entire text. It is a stroke of genius, classmates. At the end of April, it was just approaching summer, but already there was a hot and humid atmosphere. This, combined with the Chinese teacher droning on about reading comprehension questions, was a recipe for disaster. The students in the last two rows were practically all slumped over the book stacks like a wall, snoring loudly. Even Yizhou, who was very strong, could not help but feel sleepy and was struggling to stay awake. Yizhou's eyes were fluttering, and he was so cute when he was about to fall asleep, just like a little baby. I really want to pinch his face. Hearing Lin Xianyue's heart-melting voice, Yizhou blinked his eyes and instantly perked up. He looked over to Lin Xianyue's seat. Sure enough, he found her looking back at him. Maru's spicy. What the heck, why is he suddenly looking over here? Is it because my eyes are too obvious? Realizing that she had been discovered, Lin Xianyue hurriedly turned her head away, afraid to look back. Listening to her chatter, Yizhou felt more and more that this cold and aloof school beauty was simply too contrasting and cute. Chapter 22. I want to challenge my own bottom line. On Monday night, before the evening study session was about to begin, the teacher Wang Yang came to the classroom and spoke very seriously. Let me remind you that the second mock exam is in the last 2 days of this month. Excluding today, there are only 4 days left before the exam. I have emphasized many times that the second mock exam is very important, and I hope that you will all pay attention to this exam. Ding dong dong. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the bell rang to signal the end of the class. Everyone was in a good mood because school was almost over. But after the teacher finished speaking, the good mood was gone. Xiong Kai was in a bad mood and said with no hope, I really want to know which brilliant leader came up with this exam time. Who would want to have a mock exam before the May Day holiday? This is just adding to the pressure. It's normal. The May Day holiday is the last holiday in high school. If I'm not wrong, after this exam, the results will probably be released soon. The purpose is to make students feel guilty after seeing their grades, so that they don't relax during the holiday and work hard to review. Yizhou had long since seen through the nature of arranging exams at each stage. Xiong Kai sighed. Okay. Godfather, I'm on duty today, help me out? Sure, it's just that you'll be cycling back with me tonight, so you can pick me up in the morning. It's a bit tiring. That's a pretty heavy price to pay, isn't it? Okay. Xiong Kai grumbled. Neither of them noticed that their conversation had been overheard by Lin Xianyue, who had just walked by. After cleaning up, there were no more people left in the school. Yizhou and Xiong Kai went to the bicycle shed to get their bikes. As they walked to the school gate, a figure came towards them. Ling Yan always had a smile on his face, and he said politely, Young Master Yi, Miss Lin invites you to ride back together. Yizhou and Xiong Kai were both surprised. The latter looked at Yizhou in disbelief. Ah Zhou, your relationship with Lin Flower has now developed to the extent that you can ride in her car together? I don't know either. Seeing Yizhou say this, Xiong Kai was greatly relieved. Then, with full confidence, he looked at Ling Yan. Uncle, I have accepted Lin Flower's feelings on behalf of Yizhou. I think she is underestimating the bond between our brothers. Therefore, please don't test our brotherhood in this way. How could we possibly not be able to withstand such a test? Besides, compared to the Maybach, I believe Yizhou would prefer to ride on my bicycle. Shit. Ah, Zhou, when the hell did you get in the car? Seeing that Yizhou had already opened the car door and sat down, he was dumbfounded. Not a buddy, you're starting with 0 frames? Where's the brotherhood you promised? So it's really just in his heart. Yizhou gave Xiongkai a wink. It's really not that I can't stand the test, it's mainly that I want to challenge my own bottom line. Ling Yan saw this scene and his smile grew even wider. He turned around, got into his car, and drove off with the accelerator. Looking at the taillights of the Maybach, Xiongkai stood in front of the school entrance, a little disheveled. Damn! It's really like the saying goes, fine wine in a luminous cup, cattle and horses have 1 cup, I have 1 cup. Lin Xiangyue, thank you for walking me home. It's nothing, we're neighbors, it's on the way. Lin Xiangyue's tone was as cold as ever. In fact, deep down inside, living next door to Yizhou made things much more convenient. I have to make good use of this neighborly status. Yizhou's mouth twitched. You're something. I don't know if it's my imagination, but Yizhou noticed that Uncle Li seemed to be taking a detour. He couldn't help but ask. Uncle Li, why don't we take Science and Technology 4th Road? It should be much faster that way. Oh, there's construction going on over there, it's not convenient to go that way, it's safer this way. But there's no need to take this route, it's like going in a big circle. I'm sorry, young Master Yi, the car ran out of gas, I came here to refuel. I remember there was a gas station not far from the community, right? Lin Yan was embarrassed. Young Master Yi, you don't know, the Maybach needs 95 gasoline, and that gas station doesn't have 95 gasoline. Yizhou realized. The construction, the car running out of gas, and the lack of 95-octane gasoline were all just excuses to fool him. It was obvious that Lin Xiangyue had given the orders in advance. Yizhou looked meaningfully at Lin Xiangyue, who was sitting next to him. The other person had her arms folded across her chest and was expressionless. Oops. Yizhou, why did you ask so many questions? Just sit quietly in the car. In the end, Yizhou, who usually only needed 20 minutes to ride his bike to school, took 30 minutes to get home by bus. After arriving home, Yizhou, as usual, first cooked dinner for himself. Then, after eating, he worked hard on a set of comprehensive exams. The second model exam was coming up soon, and he must not take it lightly. In fact, Yizhou's current grades were enough to achieve his goal. However, he was still working so hard because he wanted to do well in the college entrance exam. Because when the results come out, as long as he is among the top 3 at Bayan No. 1 high school and successfully gets an offer from a top university, the school will award a 5,000 to 20,000 yuan scholarship. Time quickly came to 11:30. Yizhou was about to wash up and rest when his phone vibrated. QQ prompt, you have one unread message. Yizhou clicked into QQ and was surprised to find that it was actually a message from Lin Xiangyue. Yizhou, tomorrow morning, let's go to school together in my car. After a few days, Lin Xiangyue had already replaced the little penguin avatar that came with the QQ system. Incidentally, she also came up with a new nickname, Lin Jian Xiangyue. Yizhou replied, okay, thanks, Lin Xiangyue. But let's be honest, your new nickname is a bit low, it gives the impression that you are quite a real person surfing the internet. Surf the internet more often, maybe that will give you more things to talk about with the people around you and make you seem more approachable? What is surfing the internet? It roughly means browsing the internet, getting information or entertainment, etc., which all fall under the category of surfing the internet. I see, maybe my screen name is a bit low. Thank you. Yizhou squinted at the message, always feeling as if Lin Xiangyue was mocking him. No way. My screen name should be pretty fashionable, right? Yizhou pursed his lips and simply replied you're welcome, go to bed early, and then went to take a shower and wash up. He lay comfortably in bed and fell asleep soon after. But Yizhou never imagined that his casual comment would really get under the girl's skin. Lin Xiangyue sat alone in front of the computer, her fingers awkwardly operating the mouse. The content on the computer was reflected in her eyes, and her lips were slightly parted. In this way, we'll get closer to you? Chapter 23, Actively Responding to the 3-Child Policy. Morning. Yizhou got up a little late. He didn't have time to eat breakfast at home, so he simply grabbed a piece of bread and hurried out the door. Good morning. Hey. Yi Zhou was startled. Looking up, he saw Lin Xianyue standing at the door with her pink school bag. Yi Zhou then remembered that last night he had said that he would go to school with her in her car. Cough, sorry, I overslept this morning. Have you been waiting for a while? No, I just left a while ago. Don't worry, Uncle Li drives fast. Lin Xianyue glanced at the bread in Yi Zhou's mouth and said indifferently. She turned around and pressed the elevator button. The bread in Yi Zhou's mouth looked so delicious, I really want a bite. Lin Xianyue's heart was suddenly filled with a small thought that made the corner of her mouth slightly rise. The elevator door slowly opened, and Lin Xianyue entered sideways. Yi Zhou hastily swallowed the bread in his mouth and hurriedly followed in. The elevator door closed again, and in the small space, the breathing of the two seemed to become clearly audible. Lin Xianyue secretly glanced at Yi Zhou with the corner of her eye. Hey, there's a stray hair on Yi Zhou's head that's cocked up, it's so cute. Her gaze was fixed on the restless stray hair on Yi Zhou's head, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise. A silly hair? The air froze for a moment. Yi Zhou lifted his hand and unobtrusively smoothed his hair. Lin Xianyue, who was standing behind him, saw this and her rosy cheeks puffed up, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Poof. Sitting in the Maybach S680 at the Lin's, looking out the window at those people still pedaling their bicycles, Yi Zhou felt an indescribable sense of superiority. Is this what it feels like to commute to school in a Maybach every day? Damn. I can't ride in this luxury car all the time, or my butt will get used to the feeling of sitting in it. I can't get used to it. Yi Zhou couldn't help but feel emotional. The most important thing was that it only took 10 minutes in the morning to get to the school's east gate. Yi Zhou couldn't hold back any longer. He had wasted 20 minutes last night. Miss, Master Yi, we're here. Well. Lin Xianyue, why don't you get off the car first, and I'll wait until there are fewer people around before I get off, so that I don't get hated on by other boys. Yi Zhou looked at the school gate, where people were coming and going, and his heart sank. He had thought that, given Lin Xianyue's personality, she would have just said, suit yourself, and gotten off the car. What Yi Zhou never expected was. Lin Xianyue glanced at him, and with an expression as if nothing had happened, she said something that shocked the world. Brother is so cold. How can such cold words come out of a 36-degree mouth? Yi Zhou and Uncle Li's pupils simultaneously contracted. They looked at Lin Xianyue in disbelief, both feeling that they had woken up too early in the morning and were hearing things. Otherwise, what kind of nonsense had just come out of Lin Xianyue's mouth? My goodness, Lin Xianyue, where did your aloof persona go? Yi Zhou swallowed, his eyes full of mixed emotions. Lin Flower Girl, this. Who did you learn this from? Surfing the internet. Lin Xianyue puffed out her chin, her expression full of smugness. Hee, I spent the whole night surfing the internet tonight. Little Yi Zhou, praise me. No hee. Like hell I will. Yi Zhou put his hands on his forehead and smiled wryly. That sentence you said is not suitable for use in this situation, and the expression doesn't go with it either. I'll go surfing again tonight and learn it all over again. Yi Zhou is ashamed. Good boy, we won't surf again in the future, it's not good for your health. Oh. Lin Xianyue resumes her aloof appearance, picks up her school bag, gets off the car and walks towards the school. In the car. Uncle Li slowly turns his head and looks at Yi Zhou pensively. Young Master Yi, did you teach my lady all this? Ahem, Uncle Li, I'm almost late, bye-bye. Yi Zhou scuttles out. Seeing the two of them leave one after the other, Lin Yan's face was full of a wistful smile. Gee. Young lady and young Master Yi are getting more and more compatible. My old, long-forgotten girlish heart. This is even more interesting than reading My Childhood Sweetheart is a school bully who keeps hitting on me. Yi Zhou ran all the way into the classroom, and just sat down in his seat when Xiong Kai came over to him with a strange expression. Hey! Young Master Yi, you almost arrived late today. Was it because the Maybach got stuck in traffic? Don't be so sarcastic, acting like a little eunuch. Xiong Kai was still jealous about what happened last night, and he was especially unhappy. Ah Zhou, you're so spineless. I was hoping that you could pass the test of resisting the temptation of women, but in the end Lin Xianyue used a Maybach to conquer you. What are you talking about? Yi Zhou raised his eyebrows, his face extremely serious. Comrade Xiong Kai, you're small-minded. You have a seriously flawed way of thinking. What Maybach, what capture? I admit that Lin Xianyue is a bit attractive, but which cadre can withstand such a test if they are tested with this? And I have to declare that a woman has no right to test me. The only one who can test me is the party and the state. Yi Zhou performed a set of silky moves to instantly elevate his own status. Ha ha. I'm a Sigma man. But this time Xiong Kai simply didn't buy it. He sneered. What if next time Lin Xianyue lets you get into not the car, but the bed? Actively respond to the national three-child policy. Xiong Kai's face turned red. Where's your integrity? I said, my good brother, where's your integrity? Damn, he even answered so crisply. And the dog's eyes were so determined, you're fucking joining the party. Just as the two were arguing, a pretty figure walked in through the back door. Without warning, she placed the bag of bread and milk on Yi Zhou's desk with a loud thud. Yi Zhou, this is the breakfast I bought for you. Eat it while it's hot, or you'll get diarrhea if you eat it cold. Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai exchanged glances, both surprised by the other's gaze. Because the person who brought Yi Zhou breakfast was none other than Chen Shi. Yi Zhou was shocked. Breakfast? For me? What else? Don't look at me like that, I'm in a good mood today, so I bought you breakfast. I'm warning you, you must eat it all, not a crumb left, got it? This is the first time I've ever brought breakfast to a guy. Chen Shi looked haughty, and her commanding tone of voice constantly betrayed her sense of superiority. Before Yi Zhou could reply, Chen Shi lifted her left hand and waved it in front of Yi Zhou's face. The Burberry watch on her wrist was particularly conspicuous. Then she snorted lightly and, in a good mood, turned around and left. A moment later, Yi Zhou came back to his senses and felt that Chen Shi was inexplicable. Xiong Kai, on the other hand, looked at Yi Zhou in confusion. Ah Zhou, what's wrong with Chen Shi? Why did she give you breakfast for no reason? I remember that she used to always ask you to bring her breakfast. Is she having a brain problem after being so angry with you last time? How would I know? Maybe she just wanted to show off her watch to me? Yi Zhou recalled Chen Shi's performance just now and guessed with her chin in her hands. Xiong Kai also felt that this was the case when he heard it, and couldn't help but spit. What kind of full-level retard is this? Chen Shi just wanted to tell you, Yi Zhou, look, if you didn't buy me a watch, there are plenty of people who would, and now you regret it, right? She probably still thinks that if she provokes you a little with the old method, you will buy something more expensive to appease her. TSK, that's ridiculous. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Chen Shi was in a good mood after leaving class 5. Su Miaomia was waiting for her outside the door. Shi, did you give Yi Zhou his breakfast? Of course I did. You just didn't see it, but Yi Zhou's expression of surprise and shock was just too obvious. I don't think he could have imagined that I would buy him breakfast. Chen Shi said with a smile. Meow meow, you need to learn a lesson. If you want a guy to chase after you, you have to give him a little something. Like Yi Zhou, he made me angry and then he gave me such an expensive watch to make me happy. In this way, he got what he wanted in the first place, which was my forgiveness. But now I've given him breakfast, which will surprise and impress him and make him feel that it was worth it to give me a gift. In that case, in the future, he will only give me more gifts, because he will think that this way he can get more of my kindness. Men, their minds are always like those of children, so easy to read. Chen Shi looked pleased with herself. She just didn't understand that when a guy likes you, he is indeed very childish. When he doesn't like you anymore, he is even more mature than your father. Not to mention, Yi Zhou never liked Chen Shi. Chapter 24, The Crafty Lin Xianyue. Ah Zhou, so are you going to eat this breakfast that Chen Shi sent? If I give it to you, will you eat it? Xiong Kai kept shaking his head. Just thinking about Chen Shi's T0 level face makes me unable to eat this meal, it makes me sick. If that's the case, I can't eat it either. Yi Zhou glanced at the breakfast on the table and lost his appetite completely. The reason he didn't eat was not because he was disgusted by Chen Shi's appearance, as Xiong Kai had been. After all, it was a free breakfast, so why not eat it? The reason he didn't eat this time was that he didn't dare to. From the moment Chen Shi placed the breakfast on the table, Lin Xianyue's heart kept saying the same thing over and over again. Chen Shi? What is she doing here, and why is she bossing my Yi Zhou around? Yi Zhou, she is a bad woman. Ah, don't have any contact with her anymore. Chen Shi seems to be here to deliver breakfast to Yi Zhou? How dare she? I haven't delivered breakfast to Yi Zhou yet, so why should she? Yi Zhou, you are not allowed to eat the bad woman's breakfast. If you dare to eat it, I will never play Forest Ice Fireman with you again. Oh, I'm just kidding. Lin Xianyue, you have no backbone at all. Even if Yi Zhou eats the breakfast of a bad woman, you will still play Forest Ice Fireman with him. Lin Xianyue's rich inner voice made Yi Zhou want to laugh. It's fine if you don't dare to say threatening things with your mouth, but are you really so lack of confidence when saying threatening things in your heart? Lin Xianyue, your quality needs to be lowered. Xiong Kai saw that Yi Zhou was not going to eat this breakfast, glanced at the trash can, and tentatively said, "How about throwing it away? Who knew you had forgotten the truth that every grain of food on the plate is hard-won? You are punished to copy Minong 100 times. Xiong Kai pursed his lips. If you don't eat it, I won't eat it either. What else can I do if I don't throw it away? I'll eat it. Right-hand man by Xian Ming appeared out of nowhere. He stared at the breakfast on Yi Zhou's table, his eyes glowing green. Brother Xiong, Brother Zhou, if you two don't want this breakfast, can I have it? I've just recently spent all my living expenses on games, so I can eat this for lunch. Okay, you can have it. Godfather Yi Zhou, on your behalf, I, your adopted son, by Xian Ming, bow to you. Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. You're as handsome as Lu Bu, your horse is as fast as red hair, and you're armed with a halberd, so you're good at stabbing people, right? Heh, thanks, Brother Zhou. Bai Xianming took the breakfast that Chen Shi had bought and ran off happily. He was so happy. Lin Xianyue, who was sitting in the front row, saw the breakfast in Bai Xuanming's hands, and her pretty peach eyes narrowed slightly. I knew that Yi Zhou would definitely not eat the breakfast of a bad woman. Bai Xianming, you are a good person. So starting today, you are considered a member of the Zhouyu party. Yi Zhou heard Lin Xianyue's thoughts and was full of black lines. Okay. Learning to surf the internet has really made a difference. You know about things like the XX party, and you've even learned to come up with CP names, haven't you? After school at noon, when most of the students in the class had left, Yi Zhou put down his pen and woke up Xiong Kai, who was sleeping on the table. It's time to eat. HM. Xiong Kai stretched. Zhou, what are we having for lunch? Let's go to the cafeteria today. I heard that the auntie who serves the food these days doesn't have a shaky hand anymore. Okay, it's been a long time since I had the sweet and sour pork at school. As the two of them were just getting up, Lin Xianyue appeared before them without making a sound. Yi Zhou was a little surprised. This was the first time Lin Xianyue had taken the initiative to find him in class since they became neighbors. What's wrong? I heard you say you were going to eat at the school cafeteria. Yes. Lin Xianyue pursed her lips, her gaze shifting to the window, her voice a little weaker. Well, I want to go too. Lin Xianyue, you're so brave to take the initiative to say it. Everyone says the food in the cafeteria is super delicious. I must try it this time. With Yi Zhou together, today will definitely not be like last time when we got to the door but backed out. Xiong Kai was dumbfounded. Lin Xianyue actually took the initiative to suggest going to the cafeteria to eat with Yi Zhou? This can't be right. Hasn't Teacher De Lu released a new work yet? Then what is this sci-fi masterpiece? But after the shock, Xiong Kai's heart was full of trust in his good friend. Xiong Kai coughed lightly. Lin Flower Girl, Zhou was able to ride in your Maybach home last night because you two are neighbors. But today he definitely will not take you to the cafeteria. After all, if other boys see this, Zhou will definitely be on our school's boys' assassination list. Lin Flower Girl, you don't want your relationship to be discovered by others, do you? Is that so? Lin Xianyue looked at Yi Zhou, and there was an unconcealed sense of loss in her tone. Yi Zhou could easily imagine that Lin Xianyue really wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat, but because it was so crowded, she was afraid to go in when she got to the door. Thinking about this, he said directly and generously. Of course. No. Don't listen to Xiong Kai's nonsense. If you want to go, I'll take you with me. If I remember correctly, you haven't eaten in the cafeteria since you transferred to number 1 high school. If we have the chance today, let's go together. Thank you. Lin Xianyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes. Yi Zhou is the best. Humph, Xiong Kai, you big black egg with a simple mind and strong limbs, I will definitely not give you the Zhou and Moon Party CP card. Yi Zhou secretly gave him a thumbs up. Very good, Xiong Kai, you have been expelled from the party. Xiong Kai said to Yi Zhou with a dark face. Zhou, you said that you were challenging your bottom line last night when you rode in the Maybach. Don't tell me that you are challenging your bottom line again now. Of course not, but after challenging my bottom line last night, I discovered that it is as low as the Mariana Trench. Xiong Kai's face flushed with anger, and he asked Lin Xianyue with his neck stretched out, okay, but what is your relationship that you can eat together? Lin Xianyue stuck out her chin. Is it unreasonable for neighbors to eat together? It's reasonable. Xiong Kai was at a loss for words and could only compromise and bring Lin Xianyue along. He didn't say it out loud, but in fact, he was jealous in his heart. The crafty Lin Xianyue has actually begun to act arrogantly because of her favor. Chapter 25 Chapter 24 The watch wasn't a gift from Yizhou? Yizhou and Xiong Kai had already finished serving themselves and, with lightning speed, found a seat. Lin Xianyue was still waiting for her food to be served, however. Xiong Kai took the opportunity to complain. Zhou, Lin Xianyue is taking a bit too long to get her food, isn't she? Try to understand, this is probably the first time she's been to a large cafeteria like this, and it's normal for her to be slow in the queue and so on. Yizhou took a mouthful of rice and replied lightly. Besides, Lin Xianyue usually only appears outside the classroom when she goes to and from school, so it's rare for her to have the opportunity to appear in such a public place. When those hungry wolves see her, they can't wait to catch a glimpse of her, almost close up, and the speed of lining up to get food will inevitably slow down. That's true. Just now, after Lin Xianyue entered the cafeteria, the attention of many people was attracted. Xiong Kai nodded with emotion. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao walked in, holding each other's arms. Miao Miao, there are so many people in the school cafeteria, why did you suddenly decide to eat here today? Su Miaomiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she felt a little embarrassed. I heard that the captain of the basketball team eats in the cafeteria every Tuesday, so I wanted to come and see him. Oh, I see, that's why. Chen Shi smiled knowingly, which made Su Miaomiao feel very shy. When the two girls had finished ordering and were looking for an empty seat in the cafeteria, Su Miaomiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Cici, look, Yizhou is over there. Ha! Following Su Miaomiao's finger, Chen Cici did see Yizhou and Xiong Kai sitting not far away, eating. There were two empty seats in front of them. Chen Cici rolled her eyes. Miao Miao, let's eat with them. If we give Yizhou a little more, he will definitely give me a new gift this time. That's what you say, but just now I saw quite a few boys who like you eating in the cafeteria. If they see you and Yizhou sitting at the same table eating, will they be jealous and stop pursuing you? I'm just having dinner with another boy, and if they stop pursuing me because of this, then I don't need such low-quality suitors. Boys who really want to pursue me will only try their best to be better to me, and strive to be the one I eat with when they see me eating with another boy. Chen Shi gave a normal, confident smile. Then she took the tray and led Su Miaomiao to Yizhou's seat. Pat-ta. Chen Shi placed the tray on the table and deliberately tousled her hair. Yizhou and Xiong Kai, who were bowing their heads to eat, were startled by this sudden noise and looked up to see Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao standing in front of them. Their appetite was gone. Xiong Kai spoke first. No, why aren't you two again? Last time at the mall, didn't you say yourself that Yizhou was not allowed to find you in the future? Yizhou didn't find you, you found yourself. It seems that Yizhou didn't tell you anything. Seeing that Xiong Kai's tone towards him was not good, and he was still emphasizing the incident at the mall last time, Chen Shi directly rolled his eyes at him. Cut it out. Your good brother couldn't hold back and came to apologize to me long ago. Xiong Kai listened and looked blankly at Yizhou. Zhou, what did you hide from me? Yizhou was dumbfounded. I didn't do anything. Seeing this, Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao exchanged glances. They both felt that Yizhou didn't tell Xiong Kai about the apology with the watch because Yizhou couldn't lose face in front of his best friend. After all, last time at the mall, Yizhou had shown a very strong attitude. If Xiong Kai knew that he had privately asked Chen Shi to apologize, wouldn't he lose face in front of his best friend? Chen Shi waved his hand, his posture extremely arrogant. Okay, there's no need to make some things so clear. Anyway, I'll have lunch with you today. Yizhou's eye muscles twitched. What's wrong with this Pu Xin girl? Why does she look like she's treating you to lunch as a reward for the way you make her feel? Yizhou glanced at Lin Xianyue, who was about to finish preparing the food not far away, and said expressionlessly, Please move aside, that seat is taken. What did he mean? Chen Shi was very shocked. Yizhou, do you know what you're saying? I mean, I'm having lunch with you today. Don't you understand? Yizhou nodded. I can understand, but I don't want to have lunch with you, and that seat is already taken. She'll be here soon. Chen Shi didn't react for a moment. She had never imagined Yizhou would say something like that. This is impossible. Chen Shi frowned. Hey, I chose to forgive you because you gave me my favorite watch. Now I'm the one who wants to have dinner with you, and you're treating me like this. Do you want me to ignore you again? What the hell? When did I give you a watch? Yizhou was completely confused. Seeing Yizhou's bewildered expression, Chen Shi froze for a moment and subconsciously said, Didn't you buy the Burberry watch yesterday afternoon, but you were too embarrassed to apologize to me face to face, so you asked your aunt to give it to me? Put. Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, Yizhou couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. He finally understood. Good guy. It turned out that Zhao Lan had used Chen Shi's name to apologize to Chen Shi in order to get Chen Shi's mother to help her husband find a job. Yizhou suppressed a smile and said, I said, why are you acting so strangely and wanting to have dinner with me, and you thought I gave you that watch? I don't know what my aunt told you, but I've never given you a watch. Who are you? I'd have to be crazy to spend that kind of money on you. That's great. That's really great. Yizhou finally said what he had been holding in for so many years. Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao were both dumbfounded. What? Yizhou didn't give him the watch, his aunt did? No way. Absolutely not. Yizhou is just being stubborn, he definitely gave him the watch, he's just too embarrassed to admit it. Chen Shi's tone was very certain. If you didn't give him the watch, how could you have accepted my breakfast this morning? As they argued, their confrontation had attracted the attention of many students around them. At Bayan No. 1 Middle School, Chen Shi's appearance is second only to Lin Qianyue's. Such a commotion instantly attracted the attention of many onlookers. Yizhou touched his nose, embarrassed for Chen Shi. Is it possible that it was because you were walking too fast this morning that I didn't react before you were gone? Nonsense, you definitely ate it. Chen Shi didn't believe it at all. Yizhou pursed his lips, about to say believe it or not when the right-hand man by Xian Ming came out of nowhere. Brother Zhou is not lying. This morning, he told Brother Xiong that not even a dog would eat this breakfast, and he was wondering if he should throw it away. Hey, guess what? I was born in the year of the dog. Hey, so I came over here to eat it for lunch. Look, I haven't finished it yet. With that, he took out the convenience bag. It was the same one that Chen Shi had given Yizhou that morning. When Bai Xianming took out that convenience bag, Chen Shi broke down. She recalled how she had given Yizhou his breakfast with a smug smile on her face that morning, and how she had deliberately flaunted her watch in front of him. She also remembered how she had sat down arrogantly opposite Yizhou and said that she wanted to have lunch with him. Thinking about all this, Chen Shi's face turned a shameful red. In a fit of anger, she snatched the convenience bag from Bai Xuanming's hands and slammed it onto the ground. Her eyes were filled with tears. I bought this for Yizhou, and you ate it. Yizhou, you bastard, you're driving me crazy. Yizhou innocently spread his hands. Unexpectedly, Yizhou's attitude further angered Chen Shi. She pulled Su Miaomiao down and sat down, angrily saying, Fine, even if you didn't give me the watch, I'm going to sit here and eat today. Yizhou's eyebrows furrowed slightly. I already said that the seat is taken. Yizhou, don't think I don't know. You're just trying to annoy me by saying there's someone here, aren't you? I'll see for myself today if there really is someone here. Chen Shi crossed her arms and sat on the bench with Su Miaomiao. She was sure that there wouldn't be anyone here. Even if there really was someone, they would definitely not come over because of her, Chen Shi, the school beauty. In this school, Chen Shi had never met anyone who wouldn't give her face. As the atmosphere was at a stalemate, Lin Qianyue's cold voice suddenly came from the crowd. Classmate, could you please move aside? That's my seat. Chapter 26, when someone admits they were wrong, they'll dare to do it again next time. As Lin Qianyue's voice came out, the onlookers looked over to her. The whole audience was in an uproar. What the hell? Yizhou was talking about Lin Qianyue? Holy shit, this is interesting, I didn't expect the owner of that seat to be Lin Qianyue. Cough cough, isn't this pure Shaowan meeting the king? But why was Campus Beauty Lin at the same table as Yizhou? I don't know, but they seem to be in the same class, which makes sense, and not make sense. The onlookers discussed in low voices. It was already surprising enough that Lin Qianyue appeared in the cafeteria today. Unexpectedly, she also ran into Chen Shi. This meal was really not for nothing. At this moment, Chen Shi also looked at Lin Qianyue with great surprise. She had thought of a million possibilities as to who the owner of this seat might be, but never that it would be Lin Xianyue. How could this be? Didn't Lin Xianyue never come to the cafeteria to eat? And why was she sitting at the same table as Yi Zhou? Chen Shi was stunned for a moment and looked at Lin Xianyue with extremely complicated eyes. You're sitting here? Lin Xianyue held a tray in her hands and looked down at her condescendingly, her face showing no emotion. Chen Shi's expression became extremely complicated when she heard Lin Xianyue admit it again. She didn't like Lin Xianyue at all. Because before Lin Xianyue transferred to Bayan No. 1 Middle School, she was the school flower sought after by everyone. But since Lin Xianyue started going to school there, her fame at school has been overshadowed. Most importantly, Lin Xianyue's conditions are indeed much better than hers. She is beautiful, studies well, and her family is rich, and she simply doesn't compare in any way. Therefore, Chen Shi tries not to appear in the same place as Lin Xianyue as much as possible, to avoid being compared with Lin Xianyue. Right now, it seems that there is no way to avoid it. Chen Shi doesn't want to show weakness in front of so many people, so he simply stands firm and faces Lin Xianyue head-on. No, your name is not written on this table, and you didn't occupy the seat with anything either, so whoever sat here first, this seat belongs to whoever, right? That's right. Su Miao quickly agreed, backing up her best friend. Such a scene made Yi Zhou's eyes flash with a fierce look. Chen Shi was even more subservient than he had imagined. The rain won't keep falling, but the head will. Yi Zhou's tone was displeased. Chen Shi, Xiong Kai, and I already told you when you arrived that there was someone here, but you insisted on sitting down. The school is not owned by your family. Just because you say there are people here doesn't mean there are. Su Miao raised her chin and shot back at her. Chen Shi let out a light laugh and didn't say anything. Good sister, well done. Yi Zhou wanted to shoot back, but Lin Xianyue spoke first. She looked at Chen Shi with cold eyes. It's fine, if you like sitting here, I'll let you. Give, you, just, is. 6 words, critical strike damage plus 999999999. Just 6 words instantly broke Chen Shi's defenses. Her head was buzzing, and she felt her chest tighten. She felt like she had suffered a great humiliation, and as she racked her brain for words, Lin Xianyue didn't even look angry. And she's saying she'll give up her seat? Chen Shi was so angry that she trembled with rage. She forced herself to stand up without going crazy, and her tone was full of resentment. Let? Are you kidding me? I, Chen Shi, need you to let? Who do you think you are? I don't need you to let. After saying this, she didn't even take the dinner plate away, but just left with her hands in the air. Su Miao glared at Yi Zhou fiercely. Yi Zhou, you will never be able to chase after Chen Shi again. Then she quickly chased after Chen Shi's footsteps. Yi Zhou pursed his lips. What a nerve, when have I ever chased after her? These words reached Chen Shi's ears before she had gone far, and she stumbled, nearly falling flat on her face. After Chen Shi left, the onlookers felt bad and didn't want to gather around anymore, so they dispersed. Xiong Kao laughed and patted his thigh. Ah, that was so satisfying. I didn't think that Lin Xianghua was so strong. Those 6 words almost made Chen Shi spit blood in anger. I didn't mean it. Lin Xianyue swallowed the rice in her mouth and said indifferently. Of course I meant it. Humph. Bad woman. I'll see you dead. This seat was occupied for me by Yi Zhou, and I won't let you take it. Bad women are really fragile. Next time you dare to provoke intentionally, I must let Uncle Li investigate her properly. Yi Zhou's mouth twitched slightly. The investigation you mentioned is equivalent to assassination, isn't it? Ha, Chen Shi almost made Lin's assassination list. But then again, Yi Zhou didn't expect Lin Xianyue's fighting power to be so terrifying. She had perfectly grasped Chen Shi's jealousy and competitiveness. TSK. This should be called an IQ crush, right? Yi Zhou pursed her lips and reminded Lin Xianyue. Next time, go easy on the abuse. It's illegal to make someone angry to death. Lin Xianyue nodded. Enough. Indeed. What's interesting is that Yi Zhou, the academic star, doesn't like Chen Shi. It seems that all the previous rumors were just rumors. Nonsense, isn't Lin the school beauty prettier than Chenxi? Yi Zhou and Lin are in the same class, and he'd have to be crazy to like Chenxi. Hey, that's not the point. Don't you think? Yi Zhou's back looks a bit like the guy Lin Xianyue went to the night market to eat with? Holy shit. You're right. The first period of the afternoon is math class with the old teacher. Anyone who has been to school knows just how deadly the first math class of the afternoon can be. The old teacher rambles on and on from the podium, while the class below is drowsy. Many simply fall asleep with their heads on the table. Seeing this, the old teacher lets out a heavy sigh. He simply puts down the chalk, clears his throat twice, and knocks on the blackboard. Ahem, let me digress a bit. Topic, outside, words. As soon as these 3 words came out, the people who had already begun to talk to the Duke of Zhou instantly turned over from the dirt and were reborn. They focused 120%. Yes, the current situation of contemporary students in class. Class, I don't care if I don't know the topic. Gossip, I won't rest until I understand this gossip. The teacher said with deep concern. I know that the college entrance exam is approaching, and you study late every night. Coupled with the fact that the weather has been getting hotter and hotter recently, it is a bit difficult to concentrate in the afternoon classes. So I have decided to rearrange the seating plan after the second mock exam results come out. As for the adjustment model, you can choose your own seat according to your wishes. As soon as the teacher made this decision, the originally quiet classroom instantly became lively. After all, according to this model, everyone can be seated next to someone they get along with. Seeing that the mood had been lifted, the teacher suddenly changed his tone, however. Those who choose their own seats must meet one of 2 conditions: either they must be in the top 20 in the class, or they must improve their total score by more than 30 points in the mock exam. Despite this prerequisite, everyone was still excited. For a while, no one was sleeping with their head on the desk anymore, and everyone started paying attention in class. After all, the teenagers, who were about to graduate and were in the midst of puberty, all wanted to be seated next to the person they liked before graduation. And the price is just to try hard in one exam. Yi Zhou smiled and couldn't help but say, the teacher really has some skills, completely figuring out the psychology of the graduates. At this time, a familiar heart voice drifted into Yi Zhou's ears. Yi Zhou, you can't escape this time. Do you want to sit at the same table with me, or with Lin Xianyue, or with your neighbor? Chapter 27, Sigma Men Never Fall into a Woman's Trap. Yi Zhou couldn't help but smile when he heard Lin Xianyue's thoughts. This guy is completely the existence of a high-class flower in other people's eyes. If outsiders knew that her inner thoughts were so rich and that from time to time she acted like a domineering idiot, they would probably be shocked, right? If they become classmates, not only will there be an additional layer of relationship, but since they will be so close every day, she should be able to hear more of her thoughts, right? Yi Zhou was thinking to himself when Xiong Kai next to him poked him with his elbow. Zhou, let's just stay where we are, shall we not change? Why? Xiong Kai shrugged. You are the person I get along with best in class, and I don't have a crush on any girls, so I feel most comfortable sitting with you. Besides, our current seats are exactly like the setting of a comic book hero. The penultimate row by the window, Wang's hometown. That being said, this time we rank ourselves according to our grades and choose our own seats. With your grades in the cultural subjects, you will definitely be the last one to choose your seat. Xiong Kai was not worried at all and laughed playfully. It's fine, who doesn't know that we are good friends? Plus, you are the top of the class, so no one will want to be your seatmate except me. So in the end, you just need to choose your seat, and it doesn't matter where I choose to sit. Really? Yi Zhou looked at Lin Xianyue quietly, and a wave of emotion washed over his heart. However, Xiong Kai, who was standing next to him, did not notice and looked nostalgic. Zhou, in that case, we have been in the same desk for the past 3 years of high school, and in the last month, we will definitely still be in the same desk, right? Since the teacher announced that students could choose their own seats according to their rankings in the second mock exam, the learning atmosphere in grade 12 class 5 quickly became different. No matter what class it was, in the morning or afternoon, it was almost impossible to see anyone sleeping on their desks. Of course. Except for Xiong Kai, a student who has already achieved his goal and has no desire to choose his seat. 3 days quickly passed. It was the eve of the second mock exam. On this day, Yi Zhou finished the last evening study before the second mock exam. He rode his bicycle home. Today, he did not plan to write exercises before going to bed. He should get some rest before the exam, which would make the exam the next day easier. Ding dong. Yi Zhou was cooking dinner for himself when the doorbell rang. He opens the door and Lin Xianyue, with her textbooks in her arms, stands in the doorway, looking cold and unemotional. Yi Zhou, are you busy right now? No. But the second model exam is tomorrow, and it's not a good idea to play forest fireman on the eve of an exam, is it? Yi Zhou thought Lin Xianyue had come to play games with him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xianyue shakes her head and says, I have a math problem I don't understand, and I want to ask you for help. Yi Zhou's eyes are wide with surprise. He narrowed his eyes and tried to hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts. You see, Lin Xianyue's math grades were close to perfect every time she took the exam, and Yi Zhou was ashamed to compare himself to her. Now Lin Xianyue wanted to ask him a math question, which was a bit too fake, wasn't it? Unfortunately, this time Lin Xianyue stood quietly in front of Yi Zhou, and no thoughts came from her. Yi Zhou was slightly stunned. Could it be that she really just had a simple math question she wanted to ask? So, with a sigh, Yi Zhou said sternly, no problem. But you'll have to wait a little while, my rice will be ready soon, so why don't you go back and wait for me to finish cooking? Okay, I'll sit in your house and wait for you to finish cooking. After saying this, Lin Xianyue took a step forward and walked directly into Yi Zhou's house from the door. Seeing Lin Xianyue walk into his house without warning, Yi Zhou's head was a little dazed. No, Lin Xianyue. You just walked in here like that? And I remember saying something like, sit in your house and wait for me, right? Given that Lin Xianyue had already come in, there was no way to turn her away. Yi Zhou could only open the shoe cabinet and take out a pair of new slippers for her, saying, That. Lin Xianyue, you can sit down and relax for now, I'll be done soon. Okay. Lin Xianyue nodded lightly. She leaned over to change into the slippers, sat down on the sofa, and looked around casually, but her eyes were full of curiosity. This was the first time she had been in Yi Zhou's home, and it was a wonderful feeling. It's cleaner and tidier than I expected. I didn't realize that Yi Zhou is such a neat freak. Hey, when I was surfing the internet, they said that a guy's room is tidy and doesn't smell, so he must be either a crossdresser or gay. Yi Zhou, you. Lin Xianyue's pupils went into a 10-magnitude earthquake. Yi Zhou, who was serving the noodles into the bowls, heard this voice in her head, and her body trembled, almost making her drop the pot in her hands. Oh no. At the time, he had only told her to surf the internet more, forgetting to tell her to avoid those middle school forums. Yi Zhou let out a bitter laugh, and took the noodles to the table, where he quickly began to eat. In order to not keep Lin Xianyue waiting, Yi Zhou quickly slurped up the noodles. The quiet house was now filled only with the sound of slurping. Staring. Yi Zhou slurped up a few mouthfuls, and suddenly felt an inexplicable gaze. He stopped eating and looked up, only to find Lin Xianyue sitting on the sofa staring at him. Her face was still expressionless as ice, but the heat in her eyes betrayed her. Oh, the noodles Yi Zhou just made smell so good, I want to try some. You want some too? No. Lin Xianyue looked away, folded her arms and turned her head to the other side. No, I absolutely must not eat it. If I eat noodles at this late hour, I'll get fat. But I'm really hungry. Crying dot emoji. Yi Zhou laughed. I know, I'll eat it for you. Lin Xianyue frowned, I said I'm not eating it. When a girl says no, she really means yes. Eat if you want to, you don't need to deliberately go on a diet at night. Dieting and dieting are useless, exercising more is the truth. Besides, you have the perfect body, there's no need to lose weight. Immediately afterwards, Yi Zhou unceremoniously put the noodles back in the pot. Ha, women. Even if I can't hear your hearts, I understand your subtext. Sigma men never fall into women's traps. Seeing this, Lin Xianyue's face flushed with a light blush, and a light smile filled the corners of her eyes. After a while, Yi Zhou brought the bowl of noodles back to Lin Xianyue. Here, try it. Thank you. Lin Xianyue picked up the chopsticks and very reservedly and gracefully took a small bite and put it in her mouth. Just one bite, and a flash of surprise and joy immediately appeared in her eyes. Damn Yi Zhou. Not only do I like it so much, but it's also so delicious below. Chapter 28, Your friend request has been rejected. After they had both finished eating, Yi Zhou cleaned up the table and said, Miss Lin, which question do you want to ask me? It's about parabolas. I don't really understand the answer either. Lin Xianyue took out the test paper and handed it to him. Yi Zhou's eyebrows furrowed when he saw the question, but then quickly spread apart again. It's a coincidence, I just did a similar one 2 days ago, and it was indeed a bit difficult to understand. I spent the whole evening studying to fully understand it. The first 2 questions were not very difficult, but the third one was. When doing the third question, it is misleading to make a connection with the second question, so first. Saying that, Yi Zhou picked up a pen and scrap paper and began to explain to Lin Xianyue. Fortunately, Lin Xianyue was already an academic star, so Yi Zhou only spent 10 minutes explaining the question. Yi Zhou put down his pen and smiled. Okay, if you follow this line of thinking, you can work out the correct answer to this question. Thank you. Lin Xianyue nodded, collected her exam paper, and got up to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned around, and her hair, which smelled fragrant, brushed Yi Zhou's nose. It made him feel a little itchy. Yi Zhou asked in puzzlement. What's wrong? Do you have any other questions? After the exam, there will be a 3-day holiday for Labor Day, and we can play ice fire people in the forest together. Didn't we already clear the game last time? Lin Xianyue pursed her lips and gave a faint smile. We cleared ice fire people in the forest 1.0, and this time we'll play 2.0. Okay. I've seen people addicted to FPS games, and I've seen people addicted to MOBA games. But this is the first time I've seen someone addicted to a 4399 minigame. After Lin Xianyue left, the house was quiet again, except for the lingering fragrance of her body in the air. Yi Zhou looked down at the slippers Lin Xianyue had just worn, licked her lips, and put them back in the shoe cabinet expressionlessly. Bayan No. 1 Middle School, Girls' Dormitory. She sits at her desk with a worried expression. Su Miao, who has just returned from the bathroom, sees this and goes over to her, concerned. Shishi, what's wrong? You seem so down. She lets out a long sigh. Ugh, I just called my mom and told her that I want to go to JJ's concert on May 3rd and I want to buy an inside ticket so that I can have a chance to take a photo with JJ. But the normal channels are already sold out, and you have to pay extra from scalpers, which comes to 2,000 yuan per ticket. Your auntie thinks it's too expensive and doesn't agree to buy it for you? She agreed, but she said that for the second exam, I have to score 20 points more than last time. Shi paused, his expression even more despondent. But I've been busy with the college entrance exams for a while now, and I've fallen behind in the cultural subjects. Not to mention improving by 20 points, I don't think it's even possible for me to get the same score as last time. JJ is finally coming to Bayan to give a concert, and this is the closest I'll be to him, so I really want to go. Seeing that her best friend was about to miss her favorite celebrity's concert, Su Miao pinched her chin and thought about it. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Shishi, do you remember this morning when we went to look at the exam hall staff distribution list? Yes, why? Yi Zhou is sitting right in front of you, right? If you want to do well, you can ask him to copy for you. Yi Zhou got 3rd place in the class last time. Hearing Yi Zhou's name again, Shi immediately remembered the humiliation she had suffered in the cafeteria the other day. Shi snorted, there's no way I'm copying his answers. If it weren't for him, how would I have lost face in front of Lin Xianyue? Besides, after the way Yi Zhou treated me, why would he possibly copy the answers for me? However, Su Miao looked serious as she analyzed Shi's situation very seriously. Shishi, I think Yi Zhou's treatment of you in the cafeteria was actually intentional. After all, it was his male pride that was at work. Huh? Why? Although Yi Zhou would never admit that he gave you the watch, if we assume that he did, then his treatment of you yesterday can all be explained. First, when you sat down opposite Yi Zhou yesterday, Xiong Kai immediately brought up the incident at the mall, which meant that he obviously didn't know that Yi Zhou had privately apologized to you. At the time, you didn't think anything of it and immediately said, it seems Yi Zhou hasn't told you anything. After a pause, Su Miao continued her analysis. The reason Yi Zhou didn't tell Xiong Kai the truth was that he didn't want his best friend to know that he had apologized to you, as he felt it was very embarrassing. So the first thing you said directly aroused Xiong Kai's suspicions about Yi Zhou. So, in order to prevent the truth from being revealed, Yi Zhou planned from that moment on to act crazy and stubbornly deny that he gave you the watch. Only by refusing to admit it can he save face in front of Xiong Kai. Think about what I said carefully. Doesn't it make sense when you think about it like this? Shi's brows furrowed as soon as she heard it. These past few days, whenever she thought about the way Yi Zhou looked at her that day, she couldn't help but feel angry. What makes him Yi Zhou so special? So she never took the time to think about it. Now, listening to her best friend's logical analysis, it seems really reasonable. Yi Zhou really likes me. Chenxi nodded. It seems to be very reasonable, but why did Yi Zhou deny that he liked me at that time? Su Miaomiao smiled and said with confidence, "That's even simpler. Didn't you say it, Shishi, that boys are forever like children? So think about it, Yi Zhou was secretly in love with you and never dared admit it. But there were more than just Xiong Kai there was also Lin Shangyue and so many other people watching. Yi Zhou must have been acting on his childish pride, that's why he wouldn't admit to liking you. If he really didn't like you, why would he have been willing to buy things for you and run errands for you before? No one forced him to." Upon hearing this, Chenxi's eyes became clear. The logic is complete and perfectly reasonable. She slapped her thigh and suddenly realized. So that's it. No wonder Yi Zhou had that kind of attitude towards me. Humph, it's all the ridiculous pride at work. Really, is liking me such a shameful thing? Su Miaomiao saw that her best friend had finally sorted out her thoughts and immediately beamed. It's not hard to understand. After all, you are the school beauty queen, and what does Yi Zhou have that's so great apart from being good at studying? So, he must feel from the bottom of his heart that he's not good enough for you, and that's why he's only dared to have a secret crush on you and never dared to admit it. In that case, if I ask him to copy his answers for the second mock exam, he'll definitely say yes, right? Su Miaomiao nodded emphatically. You bet. He's definitely been in a lot of pain these past few days, racking his brains to think of how to apologize to you. Now you add him on QQ and propose to copy his answers, which is equivalent to taking the initiative to give him a way out, and he will definitely agree immediately. Chenxi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and then took out his phone. While asking someone who knew Yi Zhou to ask for his QQ, he said with a smug smile. Before this I would never have added Yi Zhou's QQ, but this time I added him because of this matter, so it's considered a favor to him. But this is a reward for him for secretly admiring me for so many years. Very quickly, Chenxi found out Yi Zhou's QQ and directly initiated a friend request. Within a few seconds, her phone vibrated. Chenxi and Su Miaomiao exchanged glances. She was quite surprised. He agreed so quickly? Could it be that Yi Zhou had been waiting for me to add him as a friend? Saying this, she smiled like a flower and opened QQ again. The next second, her smile froze. Add failed, the other party has rejected your friend request. Chapter 29, if you need to go to the bathroom, hurry up and let her know. Rejected? Chenxi stared blankly at the system prompt. Yi Zhou actually rejected it? Could it be that all the speculations she had just made with Su Miaomiao were just guesses? Chenxi had a complex expression. Miaomiao, what's going on? What? Su Miaomiao was at a loss. Su Miaomiao was confused. Su Miaomiao figured it out again. I know. Shishi, you just sent Yi Zhou a friend request, didn't you indicate your identity in the verification message? Ah yes, I didn't think about that. Upon hearing Chenxi say this, Su Miaomiao immediately snapped her fingers. So that's it, the case is solved. You see, in the past, Yi Zhou was not eligible to add you as a friend, so he never imagined that one day, you would actually take the initiative to add him as a friend. That's why you didn't say you were Chenxi in the verification message. He thought it was a strange QQ account and simply rejected it, never imagining that it was actually you. Chenxi suddenly had a revelation. His dead heart was rekindled. Phew. That's great, it wasn't just wishful thinking on my part. Chenxi took Su Miaomiao's arm and patted his chest, saying, I was shocked when I was rejected as a friend just now. Miaomiao, you're still the most considerate person, you're truly my best friend. Of course, he. Su Miaomiao smiled, and jealousy flashed in her eyes. Shishi, your QQ profile picture and nickname clearly indicate that you are a girl, but Yi Zhou didn't hesitate to reject you. This shows that Yi Zhou likes you to a crazy degree, and he has never added any girls other than you. Ha, of course. Otherwise, Yi Zhou wouldn't have been worthy of being my fish in the pond for so long. Chenxi was a little carried away by Su Miaomiao's praise. Her heart became even more determined. Yi Zhou really likes me. Super likes that kind. She lifted her hand to re-enter Yi Zhou's QQ, ready to use the verification message to reveal her identity to Yi Zhou this time. Unexpectedly, Su Miaomiao held her hand and shook her head firmly, saying, Shishi, don't add it. You are a goddess in Yi Zhou's eyes, and it's okay to add him once, but adding him a second time will make you look cheap. Since we already know Yizhou's current state of mind, it doesn't matter if we add him as a friend or not. Just tell him in person when you see him at the exam tomorrow, and he'll add you as a friend on QQ afterwards. You're right, I'll do as you say and not add him. I'm going to JJ's concert. Shi gave a sweet smile and simply put away all the revision materials in front of her. With Yizhou, the academic superstar, helping her with this exam, she didn't need to worry about improving her score by 20 points. If she was brave enough, she could get 100 points. With Yizhou, why do I need to study? Yizhou really likes me. Is Shi crazy? Why is she so bored that she adds me as a friend in the middle of the night, when she should be looking for a jail cell? Yizhou was about to go to bed when he saw Shi's friend request. Without a second thought, he rejected it immediately. As for why Yizhou knew that this person was Shi, it was entirely because not long ago, he happened to see this QQ number in the senior high school group. At that time, someone at her and said, Shi, is this year's dance school entrance exam difficult? Yizhou immediately remembered that this account with the nickname Chen who doesn't eat cilantro was Shi. In order to prevent Shi from inexplicably adding him as a friend in the future, Yizhou simply set Shi as not accepting friend requests from this person anymore. After doing this, Yizhou set the alarm clock and went to sleep peacefully. The next day, early in the morning, Yizhou washed up, finished eating, and rode his bike to school on time. After finding his exam room, he sat quietly in his seat waiting for the proctor to hand out the exam papers. Shi arrived late. After she sat down, she poked Yizhou with her pen. Yizhou turned around, and his first reaction was that this little fairy was definitely going to reprimand him for rejecting her QQ friend request last night. Unexpectedly, Shi looked in a good mood, and she said with a tilt of her chin, Yizhou, I've liked JJ for a long time. My mom said that if I get a total score in this exam that's 20 points higher than my previous exam, she'll buy me tickets to JJ's concert. Yizhou was a little confused. We're best friends, how come I didn't know that I've liked JJ for a long time? Before Yizhou could say anything, Shi blinked her eyes and started speaking in a cute voice. Yizhou, I know you really want me to go to JJ's concert, right? So, when you finish answering the questions in this exam, remember to put the answer sheet in the upper right corner of the desk. I just need to borrow your multiple choice answers. Yizhou suddenly understood. No wonder Shi suddenly added her as a friend last night, it turned out to be for this matter. Yizhou was about to retort that you were thinking about farting, but before the words came out of his mouth, he didn't say. It's. Recalling the experience of Shi deliberately teasing and humiliating him in the past, Yizhou had a new idea. So, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay, I get it. Yizhou, I knew you'd say yes, you're the best. He. Yizhou gave a faint smile and didn't respond. At this time, the proctor happened to start distributing the exam papers, so Yizhou turned his head. He thought to himself, where did this yellow urine come from? Hurry up and wake Shi up. This abacus is beating the drum, it's about to crash into my face. Oh yeah, don't come if you have diabetes. Don't let her get a taste. The first subject is Chinese. Yizhou gets the exam paper and first looks at the composition section. After quickly scanning the requirements of the topic, he returns to the first question and starts working on it. This is a habit he has developed over the years. For Chinese exams, he first looks at the composition topic and then starts working on the other questions while formulating in his mind how he is going to write the composition. This will save Yizhou some time thinking about the content of the composition. At this time, Shi, who was sitting behind Yizhou, saw Yizhou buried his head in writing, and her heart was completely at ease. Yizhou is really good. The first thing he did after getting the answer sheet was not to write his name and exam number, but to start doing the questions immediately. He must be afraid that there won't be enough time left for me to copy. Shi was so happy in her heart. Since there were very few multiple choice questions in the Chinese subject, and Shi was not weak in this subject, she did not feel so anxious to copy the answers. With 20 minutes left in the exam, Shi saw Yizhou finally put down his pen and silently place the completed answer sheet in the upper right corner of the desk. With her superhuman eyesight, Shi compared the answers on Yizhou's answer sheet and quickly filled in the few multiple choice questions. Yizhou only collected the answer sheet again when he was about to hand in the exam paper. This action seemed to Shi that Yizhou felt that she had finished copying the answers before she bothered to write her name and exam number. Next came the mathematics and science exams. Yizhou and Shi both used the same method. Yizhou placed the completed answer sheet in the top right corner of the desk, and Shenxi hurriedly copied the answers. She didn't even look at the multiple-choice questions, completely trusting Yi Zhou, the top-scoring academic. As they approached the last English exam before the holidays, Shenxi felt an immense sense of relief after copying Yi Zhou's answers on the answer sheet in the upper right corner. The English exam was 70% multiple choice. This meant that as long as she copied Yi Zhou's answers for this exam, she could leave off the 2 questions about correcting mistakes in grammar in the blanks. With all the multiple-choice questions and her essay, which she was sure would score 10 points, Shenxi's English score would definitely be 110 points or more. That's great. Not only will her total score be 20 points higher than before, it will be at least 50 points higher. I can go to JJ's concert. Honey, I'm coming. Shenxi kept imagining, and her mouth couldn't help but rise. At this time, the invigilator on the stage looked at his watch and reminded her as usual. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the exam, so students who haven't finished the paper yet should hurry. Shenxi looked around the examination room proudly, and contempt flashed in her eyes at some of the candidates who were still writing furiously. But as soon as she withdrew her gaze, she saw a scene that confused her. Yi Zhou used an eraser to erase all the answers to the multiple-choice questions on the answer sheet, and then grabbed a 2B pencil and quickly wrote the answers again against the examination paper. Shenxi froze, unable to help but murmur. What's going on? Chapter 30, please, let me copy. What did Yi Zhou do to erase all the answers on the answer sheet? Shenxi looked at Yi Zhou's very exaggerated actions, and her mind was in a daze. When she came back to her senses, Yi Zhou had already filled the answer sheet again and placed it in the upper right corner of the table. There were only the last 3 minutes left until the end of the exam. Wait. This can't be right. Shenxi's beautiful eyes widened in shock when she saw the answers on Yi Zhou's answer sheet again, and she became panicked in an instant. Because the answers on this answer sheet were completely different from the ones she had just copied. To be precise, almost none of the answers overlapped with the previous ones. Could it be that Yi Zhou wrote the wrong answers on the answer sheet, and then when it was time to hand in the answer sheet, he changed them to the correct answers? He shouldn't have done that, right? Shenxi panicked. To calm herself down, she simply picked 2 questions that she almost never got wrong and tried to verify her suspicions. However, when she wrote down the answers and compared them, her mind went blank and a chill ran through her body. They were different. They were completely different from the answers she copied. But they were exactly the same as the answers Yi Zhou had corrected. This showed that Yi Zhou had really deliberately written the wrong answers on the answer sheet for her to copy in the first place. Ah! Yi Zhou, you crazy, what the hell are you doing? Shenxi, who realized that she had been tricked, was filled with anger and fear. She had no time to pursue the matter, as there were only 2 minutes left before the test was collected. If she didn't change the wrong answers on the test, she was done for. Shenxi hastily erased all the wrong answers with the eraser and began frantically copying the new answers from Yi Zhou's answer sheet. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou seemed to have noticed this. He deliberately sat to the right, blocking the answer sheet with his body. This behavior made Shenxi, who was already extremely anxious, even more sweaty. Yi Zhou, move over, Shenxi said in a low voice. However, it seemed that Yi Zhou couldn't hear her at all, and he refused to move. Shenxi was completely desperate now, with only 1 minute left. Her voice was so urgent that it was almost crying. Yi Zhou, please move aside, I beg you, let me copy. This time, Yi Zhou moved aside. Shenxi didn't care about anything else, she picked up the pen and quickly started copying. As a result, just after she finished correcting a few questions, the bell rang to end the exam. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The 3 rings of the bell shook Shenxi's head. Even so, she still didn't dare to stop what she was doing, frantically correcting her answers, but soon the teacher came to Yi Zhou's desk and collected his test paper. Then it was Shenxi's turn. Seeing her test paper being collected, with 60% of the answers still left to be corrected, Shenxi burst into tears. It was over. It was all over. According to the answers on her English test paper, not to mention the 110 points she had thought of beforehand, she was afraid that she wouldn't even get 50 points. It's all because of Yi Zhou. After reacting, Shenxi, with red eyes, looked at Yi Zhou, who was packing things away. Yi Zhou, you bastard, you deliberately wrote the wrong answers on the English answer sheet for me to copy, and then corrected all the answers in the last few minutes. You just wanted me to do badly, didn't you? Yi Zhou's expression was indifferent, and he said lightly. I didn't. Then why did you do it? What did I do? I just found that the answer I wrote the first time was wrong, and I corrected my mistake in the last few minutes. Is there a problem? Chunshi was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed her finger at Yizhou's nose and scolded. How could correcting a mistake lead to changing all the answers on the English answer sheet? You definitely did it on purpose to tease me. Facing the angry Chunshi, Yizhou was not at all angry. He shrugged and said, Okay, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm not pretending anymore. I did do it on purpose. But you clearly promised to give me a reference, and now I've messed up my English exam. It's better if I just write my own answers, because my overall score will definitely be lowered. Chenshi's little pearl of a heart felt aggrieved as she heard Yizhou admit it, and it started to drop. She simply couldn't stop. But Yizhou looked at her expressionlessly. I only promised to put the answer sheet in the upper right corner, I didn't promise to copy for you. As for you seeing that I chose to copy on the answer sheet, that's your business. Besides, if you had done a few questions yourself, you would have discovered that there was something wrong with the answers on the answer sheet a long time ago, but you didn't. Obviously, you were too lazy to even look at the questions, and you got a bad grade for it. You. Chenshin was so embarrassed that she had nothing to say. As Yizhou had said, if she had done a few questions herself at the beginning, she would have definitely found that there was something wrong with the answers she had written on the English answer sheet for the first time. However, out of her trust in Yizhou, she didn't even take a second look at the questions, let alone do them herself. Seeing that she was in the wrong, Chenshin wiped away her tears and spoke in a very stubborn tone. So what? Things have turned out like this now, and I don't believe I'm the only one at fault. Don't you think you should reflect on yourself a little? Are you not at fault in any way? Yizhou was stunned by Chenshi's words for a full 10 seconds. Well, she is indeed a 9th level tea master, and I'm afraid even the Monkey King wouldn't be able to withstand this punch. Seeing that Yizhou was silent, Chenshi suddenly felt that she was in the right. She resumed her usual arrogant tone and said, Forget it, since we're both at fault, I'll let it go since you've borrowed from me in previous exams. I won't hold it against you for deliberately filling in the English answer sheet incorrectly. At least I can get 20 points higher than last time. Yizhou touched his nose and nodded. I have to go now, bye. When he was about to reach the door, Yizhou suddenly turned back and gave a bright smile. Right, Chenshi, I have to correct one thing. It's not just the English answer sheet that I deliberately filled in incorrectly. I deliberately filled in the wrong answers on the Chinese, math, and comprehensive science answer sheets from the beginning. What did you say? Chenshi was dumbfounded the moment she heard it. It was only then that she suddenly remembered that in the last few minutes of every exam before, Yizhou seemed to collect the papers back. At the time, she had naively thought that Yizhou was waiting for her to finish copying the answers before filling in the exam information. Now that she thought back on Yizhou's actions, they seemed to be almost exactly the same as the actions just now when he corrected the answers. It was just that compared to the English exam, the actions were not as exaggerated and he did not blatantly show them in front of her eyes. So, the multiple choice questions she copied in every exam before were all the wrong answers that Yizhou deliberately filled in? After Chenshi reacted, Yizhou had already run out of sight. It's over. It's all over. Not only is English over, but she also failed all the other subjects this time. Not to mention that her total score is 20 points higher than before, but now she's afraid that it's even lower than the score she got last time, nearly 100 points lower. Chenshi sat down on the bench with a face as pale as death. She had clearly figured out Yizhou's psychology with Miao Miao the night before, so why did he do this to me? Chapter 31, All I Can Think About Are Legs. Yizhou, who had just walked out of the exam room, couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he thought about Chenshi's dejected expression just now. What a thoroughly satisfying breach of defenses. Over the past 3 years, Chenshi had taken advantage of Zhao Lan's desire to curry favor with her parents and had not stopped teasing him on purpose. Finally, he had gotten back at Chenshi for all that. Yizhou got on his bike and planned to go home. Coincidentally, he ran into Xiong Kai, who had been waiting for him for a long time, at the school gate. Xiong Kai waved excitedly at Yizhou. Zhou, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you just come out? I got held up a bit. Why aren't you going home after the exam? Xiong Kai licked his lips and grinned evilly. It's precisely because I've finished the exam that I can't go back yet. This is the last holiday before the college entrance exam, so let's go to an internet cafe tonight and stay up all night. I finally convinced my mom. No, you go ahead. I have to work part-time during this vacation. Yi Zhou refused without hesitation. Why? Didn't you say that you had already earned all the money you needed before the college entrance exam? I did earn all the money before, but I owed Lin Xianyue 1,000 yuan 2 days ago, and I have to pay it back soon. You know, I don't like to owe people anything. With that, Yi Zhou told Xiong Kai the whole story of the money he owed Lin Xianyue. After learning the reason, Xiong Kai opened his mouth. Although he was angry with Yi Zhou's aunt, there was nothing he could do. In the end, Xiong Kai just sighed. Okay. By the way, if you're looking for a part-time job, just keep looking for that Mubai kid, he knows a lot of people. It's settled, I'll go to the internet cafe with you for 3 days and nights after the college entrance exam. Yi Zhou grinned, and Xiong Kai's eyes lit up at the sound. You said it. After saying goodbye to Xiong Kai, Yi Zhou rushed home before 6 o'clock. He couldn't think of anything else to do, so he called Mubai as soon as possible. Mubai was Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai's junior high school classmate. Mubai's father died of cancer shortly after his birth, and his mother remarried and had a younger brother. Mubai was sent to a martial arts school by his stepfather, who paid no attention to him. Because Mubai was always bullied at the martial arts school, his grandparents couldn't bear to see it and took Mubai back home to raise him. Although the boy wasn't very good at studying, he was opportunistic and adventurous. In the past, Yi Zhou had done all kinds of part-time jobs, and Mubai helped him find them. Mubai answered the phone. Brother Zhou, what's up? Xiaobai, can you still find me a part-time job over there recently? I can work during the 3-day holiday for Labor Day. Ah, it happens that I'm going to work part-time during the holiday too. There's a day-rate part-time job handing out flyers in a doll costume, 150 yuan a day, but it's a bit tiring. Yi Zhou didn't hesitate and replied directly, tiredness is not a problem. Okay, brother, I'll wait for you at Fengcheng 5th Road at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After ending the call with Mubai, Yi Zhou planned to cook dinner and go to bed early. After all, for the next 3 days, he would be transformed from a future national flower to a manual laborer. Without sufficient energy, how could he have the energy to screw in screws properly? Yi Zhou had just put on his apron when his phone vibrated. Yi Zhou, Forest Ice, and Fireman, passionate double row. Yi Zhou looked at the chat box in a daze, repeatedly confirming that he wasn't seeing things. Is this a message from Lin Xianyue? Since Yi Zhou mentioned surfing the internet to Lin Xianyue on QQ that night, the girl has been using more and more internet slang. TSK. He's addicted to playing Forest Ice and Fireman, and now he's even starting to order me around? This is a bad habit, and I can't keep indulging him. I'm not going. Yi Zhou snorted in disdain, expressionless, and put away his phone. Ding dong. 5 minutes later. Yi Zhou stood in front of Lin Xianyue's house and rang the doorbell. He felt it was still necessary to deepen the relationship between neighbors. As soon as the doorbell rang, Yi Zhou heard a series of quick footsteps coming from inside the house. Click. The door opened, and a light fragrance hit him in the face. Yi Zhou's breathing stopped, and he was transfixed. Lin Xianyue seemed to have just finished taking a shower, with her hair half wet and half dry, hanging down over her shoulders. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt on top, and only shorts on the bottom, exposing her 2 long, dazzlingly white legs. What most caught Yi Zhou's attention were Lin Xianyue's pink, smooth toes, which were not wearing any shoes and were stepping on the ground with a springy feeling. Lin Xianyue glanced at Yi Zhou, a blush of shyness rising to her cheeks, but her tone was indifferent. Have you had enough? Yi Zhou came back to his senses only when he heard the voice, and his face turned a little embarrassed. I wasn't looking at your legs. Lin Xianyue looked at him with a half smile. Did I say you were looking at my legs? Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Yi Zhou was embarrassed. Yi Zhou was dead. Damn it. My mind is full of fucking legs, where is my sanity? Okay, come on in. Yi Zhou, if you keep staring, you'll drool. Sigh, can I do it secretly in the future? I'll be embarrassed if I keep looking like this. Sitting in front of the computer, Lin Xianyue skillfully opened Ice and Fire 2.0. Yi Zhou couldn't help but smile at her serious little expression. Lin Xianyue really treats this little game as if it were a AAA masterpiece. On second thought, it's not hard to understand why she's suddenly addicted to this one of the few games she can get into, when she's never played any games before. But is she really just enjoying playing this game? Yi Zhou isn't sure, and he's even more unsure. Focusing all his attention on the game, the corner of his mouth lifts up. Lin Xianyue, this time I definitely won't be bad at it. I feel like I'm incredibly strong right now. At 9 p.m., Yizhou and Lin Xianyue had played Forest Ice and Fireman 2.0 for nearly 3 hours. In the end, they lived up to expectations and the 2.0 version was also completely cleared by the two of them. Yizhou got up to go to the bathroom. After finishing, he just walked out when Lin Xianyue's voice drifted from the living room. Yizhou, could you please help me get a pair of my socks from the second cabinet in the closet? My feet are a little cold. Hee, Yizhou, I finally caught you going to the bathroom. Hurry up and get me a pair of socks. Yizhou was momentarily taken aback and looked into the bedroom next to the bathroom, which Lin Xianyue had been using as a cloakroom. He remembered that Lin Xianyue had been barefoot the whole time, and it was already 9 o'clock at night. Stepping on the ground without shoes or socks would indeed make your feet cold. So, without thinking, Yizhou opened the second cabinet in the closet, as Lin Xianyue had said. Sigh. As soon as it opened, Yizhou gasped, and his face instantly turned red. He had thought that Lin Xianyue's socks were in one of the clothing boxes in this cabinet. Who would have thought that the entire cabinet was full of socks? Black silk, white silk, flesh-colored silk, lace socks, knee-high socks. And all of them unopened. Yizhou had never seen such a dazzling array of socks before, and for a moment he was a little dazed. He was afraid that Lin Xianyue would think he was up to no good in the cloakroom, so he grabbed a pack of unopened socks and hurried out. Yizhou handed the socks to Lin Xianyue with an unnatural expression. I just grabbed one at random. Thank you. Lin Xianyue nodded with no expression, then took the socks from him and started to change them. The sound of cheering and jumping came from afar. Yo! Yizhou likes black silk. I knew that when he helped me fix the window last time, he was clearly talking about black silk, but he wouldn't admit it. Humph, what a stubborn little boy. Chapter 32, What's wrong with serving noodles to your neighbor? Lin Xianyue opened the package of black stockings and began putting them on her feet in front of Yizhou. Wearing socks is obviously a perfectly normal thing to do. Yizhou didn't know why, but standing here watching, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. Especially when Lin Xianyue bent slightly and put the stockings on her smooth, white legs, it made Yizhou's blood boil. Lin Xianyue saw Yizhou's reaction with the corner of her eye. She lowered her head, her lips curled up, and her eyebrows were full of the smugness of a successful plot. In the end, Yizhou's Adam's apple moved up and down, and he swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse. Since the game is over, I'll go back first. After saying that, Yizhou paced around and turned to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to go to bed early at night. Yizhou had just reached for the door handle when Lin Xianyue's voice came from behind him. Yizhou, I'm a little hungry. Looking back, Yizhou saw that Lin Xianyue had already put on her black stockings, her white, supple skin faintly visible beneath the black fabric. Yizhou was no fool. Lin Xianyue didn't even need to order takeout, she could always call Uncle Li and have whatever she wanted delivered in the shortest amount of time. But just when he wanted to leave, she said she was hungry. Yizhou knew very well that Lin Xianyue wanted to spend more time with him. So he tentatively said, Well, let's go to the night market and eat some cancer-causing barbecued food? It's greasy. Okay, there's a wonton restaurant downstairs, the food is quite good, want to try? There's coriander in the wontons. How about I make you some noodles? I want 2 bowls. Lin Xianyue's furrowed brows eased, and she looked at Yizhou with anticipation in her eyes. Yizhou laughed helplessly. Okay, let's go to my place, there's still enough noodles for the 2 of us. Lin Xianyue didn't seem so aloof anymore. When they arrived at Yizhou's place, she didn't sit on the sofa as quietly as she had last time. Instead, while Yizhou was cooking the noodles, she looked here and there, like a curious baby. If it weren't for the indifferent expression on her face, Yizhou would have suspected that she was Lin Xianyue's twin sister. While making the noodles, he recalled his earlier conversation with Lin Xianyue. She didn't want greasy food and didn't like cilantro. Interestingly, the noodles Yizhou had made last time had neither oil nor cilantro, so Lin Xianyue had already had an answer in mind from the beginning when she said she was a little hungry. She just made Yizhou offer to make the noodles. Yes, even though Yizhou's heart is sealed with concrete, but to make noodles for his neighbor to eat. What's wrong with that? Yizhou and Lin Xianyue each had a bowl of noodles and sat facing each other at the table. Sucking in a mouthful of noodles, Yizhou felt that after spending these days with her, aside from the 2 relationships of classmates and neighbors, they could also be considered good friends. So he boldly asked, Lin Xianghua, you asked me which school I wanted to apply to last time, and I haven't had a chance to ask you where you're going yet. My dad wants me to go back to Shanghai to study. Are you from Shanghai? Lin Xianyue shook her head. My mom and dad are both from Beian, but after dad remarried Aunt Xiao, he shifted his focus to Shanghai. Yi Zhou suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Xianyue said that she hardly saw her father when she was young. It turns out that after her father remarried, he simply settled down in Shanghai. The reason why Lin Xianyue refused to go to Shanghai with him was most likely that she did not want to be too far away from her deceased mother. Of course, there was another reason: the stepmother. Yi Zhou took another sip of the noodles and continued to ask. So, for university, are you going to Shanghai? However, this time Lin Xianyue did not answer Yi Zhou, but suddenly looked up at him. Yi Zhou, will you come and play Forest Ice and Fireman with me tomorrow? Yi Zhou was a little unable to respond to her jumpy thinking. He subconsciously wanted to say that he couldn't play because he had to go to his part-time job, but suddenly remembered that he had agreed to spend the holiday playing games with Lin Xianyue a few days ago. So he changed his mind and said, of course, didn't we agree to do that before? I'll come find you tomorrow. Lin Xianyue froze for a moment, and an indescribable emotion flashed quickly in her eyes. The next second, her eyes curved up, the corners of her lips rose slightly, and dimples appeared on her cheeks. Great! Yi Zhou didn't understand why she was suddenly so happy, and forgot his own question just now. He was just a little curious. Didn't you say before that you would go back to the manor whenever you had a holiday? Don't you need to go back this time? If I go back to the manor, there will be no one to play Forest Ice Fire with me. Lin Xianyue's eyes crinkled with a smile. At this moment, she was no longer the aloof person she had been in the past, as if the tip of an iceberg had melted away without notice. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, thinking that he would hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts next. Unexpectedly, he could no longer hear her thoughts at all. For a moment, Yi Zhou felt as if he had grasped some important information, but it was only a fleeting moment. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Xianyue returned from Yi Zhou's house and sat alone on the sofa. The warmth she had felt earlier slowly faded away. She had recently been surfing the internet and had seen the scientific name for this feeling: withdrawal reaction. But compared to living in the manor, I am happier, and Yi Zhou and I are only separated by a door. Lin Xianyue's mouth curled up into a smile again. She walked into the bedroom and took out a photo frame from the drawer. In the photo frame was a picture of a little girl with a face that looked just like Lin Xianyue's, crying her eyes out, with tears hanging from her young cheeks. Beside her stood a little boy, holding a lollipop in his hand, reaching out to her carefully, his eyes full of concern and comfort. Lin Xianyue wiped the frame, her eyes flashing with unidentifiable emotions. Ding dong! The doorbell suddenly rang. Lin Xianyue was extremely surprised, put down the photo frame, and without bothering to put on her slippers, she dashed to the door. She thought it was Yi Zhou, but when she opened the door, she found Ling Yan standing there. Her mood instantly dropped. Ling Yan always had that kind smile on his face, and respectfully said, Miss. Uncle Lee, come in and talk. I won't go in, Mississippi. I came up to tell you that Master will be staying in Beian for the next 2 days, so I'm afraid I'll have to take you back to the manor. Lin Xianyue's pretty eyebrows wrinkled. Didn't Dad go abroad with Aunt Xiao? There was a problem with the documents for the collaboration, so Master won't be going abroad for the time being. But I made a promise with Yi Zhou to play games together during the holidays. Ling Yan gave a bitter smile. If you don't go back, the Master will definitely scold you. How about this? I'll stay with you at Mr. Ye's place during the day, and you have to come back to the manor with me at night, no matter what you say, otherwise there's no way to explain to the Master, because this time the second wife is here too. Lin Xianyue reluctantly nodded. I know, Uncle Lee. Okay, then, young lady, get some rest early. Chapter 33, An Iron Body, a Water Horse and Cow Laborer. The morning of the first day of the May Day holiday. Yi Zhou got out of bed at 7 o'clock. Alas, it was hard to take a vacation, and he only slept an extra hour compared to usual. What a body of iron, a water horse and cow laborer. Yi Zhou got on the subway, and after 6 stops, he finally arrived at Fengcheng 5th Road. As soon as he exited the subway station, he saw the skinny Mu Bai standing not far away, waving at him. Brother Zhou, over here. Yi Zhou frowned slightly. Xiao Bai, you've been gone for half a month, why do I feel like you've lost some weight again? I told you to watch less of that stuff, it's not good for your health. Brother, I really didn't watch it. Mu Bei denied, then quickly changed the subject. Let's go, Brother Zhou. Today's part-time flyer distribution job requires work clothes, so we need to hurry and change into our costumes. 10 minutes later. Yizhou fell silent as he looked at the pink Rilakuma costume that Mubai had put on. Xiaobai, you call this work clothes? Ahem, clothes worn at work are called work clothes. Brother Zhou, just change quickly, after all, we are handing out flyers for a new cake shop opening, and it's only natural to be a bit feminine. Yizhou sighed and finally changed into the doll costume. The young cake shop manager came over with a large box of flyers and said to Yizhou and Mubai, brothers, these are the flyers you need to distribute over the next 3 days. I need to tell you about the requirements for working. First, the flyers cannot be thrown away casually, or your wages will be docked if you are caught. Second, you will work 6 hours a day, with a 2.5-hour break at noon. Third. Speaking of the third point, the store manager paused before continuing. Third, you cannot talk while handing out flyers. The head office hopes that we can recruit girls for this job. But this job is a bit tiring, and with the time pressure, we really haven't been able to find any girls. So, you two brothers will have to bear with it a bit, and don't talk, otherwise it will be very troublesome to report to the head office. Cough, okay. After receiving the work requirements, Yizhou and Mubai went out onto the street and began handing out flyers within the prescribed limits. At first, it was fine. It wasn't even that tiring to hand out flyers. But after 2 hours, Yizhou felt like he was suffocating in the doll costume. Damn it. This thing is heavy and stuffy, no wonder no girl wants to do this job. Yizhou inwardly complained furiously. But since he had already come, he couldn't just quit now, or the first 2 hours would have been for nothing. The thought that he was working part-time now entirely because of Zhao Lan made Yizhou's hatred even stronger. But never mind, he would be able to punish her soon. What was that saying? Controversy may be late, but it will never forget to hit you over the head. At 5 p.m., Yizhou and Mubai finally finished handing out the flyers for the day. After taking off the costumes, the two of them were sweating like they had just taken a shower. Xiaobai, where did you find this job? This is even more torturous than the time we went to the construction site to carry bricks together. Being stuck inside the costume, it's like being in a moving coffin. Mubai smiled wryly. A friend of mine who works as an intermediary introduced me to the job. He said that the first summer cake shop has been very popular in northern Antai in the past 2 years, and that I was asked to come here because they needed publicity for the new store. Yizhou had seen a short video about it online. It was said that the founders of First Summer were 2 girls who started the business while they were still at university. Now there are branches everywhere. Sigh, it's really depressing to see how successful other people are. Brother Zhou, same time tomorrow morning, I'm going to go now. After finishing this job today, even Ultraman will have to turn on the red light. Yizhou bid farewell to Mubai and dragged his tired body home. After taking a shower, he felt a lot better. Yizhou lay on the bed to rest for a while, then got up and went next door to 1003 to ring the doorbell. However, no one answered the door despite the doorbell having been pressed several times. Yizhou was puzzled. Hey! Yesterday, we said we'd play Forest Ice and Fire together, but why isn't she home? After waiting a while, still no one answered the door, Yizhou decided to go back and lie down for a while, and then come back later to find Lin Xianyue. When Yizhou returned home, she threw herself into bed and fell asleep almost instantly. When Yizhou woke up, she noticed a slight light outside the window, and the feeling of exhaustion she had was gone. Phew! I didn't realize I fell asleep. It must be almost 8 p.m., right? Yizhou let out a breath, picked up his phone and took a look, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. May 1st, 7:12, sunny. Holy cow! It's 7 a.m. already? I slept from just after 6 p.m. last night until this morning? Yizhou was dumbfounded. No wonder there was no trace of fatigue left in his body. He had slept for a whole 12 hours. He looked at QQ and found that Lin Xianyue hadn't sent him a message either. He subconsciously felt that Lin Xianyue must have had something to do yesterday, otherwise she would have sent him a message long ago, screaming for passionate double penetration. Yizhou didn't think much about it, grabbed some breakfast and hurried to the Fengqing 5th Road subway station to meet Mubai. Then came another full day of busy work. Once again, he was exhausted after work. This time, the manager of the cake shop came to Yizhou and Mubai with a smile on his face. You two have worked hard these past 2 days. I didn't expect you to finish handing out the flyers in 2 days when it would have taken you 3 days. Well, you don't need to come back tomorrow. As agreed, you will each be paid 150 yuan a day, but I will now pay you 200 yuan a day. Yizhou and Mubai looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The two of them pocketed the 400 yuan they had earned in 2 days and went home. On the subway, Yizhou's phone kept vibrating. He found that it was full of messages from the class group. Holy shit, the second round of results are out? This efficiency is really unparalleled. It's okay, 10 points higher than the total score last time. As expected, Yizhou and Lin Xianyue were first and second in the class, with 691 and 689 points respectively, ranking second and third in the year. Hey, did you hear? This time, the bottom of the class is Chen Shi, with a score of 264. Is that true? Although Chen Shi is a dance student, her academic performance has never been this bad before. Did she skip a subject? 264 points? Unbelievable. Yizhou looked at the group chat and didn't feel much about his own score. As long as nothing unexpected happened, his score would always be stable at 685 points or above. However, what Yizhou didn't expect was that Chen Shi had not even reached 300 points. He almost couldn't stop laughing. Apart from English, even if she got all the multiple choice questions in the other subjects wrong, it wouldn't be that exaggerated. No wonder she had to copy mine. It seems that she didn't even review her cultural subjects during the days of the school entrance exam. Yizhou was in a state of great joy. At this moment, the dark pleasure of revenge materialized. Thinking about it, he felt for the 400 yuan in his pocket. Together with the 600 yuan he had received from his neighbor Zhang Dage the other day for blocking the door, it would just be enough to pay back Lin Xianyue the 1,000 yuan. After the second round of exam results were announced, some people were happy while others were sad. Yang Xiaoyan looked at her daughter Chen Shi's exam results and almost fainted when her eyes went dark. She suppressed her anger and her voice trembled as she said, Shi, before the exam, I promised you that if your total score was 20 points higher than last time, I would buy you concert tickets. But, you scored 100 points lower than the first exam, the lowest in the class. Do you want to make your mother die of anger? Hearing her mother's furious tone, Chen Shi's eyes reddened and she burst into tears. The more she cried, the angrier she became, her tone especially aggrieved. Whoa, this is all Yizhou's fault. If it weren't for Yizhou, I wouldn't have scored so low. Whoa. Chapter 34, Are you going to ruin our family? It's all Yizhou's fault? Yang Xiaoyan saw her daughter crying so fiercely, and her anger was dispersed quite a bit. She frowned and said doubtfully, Shi, don't cry. Tell your mother why you didn't do well in the exam and it's all Yizhou's fault. Seeing that her mother's anger had dissipated somewhat, Chen Shi, instead of calming down, cried even more aggrievedly. She even cried until she was out of breath. Now, when Yang Xiaoyan mentioned Yizhou's name, her daughter seemed even more aggrieved, and the remaining anger completely dissipated. She sensed that there seemed to be some hidden circumstances behind her daughter's failure this time. Yang Xiaoyan wiped away her tears, then hugged Chen Shi and said softly, Shi, don't cry. What happened? Tell me, mommy is not the kind of person who doesn't know right from wrong. Oh, mommy. Chen Shi cried for a long time in her mother's arms before gradually calming down. She knew that if she wanted to go to JJ's concert now that she had such a result, she would have to blame Yizhou for everything. Of course, she couldn't tell her mother the truth that she wanted to copy Yizhou's answers but was tricked by Yizhou. So Chen Shi planned to avoid the important points and focus on the minor ones. Chen Shi sobbed a few times and choked. Mom, do you remember not long ago when I called you and told you that Yizhou had given me a watch as an apology? Yes, I remember. You also said that Yizhou was embarrassed and asked your Aunt Xiaolan to give the gift to you on his behalf. That was all a lie. Yizhou never apologized to me. It was your Aunt Xiaolan who took the liberty of giving me the gift in Yizhou's name. Chen Shi started to cry again as she continued, I didn't know at the time, so the next day, in order to make up with Yizhou, I bought him breakfast. But he gave it to someone else to eat and humiliated me in front of a lot of people. He said that he didn't even give me the watch, that only a fool would spend that much money on me. What? In other words, everything was done by Xiaolan without consulting you, and Yizhou never apologized to you, and then humiliated you in front of a lot of classmates? Yang Xiaowan's face instantly turned frosty upon hearing this. She immediately realized that Xiaolan had done this purely to appease Chen Shi quickly. The ultimate goal was to get her to help arrange Chen Guozheng's work. Chen Shi continued to complain. Yes. I was especially saddened by this incident, and I didn't get any rest in the days leading up to the exam. I couldn't concentrate at all while reviewing, and as a result, I filled out the answer sheet in the wrong order during the exam. Mom, I'm sorry. I was so obsessed with Yi Zhou that this incident affected my state of mind, causing me to fail the exam. I've let you down. I'm so useless, it's all my fault. Yang Shouwan's face turned extremely ugly when she learned the truth. Yang Shouwan was both angry and distressed. She once again embraced Chen Shi and comforted her gently. Shishi, it's not your fault, you don't need to apologize to your mother. If it weren't for Zhao Lan, that money-grubbing woman, Yi Zhou would never have had the chance to treat you like that, and it would never have affected your exam. I'm sure if it weren't for this incident, my Shishi would have done even better than before. After a pause, Yang Shouwan took out her phone and transferred money to Chen Shi. Shishi, don't feel sad, your mother is transferring money to you to buy concert tickets, so don't think about the results anymore and adjust your mentality. Oh, thank you, Mom. I'd better stay home and study. I'm not qualified to go to the concert after doing so poorly. Listen to me. I'm telling you to go, so just go, and don't worry about it. Chen Shi burst into her mother's arms and wept again. But inside, she was full of joy at the prospect of going to the concert. Yang Xiuyan was full of love for her daughter. She patted her daughter's back, then her face turned sour. Besides, this is not the end of it. Yi Zhou has repeatedly made you angry with his behavior and attitude, so your mother will definitely make his family give an explanation. They must be made to know that my Yang Xiuan's daughter is not so easily bullied. After calming her daughter's emotions, Yang Xiuan clutched the phone and went to the door, calling Zhao Lan. As soon as the call was connected, Zhao Lan said in a flattering tone. Hello? Director Yang, Chen Mo said the second round results are out. I think she did very well this time. Yang Shouwan sneered, thanks to you and Yi Zhou, my daughter came last in her year group. First? Oh, congratulations, Director Yang, she is an art student, I didn't expect her to come first in her academic subjects. Wait, last? Zhao Lan's breathing stopped for a moment, and it was only halfway through her sentence that she realized Yang Shouyan had said she was last. Thanks to her and Yi Zhou? What on earth happened? Yang Shouyan's tone was ice cold, what else? Zhao Lan, you're really something, to be able to get my husband a job so quickly, you even dared to apologize to Shishi for Yi Zhou. What do you take my daughter for? This, Director Yang, let me explain, this is a misunderstanding, No need to explain, in any case, I can't arrange a job for your husband. In addition, Yi Zhou didn't apologize to Shishi last time, and later, he took advantage of your initiative to apologize to Shishi, publicly humiliating her. This incident caused my daughter Shishi to be in a daze before the exam, and she filled in the wrong answer sheet during the exam, and she ranked last in her grade. If you still want to maintain a good relationship with our family in the future, you must immediately bring Yi Zhou to apologize to Shishi in person, otherwise, let's just pretend we don't know each other in the future. Director Yang, beep. Zhao Lan tried to argue, but the other party hung up the phone. She stood there in shock for a long time, and when she came to her senses, her anger instantly filled her heart. Yi Zhou, you jinx. Are you trying to ruin our family? Zhao Lan was so angry that her face turned red, and she kept stamping her feet. Now she absolutely must not lose the friendship with Chen Shi's family, otherwise not only would her husband be completely unable to find a job, but in the future, there would be no way to ask Yang Shouwan for help with the many back doors. Chen Mo, who was playing a game nearby, looked up and spoke in a very dissatisfied tone. Mom, what are you doing? You're so noisy. Zhao Lan yanked Chen Mo's headphones off and yelled furiously, you're always playing those stupid games. Your jinx of a brother is going to ruin our family. Go ask your classmates where Yi Zhou, that deadbeat, rents a place to live. If I don't skin him alive this time, I'm not Zhao Lan. Honestly, why hasn't that guy Yi Zhou died already? Chen Mo saw that his mother was really angry, muttered to himself, quit the game, and asked someone to find out where Yi Zhou lived outside of school. Chapter 35, I've supported you for so many years for nothing. Ding. The elevator door opened. Yi Zhou saw Uncle Li and two burly men in black suits carrying something into Lin Qianyue's home. Uncle Li, what are you doing? Uncle Li froze for a moment, and when he turned around and saw that the person speaking was Yi Zhou, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Young Master Yi? You're finally back. Oh, yes. We're moving new furniture for Mississippi. After all, she'll still be living in this house for a while, and she won't be comfortable if there are too few things. Okay, then, where is Lin Qianyue? Yi Zhou glanced towards 1003, but didn't see Lin Qianyue's figure. Hearing this, Uncle Li's expression changed, and he handed over all the things he was going to move to the other two men in suits. Then Uncle Lee sighed slightly. Alas, the young lady has returned to the manor. Returned to the manor? That's nothing, why sigh? Yi Zhou noticed Uncle Lee's unusual behavior and asked, Uncle Lee, is there something you want to say? The young lady told me not to say anything, but... Alas, young Master Yi, let me be frank with you. Before your vacation, you and the young lady agreed to play games together, didn't you? Yes, I've been working part-time during the day these past few days, and I only come home at this hour. Yesterday evening, I came home and even went looking for Lin Xianyue, but there was no one at home. Part-time? Uncle Lee heard that Yi Zhou was working part-time during the day, and his whole body froze, followed by a bitter smile. Seeing this, Yi Zhou's brows furrowed. Uncle Lee, what happened to her? No, don't worry, young Master Yi, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Miss. The main thing is, you probably didn't tell Miss that you had to work during the day, did you? Since yesterday, Miss has been waiting for you to come and play games with her as soon as she wakes up in the morning, so that she can spend time with you. In the afternoon, you didn't come looking for her either. She kept waiting for you to come and play games with her until it was time for her to go back to the manor. Uncle Lee paused, and a look of concern flashed in his eyes. Early this morning, Miss asked me to bring her back here and keep waiting for you. I told Miss Yi that perhaps you had forgotten, so you should give Master Yi a call. But Miss Yi insisted that you would remember, and stubbornly sat in the hallway waiting for you. It wasn't until an hour ago, when it was time to go back to the manor again, that she reluctantly left. Yi Zhou was stunned. After a long while, with an extremely complex expression, he asked, why didn't she knock on my door? If she had, she would have known right away that I wasn't actually home. I did say that, but my lady said that you, young Master Yi, had told her that you would come find her. Uncle Lee sounded a little helpless. He obviously felt that his lady was being a bit stubborn too. But Yi Zhou didn't feel that way when he heard it, and his heart was even more mixed. He could imagine Lin Xianyue waking up early in the morning and waiting for him to come play games. When she didn't wait until the afternoon, she simply moved a small bench into the hallway and continued to wait. No matter how Uncle Lee persuaded her, Lin Xianyue refused to call, message or knock on the door. The reason was that Yi Zhou had said the night before that he would go see her the next day. Yi Zhou knew very well that Lin Xianyue was being stubborn because she had remembered when she was little and was waiting for her father to come and see her at home alone. Lin's father must have said the same thing, Xianyue, I will come and see you tomorrow. So, her father had broken his promise. But she doesn't think I'll go back on my word. After sorting out this logic, Yi Zhou suddenly felt a sense of guilt. He never thought that such a simple promise would be taken so seriously by Lin Xianyue. She didn't think much about playing games. She just wanted to be with him. Uncle Lee, what time will Lin Xianyue return to live here tomorrow? I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I can't say for sure. Both the master and the second wife are staying at the manor these past 2 days, and when the young lady can leave the manor depends entirely on when the master and the second wife leave. Okay, I understand. Yi Zhou nodded, said goodbye to Uncle Lee, and returned to his own home. Bathing, cooking, and watching short videos, Yi Zhou was distracted when he got home. After thinking about it, he immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lin Xianyue. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to talk to you. I've been working part-time since morning and only come home in the evening these 2 days. I haven't forgotten our plan to play games together. The first night I came home, I knocked on your door, but you weren't there. I met Uncle Lee this afternoon, and he told me that you've been waiting for me these 2 days. I just realized that you're only here during the day and go back to the manor at night. If possible, will you come back to stay tomorrow? I don't have to work part-time tomorrow, so I can play games with you all day. After sending the message, Yi Zhou stared at the chat box. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. 1 hour. Lin Xianyue never replied. Ha! Is she mad? From Lin Xianyue's perspective, Yi Zhou had indeed stood her up. Yi Zhou had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He tossed and turned in bed that night, not knowing what time in the early morning he fell asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Yi Zhou was woken up by a loud knocking on the door. He sat bolt upright in bed, and his first thought was that Lin Xianyue had returned. But then he calmed down and immediately thought that it couldn't be Lin Xianyue. Because Lin Xianyue would never knock so rudely. So, who could be knocking so early? Yi Zhou got dressed and opened the door with doubts. As soon as the door opened, Yizhou saw Zhao Lan's angry, distorted face appear before his eyes. Auntie? Yizhou was surprised. He had never expected Zhao Lan to find the place he rented. Even less did he expect her to come over so early in the morning. Zhao Lan confirmed that the person in the room was Yizhou, and she pointed directly at his nose and cursed. Yizhou, you unlucky star, little bastard, and ungrateful son of a bitch, you really do live here. You damned thing, you have no conscience at all. Are you going to completely destroy our old Chen family? I clearly wiped your ass for you and apologized to Chen Shi for you. Even if you don't approve of Chen Shi in your heart, you wouldn't just let it go and apologize for you, would you? You had to blow the whistle on it and make a scene until Chen Shi's mother was satisfied, didn't you? I've really raised you for so many years for nothing. Chapter 36 T0 is T0. Zhao Lan came up again without giving a reason and just launched into a tirade of insults. Yizhou's emotions did not waver in response. That was exactly right. His perception of his aunt over the years had been exactly right. Auntie was always like this. But that was good, the more she acted like this, the less Yizhou would feel indebted in the future. Yizhou spoke coldly. Auntie, I don't know what you're talking about, I never wanted to destroy your family. Ha? What are you pretending to be stupid for? Zhao Lan spat, you're not stupid. You know that the watch Chen Shi has is the one I gave her in your name as an apology. Why can't you just keep up the lie? You had to tell Chen Shi that you didn't give her the watch. If you had just told her, why did you have to humiliate her in public? Now, because of your reckless actions, Chen Shi can't sleep before the exam. She got the lowest score in the second exam, all because you didn't let her rest and she filled in the wrong answer sheet. Now Chen Shi's mother has called me and said very definitely that she can't help your aunt find a job again. This is all your fault, you jinx. Humiliated Chen Shi in public? Insomnia before the exam and filling in the wrong answer sheet? I'm the reason she got the lowest score? Yizhou couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. T0 is T0, no one can match the ability to distort the truth. With a blank expression, Yizhou said. Aunt, although you won't believe me even if I say it, I still want to tell you. First, I didn't humiliate Chen Shi, she was the one who acted recklessly in front of many people. Second, she marked the answer sheet incorrectly because she wanted to copy my answers, but she copied the wrong ones, so she got the lowest score. What bullshit! Zhao Lan didn't even listen to Yizhou's explanation, and she scolded him without any hesitation. Her saliva even splashed onto Yizhou's face. Zhao Lan's face was distorted with anger, and she didn't hide her emotions. Do you think I will believe your bullshit? Do you think you got a scholarship because your grades are good? It's just good luck. Yizhou wiped the saliva off his face and said calmly. Auntie, I was third in my year, with a total score of 691 in the second mock exam. If that's not a good result in your eyes, that's fine. Chen Shi is a dance major, and her grades usually don't even reach 400. My result is enough to satisfy her desire to copy the answers. Zhao Lan's face flashed with surprise. Since Yizhou started high school, Zhao Lan has never attended a single parent-teacher meeting for him, let alone care about his grades. In her opinion, Yizhou was not her son, and whether he did well in his studies or not was none of her business. She only cared about her own son, Chen Mo. When she heard from Yizhou that he was third in his year, with a total score of 691, her mind did not react for a moment. How could this be? Yizhou was actually such a good student? But just for a moment, Zhao Lan once again resumed her unreasonable appearance, her eyes full of scorn and disgust. You say you're third place, but is that really so? Besides, Chen Shi is a well-behaved and sensible child in class, so how could she possibly do something like plagiarism? Don't you think like everyone else? Fine, if you don't believe me, then there's nothing more I can say. Yizhou didn't care. But Zhao Lan had no intention of letting Yizhou off the hook. She took an overbearing step forward and barged directly into Yizhou's home. Well, you've been exposed, so there's nothing you can say. Now you're going to go with me to find Chen Shi right now and apologize to her in person. No way. She copied the answers and got the lowest score. Why should I apologize to her? Then tell Chen Shi that you were right not to give her the watch? Of course I was right. If you hadn't acted on your own, there wouldn't have been any consequences. Zhao Lan was furious when she saw Yizhou shrugging his shoulders so nonchalantly. She grabbed the vase on the shoe cabinet and smashed it onto the ground. Bang! Then, she blushed and scolded, "You mean, it's my fault for apologizing to Chenxi for you? I'm telling you, no matter what you say, you have to apologize to Chenxi today, or you'll never be able to come home again." Yi Zhou looked up and saw the camera not far away, which Zhao Lan hadn't noticed. He was secretly pleased, but still just smiled indifferently. "Home? Auntie, I haven't had a home for a long time. The so-called home you speak of is only a home for the three of you. When have you ever treated me like family?" Yi Zhou's retort struck at the soul. Zhao Lan was at a loss for words. She never expected Yi Zhou to speak so bluntly. "You. Never mind, say whatever you like, but now you've angered Chenxi's mother, and you must go and fix this for me. Once this is settled, you can do whatever you want from now on. Even if you end up dying outside like your deadbeat parents, I won't care." "Auntie, I don't think you understand. Why do you think I would agree to go apologize to Chenxi and her mother?" Yi Zhou really wanted to laugh sometimes. He had no idea what was going on in the minds of people like Chenxi and Zhao Lan. They were clearly in the wrong, but why did they always look so righteous? "Why? Because I have raised you, you ungrateful brat, for 13 whole years." "Oh. You raised me for 13 years with the death benefits from my parents? What nonsense are you talking? Do you think your parents' benefits were large? They were used up long ago." Zhao Lan's face flashed with panic. She felt that she didn't have much to go on, so she puffed up her chest and pretended to be defiant. "Besides, even if I did use your parents' pension, what could you do to me?" Seeing this, Yi Zhou sneered and didn't continue. Zhao Lan had finally said it herself. Yi Zhou looked deeply in the direction of the hallway camera. He was ecstatic inside. The moment of reckoning is today. Zhao Lan saw that Yi Zhou was determined not to go with her, so she simply sat on the ground and cried, just as she had done at school before. She tried to control the situation by emotional blackmail. "You ungrateful brat, how could you say such things to me? I have worked so hard to raise you for so many years, and this is how you repay me? You ungrateful brat. Zhao Lan, was so blind. Why did I adopt such a useless thing back then?" Zhao Lan's cries were extremely piercing and echoed throughout the hallway. Yi Zhou frowned, took a deep breath, and deliberately said calmly, trying not to let her ecstatic mood show. "Aunt, do you really need to do this? You know full well that the fault is not with me, but you still insist that I go with you to apologize to Chenxi. You just want to get uncle a good job. In fact, if you had been honest with me, I might have agreed to go with you, but you had to pin a bunch of false accusations on me." Zhao Lan, however, was not to be dissuaded and continued to cry out, "I don't care, I say you're guilty, and you're guilty. If you don't go with me to apologize today, I'm not leaving." "What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? I'm not listening." Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes. Fine, I like it, I love it, tell me more. After all, this is all evidence." He knew that Zhao Lan was determined to be shameless to the end. So he silently took out his phone and entered the 3 digits 110. At the same time, he sent a message to Lawyer Wan, bringing forward the long-planned reckoning to today. "Auntie, you're being so stubborn, I have no choice but to call the police." "Go ahead, call the police. When the police arrive, let them judge who is right and who is wrong. Let them see what kind of ungrateful person you really are." Yi Zhou no longer hesitated, and was about to dial the number. Just as he was about to press the button, Lin Qianyue's voice interrupted him. "It's just a job, I can arrange it for Yi Zhou's uncle. Don't make things difficult for Yi Zhou." Chapter 37, Kill Zhao Lan. The tall and slender Lin Qianyue walked out of the elevator. Her clear, cold eyes glanced at the vase that Zhao Lan had broken on the floor, and a hint of anger flashed across her brow. She first went to Yi Zhou, gently tugged on his shirt, and gave him a reassuring look. "I'll help you. Lin Xianhua, what's wrong with you?" Yi Zhou looked at Lin Qianyue with an unexpected expression. Facing Yi Zhou, Lin Qianyue's mouth slightly raised, and she laughed lightly. "Didn't we make a promise? Let's play forest ice and fire together. Well, but this time, I'm not going to hold back anymore. There's enough evidence. She's just a vampire. There's no need to compromise with her." Yi Zhou said, looking coldly at Zhao Lan, dialing the police number and describing the situation to the other end of the line. Then she looked up at the camera installed in the corner of the corridor, her eyes thoughtful. This security footage would be the killing blow. At this point, Zhao Lan also reacted, her tone very dissatisfied. "Little girl, it's you again? Last time at school I didn't say much, but a girl should know better than to eavesdrop. I'm afraid it's not your parents who haven't brought you up properly, is it? Sorry, Auntie, I didn't mean to listen to you and Yizhou talking, but I live across the street from Yizhou's house, and I happened to hear you talking when I got home. Lin Xianyue said, looking in the direction of 1003. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lan's face showed surprise. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Xianyue to actually live across the street from Yizhou's house. In that case, it seems like it really was a coincidence. But Zhao Lan still snorted coldly. If that's the case, then go back quickly. Why are you still here? Last time you meddled in other people's business, but this time it's our family's business. Do you still want to get involved? Auntie, I'm not qualified to get involved in Yizhou's family business, but as a friend of Yizhou's, I just want to provide help within my abilities. Help? What help can a student doll like you provide? What a joke! Zhao Lan rolled her eyes, her tone full of mean sarcasm and ruthless ridicule. In response, Yizhou's anger had already flared up. He took Lin Xianyue's arm and said in a low voice, "You go back first. I'll solve this matter myself. I'll go find you right after the police are done with this. You're not allowed to solve this alone. I'll accompany you." Lin Xianyue's eyebrows lifted slightly, her tone resolute and unquestionable. Yizhou's heart warmed. Without waiting for Yizhou to say anything else, she looked up at Zhao Lan. "Auntie, the reason you are making things difficult for Yizhou is because you want to help Yizhou's uncle find a job, and then let him apologize to someone else. But what you are doing is really inappropriate, and Yizhou is not obliged to do this for you." Zhao Lan's expression was contemptuous. "Oomph, what does a little brat like you know? If it weren't for Yizhou, this unlucky star, my husband would have already been arranged to work at a salary of 7,000 yuan a month by now. Besides, I am Auntie Yizhou, his current guardian, and he is obliged to help me." After a pause, Zhao Lan continued, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. My husband's name is Chen Guozhang. If you're capable, you arrange a job for him, otherwise, just mind your own business. Auntie, your request is unreasonable. Yizhou should not be responsible for your husband's job. Besides, it's not right for you to pressure him like this," Lin Xianyue said with righteous indignation. Zhao Lan laughed derisively. "Young lady, don't just talk the talk. If you're really capable, then find my husband a good job, otherwise just stay out of it. I'll be upfront, if you can't do it, then get out of my sight immediately and stay out of our family's business." What a nuisance! Lin Xianyue's eyebrows knitted together. She didn't expect Zhao Lan to be so unreasonable and distort common sense in every way. At this point, Yizhou stepped forward and took Lin Xianyue behind him. "You don't need to say much to this vampire, she won't know she's wrong." Yizhou gave Zhao Lan a cold look and ripped off her mask. "First, I will never go with you to apologize to Chen Shi. Since you want to ingratiate yourself with their family, you apologize yourself. Second, this is my home, you barged in without permission and broke my vase. What do you think the police will do when they come? Third, Aunt, let me be honest with you. Over the years, you and Uncle have abused my parents' pension and support payments. I have kept evidence and just now submitted it to a lawyer. I am now in the process of collating the information, and you will be sued by me soon." Sued? Evidence? Lawyer? Zhao Lan's eyes widened at these words. Confusion flashed in her eyes as she said in a shrill voice, You ungrateful brat, what are you saying? You want to sue me and you even fucking hired a lawyer? The broken vase and what you just said are the best evidence." Zhao Lan's face froze, and she recalled what she had just said about admitting to abusing the pension. Her expression suddenly turned ugly. But she quickly calmed down and said with contempt, "Evidence? What did I just say? What evidence do you have?" Just as expected. Yizhou pulled the corners of his mouth, expecting Zhao Lan to deny it. Then Yizhou pointed to the camera in the corner behind Zhao Lan and smiled with narrowed eyes. "That camera is connected to my phone, and your words and actions just now have been recorded." Zhao Lan turned around. Shocked, she discovered that there was actually a camera behind her, and it was facing the position where she was standing. Finally, a look of horror appeared on her face. "Damn it, Yizhou, this kid, he long ago guessed that this day would come. You. Zhao Lan's eyes went dark, and she stumbled a few steps and almost fell to the ground. At this time, the police also arrived at the scene. Seeing this, Zhao Lan became even more panicked and immediately wanted to leave. As a result, she was stopped directly by the police. "Hello, who called the police?" "I did." Yi Zhou raised his hand. After understanding the situation, the police officer, with an angry expression, gave Zhao Lan a critical education. Your behavior is not right. You cannot take extreme actions because of family conflicts. You should properly communicate and resolve problems. And the child just said that you, as his guardian, have been abusing his parents' pension and support payments all these years? I have to educate you. As a guardian, it is illegal to abuse the pension. Logically, after the child reaches adulthood, he has the right to get back the remaining pension, and he has now hired a lawyer to sue you. Zhao Lan's expression grew more and more unpleasant as she listened. It seemed that everything Yi Zhou had said was true. Even though Zhao Lan was not convinced, she did not dare to be too unrestrained in the face of the police. Her previous arrogance was gone, and apart from glaring at Yi Zhou with her eyes, she did not dare to say a harsh word. Zhao Lan rolled her eyes and pretended to repent, saying to the police, Okay, I understand. I will speak to him properly now. Thank you for your hard work, you can go now. Sorry, in view of your behavior just now, and the strong wishes of the person reporting the crime, you cannot stay here for the time being. If you insist on staying here, even if you are his guardian, he has the right to evict you. Zhao Lan clenched her fists, hating Yi Zhou with a passion. But there was nothing she could do at the moment, so she could only glare at Yi Zhou and say, Fine, you're lucky this time. But this isn't over, you just wait. After saying this, Zhao Lan was about to leave. Yi Zhou looked at Zhao Lan and said coldly, Of course it's not over. I will sue you and get back the pension money. Retribution will come eventually. See you in court. You. Zhao Lan was so angry that she wanted to spit blood, but she still stuck to her guns. The word retribution is not in my dictionary. Ha, I hope you don't come begging me then. Yi Zhou didn't say anything else and let Zhao Lan leave. Now she's arrogant, but in a while she'll regret it. After confirming some things with Yi Zhou, the police also left. You've had a hard time these past few years, haven't you? Lin Xianyue looked at Yi Zhou with a complex and distressed expression in her eyes. Yi Zhou shrugged and smiled at Lin Xianyue. It doesn't matter. Anyway, today we finally completely tore each other's faces off. Next time I see her, I'll kill her. Let's go play Forest Ice and Fireman. Yi Zhou was in a great mood. P.S. This is just the fuse. Later, there will be evidence to show her face, and she will be killed. Chapter 38, Changing Seats, New Deskmate. Holy cow! There's actually a 3.0 version of this little game? Yi Zhou sat next to Lin Xianyue and saw her open Ice and Fire 3.0 on the computer, and he was dumbfounded. Lin Xianyue's mouth curled up in a smug look. There's also version 4.0, the version with selectable levels, and the invincible version. Awesome! Since he had already played the two versions, Yi Zhou's skills were now considered consummate. The two of them, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue, worked together very well, and they rarely encountered levels that would get stuck for half a day. Halfway through the game, Yi Zhou took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket, which he had prepared long ago. Lin Xianyue, this is the 1,000 yuan I owe you. You went part-time these past 2 days just to pay me back? Lin Xianyue rarely showed surprise. Ah. Yi Zhou, you're such a fool, I didn't expect you to actually pay me back. Ignoring her words, Yi Zhou nodded and replied, Well, I actually only made 400 yuan in 2 days, and the rest is all my previous money. Oh. Lin Xianyue didn't have many emotions, and she turned her head to focus all her attention on the game. Seeing her like this, Yi Zhou thought about it and couldn't help but say, Lin Flower Girl, thank you. Thank me for what? If I hadn't insisted on calling the police just now, you would have arranged a job for my uncle again, just like you did last time when you gave my aunt the money. Thank you for wanting to solve my difficulties for me. But they're not worth it. Well, actually, it doesn't matter, it's just a job. I can arrange for him to work at the Jindong processing factory with just one phone call. It's my family's. Anyway. Yi Zhou was stunned for 2 seconds. What the hell? You, family? That's the Jindong group. Could it be that your father is Lin Jindong? Lin Xianyue looked at Yi Zhou suspiciously. How do you know my father's name? Holy cow. Good guy. No wonder Lin Xianyue said that with one phone call, she could get this job arranged. It turns out that the company is her family's. What shocked Yi Zhou even more was that Lin Xianyue's father is actually the chairman of the Jindong group. In that case, it's not hard to understand why she lives in a manor. You have to know that Jindong Group has no less than 20 factories and shopping malls all over the country. This is a master. It won't spray. Okay, I'll give you that. But don't be so stubborn in the future. You'd rather move a small bench and sit in the hallway waiting for me than send me a message. Lin Xianyue turned her head, her little face taut and full of seriousness. I didn't move a small bench and sit in the hallway. But Uncle Li told me yesterday that I was sitting in the stairwell, waiting for you pitifully. Oh, I'm so pitiful, I don't even have a small stool. Humph, I'm so pitiful, so in the future, when Yi Zhou goes to do something, he will definitely tell me beforehand. Lin Xianyue, you really are a little sly devil. Yi Zhou heard her thoughts and called it fraud. It's acting again. How on earth does this woman manage to lie without a trace? Yi Zhou, slow down, don't go too fast, there's water there. Ah, is that it? I'm going to go for it. Phew. Yi Zhou let out a sigh of relief, and his flushed face gradually returned to normal. Lin Xianyue's expression also couldn't hide her excitement. The final level required them to operate the fire doll to sprint, and if they failed, they would fall into the puddle and die. After he failed 5 times, he finally passed. It wasn't easy. Because Forest Ice and Fireman 3.0 had more levels than the previous 2 versions, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue spent the whole day to complete the game. They were so absorbed in the game that they even forgot to order lunch and had to order takeaway. Yi Zhou glanced at the wall clock. May 3, 1745. Lin Xianyue, it's time to go to school for evening study. Today, we'll change seats. Lin Xianyue's eyes drooped slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Yi Zhou is first, so he gets to choose the seat first. I'm second, so I'll be his seatmate no matter what. Ah yes. Yi Zhou thought to himself. His total score this time was 691, and Lin Xianyue's was 689. She didn't mean to score lower than him, did she? Oh, right, where do you want to sit this time? Lin Xianyue pursed her lips, it doesn't matter. As long as I'm with you, it doesn't matter where I sit. Hearing this answer of it doesn't matter, Yi Zhou nodded silently. Then he said, Lin Xianyue, I'm going to use the bathroom. Okay. Yi Zhou got up and walked towards the bathroom. Click. The door closed, and Yi Zhou began to unleash his power. After washing his hands, he happened to glance at the dirty laundry basket next to the washing machine, and his eyes instantly went straight. Holy cow! Gray? Strapless? No, it's not necessarily gray. I'm not sure, let's take a look again. 1 second later, Yi Zhou silently withdrew his gaze. He blushed a little. Even though he had viewed countless films with Mubai with a critical eye, this was the first time he had seen it in reality. Is this AC or AD? Yi Zhou opened the door and found Lin Xianyue just shutting down her computer. Well, Lin Xianyue, I'm going back first. I'll go to school by myself later. Bye. Wait. Lin Xianyue had just opened her mouth when Yi Zhou already opened the door and left. She stood there, confused, mumbling to herself. What's going on? Why is Yi Zhou's face so red? Lin Xianyue walked into the bathroom with a puzzled heart. The next second, she flushed red. In the dirty clothes basket was the bra she had taken off after her shower yesterday and hadn't had time to wash yet. Thinking about Yi Zhou's strange attitude just now, she suddenly understood what was going on. Oh. The blush on her cheeks quickly spread to her ears and neck. This is really bad. At 6:30 p.m., Yi Zhou arrived at the classroom. Most of the students in the classroom looked very excited. Everyone was looking forward to the beginning of the self-study period, when the teacher would start switching seats. Zhou, I've taken care of everything. I just asked everyone, and no one will be fighting with me for the seat next to you. Xiong Kai said excitedly. Ah, really? That's great. Yi Zhou laughed dryly. He knew that Xiong Kai had most likely just ignored Lin Xianyue. In fact, he was the only one in the class who was an athlete, and not even an art student. Therefore, apart from the right-hand man by Shen Ming, who had already been admitted to a college, Xiong Kai ranked last in the class in terms of cultural subjects in the second model exam. Once Lin Xianyue chose the seat next to Yi Zhou, Xiong Kai would become the new left-hand man. Ding dong ding. The bell rang for the start of the lesson, and everyone quickly returned to their seats. Soon, the teacher, Wang Yang, came in with the report cards. He pushed up his glasses and smiled, narrowing his eyes. This time, the average score of our class has improved by a full 16 points compared to the mock exam, which shows that everyone has tried their best. Many students who usually rank low have also made great progress this time, which the teacher is really pleased with. Since everyone has worked so hard, I will also keep the promise I made before the exam. The top 20 students in the class, as well as those who have improved their total score by 30 points, can choose their own seats. Okay, everyone, let's go outside the classroom first, and enter the classroom in order of your ranking to choose your seats. Chapter 39, We're neighbors, so it's reasonable to be in the same class, right? In front of the classroom door of grade 12-5, the students were chatting excitedly. Their excitement was hard to hide. The teacher stood at the classroom podium, first looking at the report card in his hands, and then shouting outside the classroom. Yi Zhou, you're number 1 in the class again, come in and choose your seat. Yi Zhou nodded and walked into the classroom first. As he passed by Xiong Kai whispered, Zhou, go ahead and choose our leading role position. Okay. Once inside the classroom, Yi Zhou simply sat down in his original position in the penultimate row by the window. Seeing this, the crowd outside the classroom was not surprised. Because before the evening study session, Xiong Kai had greeted them one by one. The teacher glanced at Yi Zhou and then called Lin Xianyue's name outside the classroom. Although Lin Xianyue received a lot of attention in class, she had been sitting in the second row ever since she transferred to the school. Her classmate Lu Ting was a below-average student with few friends and not much to say. So, in the eyes of the students in Class 5, Senior Year 3, the pair of desks occupied by Lin Xianyue and Lu Ting could not have been more suitable. One was aloof and didn't speak, while the other was introverted and didn't like to talk. So, when Lin Xianyue walked into the classroom to choose her seat, everyone, including the teacher, thought she would choose her original seat, just like Yi Zhou. Lin Xianyue stood at the door, paused for a moment, and then walked in. It wasn't until she had passed her original seat and showed no sign of stopping that the others realized what had happened. Hey, Lin Xianyue isn't sitting in her original seat? I guess she's been sitting in one place for too long and wants to change, which is normal. That's what she said, but after she switched seats, who would dare sit next to her? If I remember correctly, isn't Lu Ting not eligible for choosing her own seat? That's easy. If no one dares to sit next to Lin Xianyue in the end, it means that Lu Ting will still be sitting there. Maybe someone dares to sit next to the school beauty Lin Xianyue. After all, it's the last month of the school year, if they are not timid. I guess half of the boys in our class want to try, right? While everyone was chatting and discussing, Lin Xianyue had already crossed the first 4 rows of seats. Then, in full view of everyone, she sat down next to Yi Zhou without changing her expression. The group of people, who were still whispering, suddenly stopped. With a collective pause, the noisy atmosphere instantly quietened down. The faint sound of cicadas in the crooked willow tree outside the classroom window was especially clear at this moment. This can't be real, can it? What's going on? Why did Lin Xianyue take the initiative to sit next to Yi Zhou? I'm so excited. Another shocking piece of news. I remember a few days ago, a small group of people said that they saw Lin Xianyue and Yi Zhou sitting at the same table in the cafeteria. I thought it was nonsense. Lin Xianyue and Yi Zhou usually seem like they have nothing in common, but now they're sitting at the same table? Oh, my, tonic. I was just thinking that if the school beauty didn't sit in her usual seat, I could take advantage of the situation and brag about having sat at the same table as the school beauty when I go to university. Seeing Lin Xianyue sit down at the empty seat next to Yi Zhou, everyone waiting outside the classroom was in an uproar. They were having all kinds of heated discussions. Xiong Kai was the only one standing there listlessly, his heart finally completely at rest. Ha ha. It's over. It's all fucking over. Before the evening study session, Xiong Kai did ask everyone if they knew of anyone who would want Yi Zhou's seat. The reason he ignored Lin Xianyue was because Xiong Kai didn't think she would be Yi Zhou's seatmate. Otherwise, what would become of her cool and aloof image as the school beauty? Now Xiong Kai knows what would become of her. She would be considered naive. She would be considered unlucky. No matter how hard he tried to calculate, he never expected Lin Xianyue to actually sit next to Yi Zhou. At this moment, the teacher standing at the front of the class was also shocked. Ha! That's strange, there's clearly no way these two would ever cross paths. But he didn't think much of it, after all, they were both top students in the class. No matter what the reason for sitting together, it would only be beneficial. So, the teacher calmed down and shouted the name of the third-placed student in the class out of the classroom. Fan Xing, it's time to choose your seat. About 10 minutes later. Everyone had chosen their seats again and were sitting down, looking very satisfied. 90% of the people had chosen seats they were satisfied with, and the remaining 9% were not that satisfied, but at least they had matched up with normal classmates. As for the remaining 1%, it was the new left-handed guardian, Xiong Kai. He was lying on the table with no hope, looking at his new classmates Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue, his eyes full of resentment. But he was at the bottom of the class, and there was nothing he could do about it. It was a bit like the feeling of a young person not knowing the value of physical strength, and an old person looking at his daughter in vain and crying. Xiong Kai gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "Damn Lin Xianyue, she obviously already had the status of being a neighbor, and now she's even trying to take the status of being my classmate. It's really cold. Aha! I'm really sitting at the same table as Yi Zhoucheng. I'm so excited. I can spy on him from super close range in class now. SSSHHHHHHHH. Ever since Lin Xianyue sat down, her inner thoughts have been going off non-stop. Yi Zhou is sitting next to her, holding back a smile. He's not at all annoyed by Lin Xianyue's incessant inner thoughts. Plus, she has a cold and indifferent appearance, which is in stark contrast to her inner thoughts. Yi Zhou just finds her funny and cute. In fact, Yi Zhou is also very surprised. Although he knew beforehand from Lin Xianyue's inner thoughts that she would most likely be sitting next to him at the same table, Yi Zhou subconsciously felt that. Unexpectedly, she didn't do any preparation and simply sat down next to Yi Zhou. Okay. Her aloof personality and the fact that she doesn't explain anything to outsiders seem to fit the character even better. Yi Zhou thought to himself, directly calling her a master. After adjusting his position, the teacher began to explain the second model exam paper. After the teacher began to explain the questions, and the attention of the class finally stopped being completely focused on them, Yi Zhou poked Lin Xianyue. He wanted to know how Lin Xianyue would explain her behavior of sitting directly next to him. "Lin Xianyue, why did you suddenly want to be my seatmate?" Lin Xianyue said calmly, "I like this seat, but you happened to choose the seat next to mine." "So you didn't choose this seat before?" "Because I didn't know how to surf the internet before, and everyone said that the seat by the window in the penultimate row was Wang's hometown, so I wanted to try it." Yi Zhou was shocked. Damn it! Surfing the internet, which he had casually mentioned before, had now become Lin Xianyue's excuse for behaving in ways that didn't fit her persona. Without waiting for Yi Zhou to say anything else, Lin Xianyue's eyes drooped slightly, and she said quite defiantly, "Besides, we're neighbors, so it's reasonable to be in the same class, right? Chapter 40, it's reasonable, sensible, and with you." Had ha. Reasonable. So reasonable. Neighbor is just a lie you told. Oscar, roll over here and give Lin Xianyue an award. As the saying goes, it's reasonable, sensible, and with you. Lin Xianyue has mastered the use of these three weapons. This made Yi Zhou can't help but suspect, Lin Xianyue is not moving to next door to his house the day she started. She has already planned how to exploit the identity of the neighbor to the fullest? It's reasonable. Lin Xianyue raised her chin, then tilted her head to pay full attention to the blackboard. A trace of small smugness flashed across her pretty face. In school, there were not really many melodramatic plots like those in movies. There was nothing like the plot of a movie where a student spends 3 years of high school not studying and only studying for exams, and then in the final month of the college entrance exam, he makes a comeback and enters the top of his class. In fact, it was more like the gossip between boys and girls, where they were teased for talking a little too much when they got close to each other, and then the gossip spread throughout the entire school in the time between classes. So, Lin Xianyue's initiative to choose Yi Zhou as her deskmate quickly spread throughout the entire senior year during the break between classes in the middle of evening study hall. Did you hear? In this seating change in grade 12-5, Lin Xianyue took the initiative to choose to be a classmate with a boy. Is it true? Who is that boy? The boy is also an academic superstar. Yi Zhou, who is always in the top 5 in our grade, got second place in the second mock exam. My goodness, my socks, my coat. What kind of fairy tale is this, where two high-value-looking academic superstars actually become classmates? Oh no, these two aren't secretly dating, are they? They want to go to the same university together? No way. Lin Xianyue is not only a beautiful and smart student, she's also a rich girl. If you want to date her, you have to be at least as good as she is, and you have to come from a good family. Jiang Ming was furious when he heard his classmates discussing this. Jiang Ming is the monitor of grade 12-4 and the top student in the senior high school department of Bayan No. 1 Middle School. Since the first day Lin Xianyue transferred to Bayan No. 1 High School, Jiang Ming was amazed by her temperament and appearance. After learning that Lin Xianyue's academic performance was also outstanding, he simply and directly fell in love with her. Since then, Jiang Ming felt that he finally had a goal in his studies. For an outstanding girl like Lin Xianyue, Jiang Ming once felt that only he understood Lin Xianyue's profound heart the most. Especially over the past year, Lin Xianyue's indifferent attitude towards all boys made Jiang Ming even more convinced that Lin Xianyue and he shared the same views, only Jiang Ming and she had a soul-level resonance. So when Jiang Ming heard the rumors about Lin Xianyue and Yi Zhou, his mind instantly exploded. These stupid guys, Xianyue just sat at the same table with Yi Zhou, and they spread rumors that they were dating? Yi Zhou could never even get into the top 3 in his year, and only by chance did he get into the top 3 in the last 2 mock exams, and that attracted Xianyue's attention. Xianyue was only able to sit at the same table as Yi Zhou because it was convenient for her studies. If I were in class 5 too, what would Yi Zhou have to do with me? Jiang Ming's face flashed with hatred. Ding dong ding. The bell rang for class, and she heard her classmates still talking about this matter. Jiang Ming was furious. Taking advantage of his position as class monitor, he walked directly to the podium and shouted angrily. Are you all deaf? The bell has already rung. Instead of studying, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you all memorized the biology knowledge points, or have you all memorized the English words? One by one, you have all scored so low, dragging down the average score of the class. Aren't you ashamed? I've always scored first, but I'm not as proud as you all. Everyone on the stage shut up. But some students who couldn't stand Jiang Ming whispered mockingly. What's with the act? You're just the top of the class, and anyone who doesn't know better would think you're the top of the city. Everyone knows the monitor likes the school beauty Lin, and now everyone's talking about Lin and Yi Zhou being classmates. He's desperate. It's really laughable. Jiang Ming, who was standing on the stage, heard the whispers from the audience and became furious, his face turning red. He blamed Yi Zhou for everything and clenched his fists in anger. Yi Zhou, you just wait. On the first day of school after the May Day holiday, the atmosphere on campus was completely different from before. All the students who were about to take the college entrance exam knew that they had entered the final month before the exam. Everyone was on edge, and after just one night, there was very little gossip outside of studies. Yi Zhou had parked his bike in the bicycle shed and was about to turn and walk towards the classroom when a sharp pain came from the back of his heel. Sigh. He let out a cold breath from the pain and frowned as he turned around. He noticed a boy standing behind him with a bicycle. Obviously the boy's bicycle had hit his foot. Sorry, I was distracted and didn't pay attention to the road. Jiang Ming apologized, but his expressionless face showed no sign of remorse. Didn't pay attention to the road ahead? Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes. He had arrived early today, and at the moment there was no one else in the bicycle shed except for him and Jiang Ming, and the road was as spacious as it could be. Moreover, he had parked in the parking space on the steps, so Jiang Ming should not have hit him at all. Combined with Jiang Ming's indifferent appearance, it was already obvious. This kid did it on purpose. Yi Zhou's face turned cold. Jiang Ming, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Of course it wasn't intentional. I'm the top student in my year, why would I intentionally bump you, the second best student? Yi Zhou's eyes twitched slightly, and he thought to himself, just as the rumors say, it's true. Jiang Ming, who always comes in first in his year, is indeed a freak. He crouched down and rubbed his heel to make sure that it was just a bump and there was no external injury. After that, Yi Zhou glanced at Jiang Ming and turned around to leave. Seeing this scene, it was Jiang Ming's turn to be dumbfounded. Buddy, I provoked you like this, aren't you even a little angry? Then how am I supposed to carry out my plan? Jiang Ming was certain that as long as someone was normal, they would definitely be furious after being provoked like this. Plus, they were currently in puberty, and basically all boys were a little restless. So after being provoked like this, they will definitely just start fighting. So Jiang Ming planned to deliberately provoke Yi Zhou. As long as Yi Zhou dares to fight, he will definitely be punished by the school. At that time, Lin Xianyue will see that although Yi Zhou is good at studying, he is a violent person by nature. In Jiang Ming's opinion, he is good at studying and has a high emotional quotient, and has long since matured far beyond his peers, so his plan will definitely succeed. Seeing that Yi Zhou's behavior was not quite what he expected, Jiang Ming became anxious and quickly said, Hey, Yi Zhou, why are you ignoring me? I think you're right, you didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Ming was stunned. What the hell? Yi Zhou managed to get second place in his grade, but anyone who wasn't an idiot could see that his behavior was intentional. Yi Zhou actually believed him that he didn't do it on purpose? Damn it! This kid trusts me, the top student, too much. What an idiot! Jiang Ming cursed under his breath and simply said, "Hey, to tell you the truth, I did it on purpose." After saying that, Jiang Ming stood in the same place, prepared to face the storm head-on. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhou simply said indifferently, "Yeah, I know. A dog bite me once, I won't bite the dog back. Go play." Chapter 41, Born 5 children with a clear conscience, no regrets about the twins. Dog? Jiang Ming froze. When he reacted, he yelled angrily, "Yi Zhou, who are you calling a dog? I'll call whoever ignores me a dog." Yi Zhou shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Seeing that his plan to provoke Yi Zhou had completely failed, Jiang Ming became anxious. He directly blocked Yi Zhou's path and put on a look that begged for a beating. "Yi Zhou, I told you, I deliberately bumped into you on purpose. As a man, aren't you angry at all?" "I am angry." "Then why don't you hit me?" Looking at Jiang Ming's eager little eyes, Yi Zhou burst out laughing. He lightly tugged the corners of his mouth and laughed, "You little punk, you're a masochist? Begging someone to hit you, you're crazy." After saying that, Yi Zhou ignored Jiang Ming and walked around him towards the classroom. "Hey! Yi Zhou, you're not allowed to leave. Come back here. Yi Laoer, forever in second place, come back here, do you hear me?" No matter how Jiang Ming shouted, Yi Zhou didn't turn around. This reaction made Jiang Ming so angry that he stamped his feet in place, feeling like he'd punched a piece of cotton. He had obviously provoked Yi Zhou so much, but the other party didn't seem to be angry at all. Yi Zhou, who had just come out of the bicycle shed, twitched the corner of his mouth. While in the bicycle shed, Jiang Ming's eyes kept darting in the direction of the bicycle shed's camera. It was already obvious that Jiang Ming was deliberately provoking Yi Zhou, so that Yi Zhou would strike him in anger and be captured on camera. If there wasn't a surveillance camera, Yi Zhou really wanted to give Jiang Ming a punch to taste the freshness. The look on his face just now was really asking for a beating. But no, forget it, how expensive is a punch these days? Watching him look so incompetent and furious is quite satisfying. But it's really strange, Jiang Ming and I have no grudges against each other at the top of the class, why would he want to come up with such a mean trick to trick me? Yi Zhou thought, and went upstairs to the classroom. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Xiongkai's huge body, huddled in the seat below the podium. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, and subconsciously said, "Xiongkai, what are you doing sitting here? If I don't sit here, where else can I sit? That crafty woman, Lin Xianyue, has stolen my home." Xiongkai turned around, his expression almost crying. Yi Zhou laughed, "Oh. I almost forgot, you are now the new left guardian. Buddy, did you really have to tell me something so heartfelt so early in the morning?" Xiongkai pursed his lips and asked in a low voice. "Zhou, be honest with me, what is your relationship with the school beauty Lin Xianyue? How could she choose to be your deskmate?" "Of course it's innocent, there's no relationship." Xiongkai didn't believe him and raised his eyebrows, teasing him, "Innocent as in having 5 children without any regrets and having twins without any regrets?" 6. Yi Zhou sat down in his seat and noticed that Lin Xianyue hadn't arrived yet. I haven't seen her since we left this morning. Is she taking the day off?" Yi Zhou was a little surprised. He wanted to quietly send a message to Lin Xianyue on his phone, but during morning reading, the year head was patrolling outside the classroom, so he had to give up. He would ask her again after morning reading. However, halfway through morning reading, Lin Xianyue arrived late, carrying her school bag. Lin Xianyue sat down next to Yi Zhou, and a pleasant fragrance came towards him. Yi Zhou was curious and asked, "Lin Flower Girl, why are you late today? Did you oversleep?" Lin Xianyue's expression was unnatural, and she subconsciously touched her lower abdomen before muddling through. "I woke up late. Oh no, my annoying period. It hurts so much when I wake up in the morning that I can't get up at all. Damn it, I want to punch it so hard to let it know who is the master of my body." Hearing Lin Xianyue's thoughts, Yi Zhou suddenly realized. It turned out to be menstruation. Without saying a word, Yi Zhou picked up his own cup to get some water. In a moment, he handed Lin Xianyue the cup filled with hot water. "Ahem, I was going to get some water to drink, but I accidentally got boiling water. It's a waste to pour it out, so I'll let you warm your stomach with it?" Afraid that Lin Xianyue would misunderstand, Yi Zhou added, "I'll drink it later when it cools down." Lin Qianyue's deep eyes flashed with surprise, and a blush rose to her pretty face. How did you know? I saw you rubbing your belly just now. Lin Qianyue was surprised. She didn't think Yi Zhou would be so observant. She stared at Yi Zhou for a long time, her eyes flashing. You obviously poured the hot water on purpose for me, why won't you admit it? Ha! We're good neighbors, and it's only reasonable to fetch hot water for each other. Ding dong! The second class ended, and the bell for morning exercises in the large break sounded. Everyone in the classroom was leaving, and Yi Zhou noticed that Lin Qianyue suddenly slumped over the table, her face turning from green to red. Her hands kept rubbing her lower abdomen. Yi Zhou's brows furrowed slightly, and at a glance, he could tell that Lin Qianyue was suffering from menstrual pain. At this time, Lin Qianyue tilted her head slightly to look at Yi Zhou. Her tone was no longer the usual cold one, and she said weakly, Yi Zhou, can you help me ask the class teacher for an absence? I'm not going to do morning exercises today, I don't feel well. Okay, it's a special period, remember to drink plenty of hot water. You know. Lin Qianyue saw Yi Zhou turn away after saying that and bit her lips lightly. Although she knew that this was normal, a flash of disappointment still appeared in her eyes. In fact, Yi Zhou didn't go to morning exercise at all. He went to see the teacher in charge to ask for leave for himself and Lin Qianyue, and then ran to the school canteen. He planned to buy Lin Qianyue sanitary napkins and body warmers. He had just read online that body warmers applied to the tailbone could quickly relieve menstrual pain. After buying the things, Yi Zhou quickly ran to the classroom. However, just as he returned to the fourth floor where the classroom was located, he bumped into a hurried girl around the corner. Ouch, that hurts. Shenxi sat on the ground with a thud after being knocked over, and cursed as she got up from the ground. You really are blind when you walk, aren't you? Yi Zhou. Shenxi was full of surprise when she saw that the person in front of her was Yi Zhou. Then, she caught a glimpse of the warm baby and sanitary napkins in Yi Zhou's hands, and her eyes lit up. Just now. Shenxi was in a hurry to go to the bathroom, so she asked her best friend Su Miaomiao to buy sanitary napkins for her. Now that she saw Yi Zhou appear before her, Shenxi subconsciously thought that Su Miaomiao must have met Yi Zhou on the way and asked Yi Zhou to bring them to her. Although she had had a bad time with Yi Zhou twice before, now Yi Zhou was willing to bring her sanitary napkins without regard for the strange looks of the others at school. In Shenxi's opinion, all of Yi Zhou's previous actions seemed to be less extreme. Because he is willing to bring me sanitary napkins. Shenxi covered her stomach and said joyfully, Miao Miao told you to come, didn't she? Alright, give me the stuff. Since you bought me sanitary napkins today, I forgive you for what you did before. Chapter 42, You've successfully made me like you even more. Forgiven? Who told you to forgive me without my permission? Yi Zhou's eyebrows shot up, and he subconsciously looked down at the sanitary napkin in his hand. What a coincidence. Shenxi also had her period. What are you still doing here? Give it to me. Seeing that Yi Zhou was standing there without saying a word, Shenxi pouted in displeasure. Yi Zhou tried hard not to laugh. He really couldn't figure it out. The first two times, he had clearly been so rude to Shenxi. Why did she always manage to defend herself from a very strange angle? Yi Zhou dug into his ears and said, You're talking gibberish. Who told you that I bought these sanitary napkins for you? Shenxi's smile instantly froze on her face, and her eyes were blank. Yi Zhou, what do you mean? Didn't Su Miaomiao ask you to buy me these sanitary napkins? Of course I did. Why would I buy you this stuff for no reason? You're daydreaming in the morning, you idiot. Shenxi looked at Yi Zhou in disbelief. She wondered if she had heard him wrong. Yi Zhou, are you swearing at me? If you don't think that's dirty enough, I can say more. Yi Zhou said calmly, his eyes betraying his dislike for Shenxi. Shenxi was about to say something else, but soon felt a warm current rising in her lower abdomen, and her face suddenly changed. Oh no! I'm going to leak. Shenxi clenched her lips, her face flushed. Yi Zhou, are you crazy? Don't joke with me at a time like this, I'm in a hurry, give me the sanitary napkin quickly. Yi Zhou saw Shenxi's embarrassment and laughed. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry. If you insist on being anxious, then I don't have anything to worry about either, because I know what you're anxious about. Unfortunately, I haven't been anxious from beginning to end. After saying this, Yi Zhou walked straight to the classroom, bypassing Shenxi. Shenxi wanted to reach out and grab Yi Zhou, but the warm current in her lower abdomen made her afraid to move too much. She could only watch as Yizhou took the package of sanitary napkins and walked towards the classroom. Tears filled Chen Shi's eyes. She couldn't figure out why Yizhou, who had been so obedient to her in the past, had become like this after she returned from the provincial college entrance exam. Could it be because of Lin Xianyue? Suddenly, Chen Shi remembered the rumor that circulated during yesterday's evening study session that Lin Xianyue had volunteered to be Yizhou's deskmate. She clenched her silver teeth and said angrily, "Yizhou, you scum! You've obviously been secretly in love with me for so many years, but you've suddenly fallen for Lin Mei. Oh, I'm going to leak." Chen Shi's chest heaved, the warm current in her lower abdomen grew hotter and hotter, and her eyes flashed with panic. She couldn't think of anything else and hurriedly rushed into the girls' toilet. Yizhou returned to the classroom and found Lin Xianyue still slumped over the desk, her face still in pain. She was sweating coldly from the forehead. Hearing footsteps in the classroom, Lin Xianyue subconsciously looked up and was very surprised to see Yizhou. "Why didn't you go to morning exercise? Did you ask the teacher for leave for me?" "I didn't have time." "What were you doing just now?" Facing Lin Xianyue's inquiry, Yizhou didn't say a word. He placed the sanitary napkins he bought on the table, then took out a pocket warmer from his pocket, and then whispered, "I went to buy these for you earlier. The school tuck shop only seems to sell regular pads, so you'll have to make do with those for now. You can stick the body warmers on the base of your spine and your lower abdomen to help with the painful menstruation." After a pause, Yizhou thought of something and added, "Right, the body warmers should be stuck on through clothing, not directly on the skin, or you'll get a low temperature burn." Eh? Lin Xianyue's pretty face was full of surprise. She looked at the sanitary napkins and warm babies on the table, and a warm current welled up in her heart. "This is all for me?" Lin Xianyue's voice trembled a little. "What else? Could it be that I'm using the rest of it? I don't have a period either, huh?" Yizhou laughed. Lin Xianyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pursed her lips and whispered, "Thank you, Yizhou." "You're welcome. Where's your water glass? I'll get you some hot water." "It's fine, I can get it myself." Lin Xianyue was about to refuse, but Yizhou had already seen the water glass she had placed on the windowsill by her left hand. So, without further ado, he took the water glass and went to the water dispenser in front to get her some hot water. After getting the hot water and putting the glass back on the table, Yizhou imitated Lin Xianyue's mannerisms and narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Neighbor, fetching water, reasonable. HM." Lin Xianyue was slightly taken aback and blushed, lowering her head. "Aha! Yizhou bought me sanitary napkins. Man, who told you to be so gentle? You successfully made me like you even more." "Like?" Yizhou's pupils trembled. Although he had been able to hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts for half a month, this was the first time he had truly heard Lin Xianyue admit that she liked him. Lin Xianyue noticed Yizhou's unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing," Yizhou said, waving his hands. He quickly drank from his water glass to hide his unnatural behavior. He just remembered after swallowing. This water has just been warmed by Lin Xianyue's stomach. Although the water did not come into direct contact with Lin Xianyue, Yizhou always felt that the water seemed sweeter than usual. The third class in the morning was chemistry. 5 minutes after the bell had rung, the chemistry teacher had not yet arrived. The chemistry class representative was just about to get up and go to the office to find the teacher when the old class monitor Wang Yang suddenly appeared in the doorway. "Your chemistry teacher has had to go home due to a sudden family matter and has asked for leave. This class will be replaced with study hall. Yizhou and Lin Xianyue, you two come with me to the office." Yizhou and Lin Xianyue glanced at each other. They both saw doubt in each other's eyes. The two of them got up and walked with their teacher to the office. Whoosh! Before they had gone far, Yizhou heard the uproar from the class. Lin Xianyue obviously heard it too, and an imperceptible blush of shyness appeared on her pale face. She lowered her head slightly, quickened her pace to keep up with her teacher, and tried to hide her inner turmoil. When they reached the office door, Wang Yang said to the two of them, "The head of the grade department is waiting for you in the office. I have something to do, so I'll go first." Yizhou and Lin Xianyue nodded and pushed open the office door. They saw the head of the grade department, Liang Bin, sitting in a chair, earnestly persuading the boy in front of him. "Jiang Ming, you are number one, and your logical thinking is far ahead of the other students. Participating in this competition will only mean missing a few afternoon classes, and the school will let any teacher give you one-on-one makeup lessons. Director, I still say the same thing, even if I participate in the competition and win first place, it won't be of much help to me. I personally don't need this kind of competition to gild me. Liang Bin let out a heavy sigh when he heard this. It was at this moment that he saw Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue, and his eyes lit up. Oh, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue are here. Hurry, come quickly. Then Liang Bin said to Jiang Ming in front of him, Okay Jiang Ming, since you really don't want to participate, the director won't force you, and I will give the spot to Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue. What, Lin Xianyue? She's going to participate too? Jiang Ming was shocked. He quickly pushed his glasses back up his nose, changed his previous impatient expression, and said sternly, Director Liang, I suddenly feel that as a member of Bayan No. 1 High School, and even more so as the top student in the senior high school department, I, Jiang Ming, have an unshirkable responsibility to participate in this physics competition. Chapter 43, He Likes Lin Xianyue? Liang Bin is 53 years old. His greatest dream in life is to watch an authentic Sichuan opera face changing performance. Unexpectedly, on this ordinary day, Liang Bin saw Jiang Ming change his face without a trace at the speed of light. 1 second ago, Jiang Ming sternly refused, and the next second he said he had an unshirkable responsibility. Quick! It was really quick. Liang Bin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Jiang Ming, are you sure you want to participate? You've been refusing and then agreeing to participate, which makes the teacher very uncertain about you. Don't worry, Director, I, Jiang Ming, always keep my word. Jiang Ming once again pushed his glasses on his nose, picked up a pen, and quickly filled out the application form for the physics competition. When Liang Bin, the director of the grade, saw the application form handed over, joy finally flashed in his eyes. He then turned to Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue. Yi Zhou, Xianyue, as you just heard, the provincial government has organized a physics competition for 2 people, and our school has been allocated a quota for 1 team. Because the competition questions are quite difficult, the school has decided, after discussion, to give one of the 2 places to Jiang Ming. After all, Jiang Ming has ranked first in his year group every time this year. After a pause, Liang Bin touched his nose and smiled bitterly. The second place was going to be chosen based on the physics score in the second model comprehensive exam. But as you just saw, Jiang Ming felt that it would delay his own college entrance examination review plan, and he really didn't want to participate. So I thought, let you 2 go together, but now that Jiang Ming has filled out the registration form, there is only 1 place left. Yi Zhou scored 92 points in the physics section of the second model exam, ranking 2nd in the entire grade, and Lin Xianyue scored 91 points, ranking 3rd. So why not let Yi Zhou go? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded when he heard this. He had just been so focused on Lin Xianyue that he had completely overlooked Yi Zhou, who was standing right next to her. Now that the head of the department had mentioned it, he realized that Yi Zhou was also here. Shit, didn't you say that Lin Xianyue and I would be a team? Now Yi Zhou and I are the ones who got to participate? Jiang Ming hurriedly said, Head, we can't let Yi Zhou participate. His words immediately attracted Liang Bin's puzzled gaze. Jiang Ming realized that he had overreacted and coughed to cover his embarrassment. He then explained. Cough cough, Director. I personally feel that since this is a physics competition for 2 people, the boy and the girl should form a team. This way, when they encounter difficult problems in the competition, they can analyze them from different perspectives, which will be useful for solving the problems. After a pause, Jiang Ming continued to explain. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin's physics grades are more stable. Looking at the past few exams, Lin's physics scores are higher than Yi Zhou's. So I prefer Lin to participate in the physics competition with me, which can increase the probability of winning. Yi Zhou's average level is still not as good as Lin's. As Jiang Ming spoke seriously, Yi Zhou's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly understood why Jiang Ming had deliberately provoked him in the carport this morning. Good guy. So this kid likes Lin Xianyue? When Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai were still classmates, Xiong Kai had told him that Jiang Ming, the top student in the year, had a crush on Lin Xianyue. But Yi Zhou had thought at the time that a studious guy like Jiang Ming, who was serious about nothing but studying, wouldn't be interested in girls at high school. Now it seems. Ha ha. Most likely, he heard that Lin Xianyue and I were sitting together and got jealous, so he provoked me on purpose. Yi Zhou thought to himself. Combining Jiang Ming's reaction when he saw Lin Xianyue just now, he believed that his speculation was absolutely correct. After Jiang Ming finished explaining, he looked at Lin Xianyue with a smile. Lin, I believe that if we participate in this physics competition together, we will definitely win an award. However, Lin Xianyue just looked at Jiang Ming indifferently and did not respond. Jiang Ming did not feel embarrassed, but instead became even more excited. This indifferent attitude, I like it. At this moment, Liang Bin pinched his chin and thought carefully about the reason Jiang Ming had given. Finally, he nodded slowly. There is some truth in it. In that case, what do you think, Xianyue? Oh, yes, since this is a provincial competition, as long as you win an award, the organizers will issue a professional certificate. This kind of certificate, when you go to university and study a related major, can give the instructor priority in choosing you, so it is still very valuable. Hearing Liang Bin say this, Yizhou realized that the level of this competition really could not be underestimated. If the certificate doesn't have any weight, the school would never ask these top students to participate. Because of their college entrance exam scores, the school has high hopes for them. The school would rather these top students spend all their time preparing for the college entrance exam, so how could they possibly be willing to let them spare time to participate in the competition? At this time, Jiang Ming gave Yizhou a raised eyebrow, his expression quite pleased. How about Lin Xianyue being your deskmate? How about you deliberately ignoring me in the morning? Now Lin Xianyue and I are going to participate in the physics competition together, and we will win the prize together, and achieve our future. However, Yizhou just looked at him indifferently, without any emotion. Ranked first in the class? Childish. Okay, director, the decision is made. Lin and I will participate in the physics competition together. Don't worry, However, Jiang Ming's words were interrupted by Lin Xianyue. Who told you to make a decision for me? Lin Xianyue's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her cold tone carried displeasure. She looked at Liang Bin and said indifferently, Teacher, I don't want to participate in this competition. What's wrong with this boy? Just now, he looked at Yizhou with those provocative eyes? Who wants to participate in the doubles competition with you? If I'm going to participate, it'll be with Yizhou. Yizhou was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xianyue to have also seen Jiang Ming's expression. A cold sweat streaked Liang Bin's forehead. He had never expected Lin Xianyue to be so firm and decisive. He didn't dare to persuade Lin Xianyue in the same way as Jiang Ming. The Lin family was of a high status, and he, a small department head, could not afford to offend them. If Lin Xianyue had already refused once, not to mention Liang Bin, even the headmaster would not dare to persuade her a second time. As soon as Jiang Ming heard that Lin Xianyue had refused to participate, his heart was broken. This is not right. This is completely wrong. How could Lin Xianyue not want to participate in the competition with him? Jiang Ming looked at Lin Xianyue in great puzzlement, pushed his glasses in confusion, and hurriedly asked. How could this be? Lin, why wouldn't you want to team up with me for this two-person physics competition? You and I are the same type of person, we should resonate on a learning level, and participating in this competition will allow us to get to know each other better. Yizhou, O.O? Lin Xianyue? Liang Bin? Chapter 44, You Can Get Pregnant from Kissing. As soon as Jiang Ming spoke, he immediately silenced the three people in front of him. What a niche text. Clearly, each word is in Chinese, but why can't I understand it when put together? Yizhou reacted, and his body went numb. Shit. Is this really a zero-frame start? Lin Xianyue looked at Jiang Ming strangely, and after a long silence, asked in confusion. Do I know you? You don't know me? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. How could this be? How could Lin Xianyue not know me? I was in the same class as her in the entire Bayan No. 1 middle school, and we empathized with each other. He was not giving up hope, and forced to smile. I'm Jiang Ming, I was ranked first in my year. How could you not know me? You sat at the same table as Yizhou, didn't you? It's because he got second place in the second mock exam, right? If I were in your class, you would definitely choose to sit at the same table with me, right? Sorry, I really don't know you. Ha! This guy is crazy, isn't he? That's so strange. I sat at the same table as Yizhou because he is Yizhou. Why would I want to sit at the same table with you? Who do you think you are? After a pause, Lin Xianyue added, Even less will I sit at the same table with you. I really don't know you. Even less will I sit at the same table with you. These two short sentences made Jiang Ming's scalp tingle, and he felt like he was about to die. Did I imagine all the resonance we felt on an intellectual and spiritual level? Lin Qianyue doesn't even know my name? Yi Zhou tried hard to suppress a laugh. He suspected that Jiang Ming loved to fill in the blanks with his own imagination when he wasn't studying. It was already so exaggerated that even though he clearly had no intersection with Lin Qianyue, he still felt that he had a spiritual resonance with Lin Qianyue. Where did this clown come from? Why hasn't Batman come to get him? Liang Bin saw that the atmosphere was not quite right and quickly turned his gaze to Yi Zhou. Yi Zhou, it's better if you and Jiang Ming participate in the competition together. Sorry, director, I don't want to participate either. Yi Zhou withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ming and, without even thinking, directly rejected Liang Bin. If it was with Lin Qianyue, he would of course be happy to participate. But now the other person is Jiang Ming, what's the point of participating? This clown, as soon as he opens his mouth, he's just a dog licking, what's the point of a competition? Liang Bin immediately wanted to persuade Yi Zhou as soon as he heard this. Lin Qianyue couldn't persuade him, but Yi Zhou could. Yi Zhou, the school takes this competition very seriously, and the director hopes that you. Teacher, Yi Zhou said he didn't want to participate. Lin Qianyue spoke again, his tone very certain. Liang Bin was taken aback, and looking at Lin Qianyue's direct stare, he was a little intimidated. This. Okay, I understand, I'll ask the other students. Jiang Ming, who was standing nearby, heard Lin Qianyue speak up for Yi Zhou. His heart broke again. But he was unwilling to lose face in front of Yi Zhou, so he simply said to Liang Bin. Director Liang, since they are all unwilling to participate, then I will not participate either. This is nonsense, you are messing around. Upon hearing this, Liang Bin angrily slammed the table. He angrily looked at Jiang Ming and sternly rebuked him. First you said you wouldn't participate, then you said you would participate, and now you filled out the registration form and you're saying you want to withdraw? What do you take me for? What do you take the school rules for? Jiang Ming was taken aback. This is fucking wrong. Lin Qianyue and Yi Zhou both refused, but the director's attitude was still so good. Why is it that I'm the one who's furious? Jiang Ming stammered, I understand, director. Liang Bin took a couple of deep breaths before turning to Lin Qianyue and Yi Zhou and saying, Okay, since neither of you want to participate in the competition, just go back to class. Okay, bye, director. Yi Zhou nodded and left with Lin Qianyue. They left the office. Yi Zhou pursed her lips and looked at Lin Qianyue. Thank you for helping me just now. Lin Qianyue was a little puzzled. Help you with what? Help me refuse the director's invitation. If it weren't for the director's face, he would have tried every means to get me to participate in the competition. Oh, you're welcome. Of course I can't let you participate. Participating in the competition with that kind of person will make you stupid. The internet says that stupidity is contagious. Listening to Lin Qianyue's panting, Yi Zhou smacked his lips. If stupidity is so easily contagious, then kissing would make you pregnant. Time flies. Time slips away without a sound. The students in their senior year are buried in their studies, with books and exam papers filling every desk. Outside the classroom window, the cicadas are getting louder and louder, and the countdown to the college entrance exam above the blackboard is decreasing day by day. In the hot summer air of the campus, there seems to be an air of tension and farewell. Everyone feels that the cicadas are louder than any other year. The overgrown branches outside the classroom windows could not block out the bright sunshine. That day, there were only 10 days left until the college entrance exam. The last physical education class of the 5th year of high school was changed to a self-study class. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the hot weather made many people unable to bear it, and they fell asleep on their desks. Near the end of the class, the teacher walked into the classroom. He knocked on the blackboard to wake up the sleeping students, and then cleared his throat and announced, "This afternoon, our class will take the graduation photo, so after school at noon, everyone should hurry up and tidy up their appearance. We will wear our class uniforms for the photo. Girls, today is an exception, you are allowed to wear makeup to school, but don't go overboard. After all, at this age, innocence and cuteness are the main colors. Besides, the girls in our class are all very beautiful, even without makeup, they are still the most attractive. As for the boys, you brats, don't you usually like to fix your hair? After lunch, I'll pay for a trip to the barbershop, and we'll all get the coolest haircuts, so that the girls in the class can see that you're all potential stars." The teacher's words carried a hint of reluctance. He rubbed his nose and continued, "This is our last group photo at school, so I hope everyone will be at their best and make the best memories of their youth." Hearing this, the eyes of many students became slightly moist. It seemed like the 3 years had flashed before their eyes, and all the interesting things that had happened in class were still vivid in their minds. Some people began to discuss the details of the photo shoot in a low voice, while others silently organized the books on the table. At this moment, the sound of cicadas seemed to have become much softer, as if accompanying this precious moment. Yi Zhou had experienced more sentimental farewells than this, so he was not as sentimental as most people in the class. Youth is all about non-stop encounters and missed opportunities. So, he propped up his chin, looked sideways at his classmate Lin Xianyue, and smiled. "Lin Xianyue, are you going to put on makeup at noon?" Lin Xianyue blinked her eyes, no longer as cold as usual. She stared straight into Yi Zhou's eyes and whispered, "Then, will you walk me home to put on makeup?" Chapter 45. She is already a peerless beauty, even when she is not seen at her best. Midsummer is the sweetness of tangerine-flavored lollipops, and the youthful breath carried away by the wind. Lin Xianyue sits on the back seat of Yi Zhou's bicycle as they weave through the various alleys. This is Yi Zhou's usual route home by bicycle, with few cars and few people, which is much more convenient than walking on the main road. Everyone walking in the alley can't help but turn back when they see them. Because the two of them are so stunningly good-looking, they look like the male and female leads in a youth drama. Lin Xianyue, who is sitting on the back seat, sees a bead of sweat trickle down Yi Zhou's forehead and whispers, "Yi Zhou, am I heavy?" "Of course not. I guess you weigh about 100 pounds, which is pretty light." "It's 107 pounds. I've gained 2 pounds after eating cancer-causing barbecue twice with Yi Zhou these days. But they were really delicious." Lin Xianyue's thoughts whizzed into Yi Zhou's ears, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. In fact, Lin Xianyue was 1.7 meters tall, and 107 pounds was completely unrelated to weight, and was even a bit on the light side. But her well-proportioned figure was a bit against the heavens, with flesh growing where it should and no extra flesh where it shouldn't. Soon, Yi Zhou brought Lin Xianyue home by bicycle, and Uncle Li, who had been driving behind them, also took advantage of the situation to pull over and park the Maybach. Uncle Li took out 2 bottles of ice water from the car's refrigerator and ran to the two of them, beaming like an ant, and handed them the water. "Young Master Yi, you've had a hard journey." Upon receiving the ice water, Yi Zhou's mouth twitched. "TSK, if I had known that you were at the school gate, I would have asked you to drive us back. It's a strange day to ride a bicycle." Uncle Li shook his head repeatedly to deny it, with a smile on his face. No, you must have mistaken me. I just happened to meet you and miss on the way. I definitely didn't wait at the school gate the whole time." "Ha ha." Yi Zhou laughed, and looked deeply at Lin Xianyue next to him. The latter just lightly picked up the water bottle, raised her slender, fair neck and took a drink. Then she turned her head and directly took the elevator upstairs, as if she really knew nothing. Yi Zhou drank the mineral water in one go, and then prepared to take the next elevator. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Uncle Li. "What's the matter, Uncle Li?" "Hey, young Master Yi, you will have to trouble yourself to take Miss Lin to school by bike later. I still have some things to take care of." "Well, aren't you Miss Lin's personal driver? How can you have other things to do?" Uncle Li coughed. "Yes, I am her personal driver, but occasionally I do have important things to take care of." "I'm really sorry to trouble you, Master Yi." Okay, I understand." Yi Zhou didn't think much about it and turned to go up in the elevator. As he watched Yi Zhou's back as he left, Lin Yan quickly drove the Maybach to a hidden place and let out a sigh of relief. Then, Auntie Xiao appeared again. The two of them, Miss Yi and Yi Zhou, were really sweet together. It was a pity that they couldn't go into the school, otherwise I would definitely take my camera and take a photo of them together. Lin Yan adjusted the seat in the car back a little, and prepared to open his phone and continue reading "My childhood sweetheart is the school bully who keeps hitting on me." But as soon as he unlocked the screen, the interface was still stuck on the text message that Miss Yi had just sent him. "Uncle Li, Yi Zhou is going to take me home later, so don't show up. We're going to school this afternoon, so you have to pretend to have something to do and let him take me by bike." The graduation photo outfits were purchased collectively online by each class using the class funds. The uniform for the 5th-year Class 5 boys is a white shirt with a striped tie and gray straight leg pants, giving them a fresh and youthful look. As for the girls, they also wear a white shirt with a bow tie on top, and a gray pleated skirt that contrasts with the boys' pants. The length is just right, just reaching the knee. It is in line with the identity of a student, but also retains the tenderness unique to a young girl. While Lin Xianyue was taking a break to put on her makeup, Yizhou changed into his class uniform and washed his hair again. He finished off his hairstyle with hairspray and hair clay. Halfway through, Xiong Kai called. "Ah, Zhou, the teacher spent a fortune today taking all the boys in our class to the barber's for a haircut and styling. I just got done, and I feel like I've been transformed into Daniel Wu. You guys go ahead, I'll do it myself at home. Tony, the teacher at the school gate, can't be trusted at all." "Ah, Zhou, you're confused. The only chance to get a free haircut from teacher Lao Ban, and you let it go so easily." Okay, I'm hanging up now. I have to go treat teacher Lao Ban to dinner again." After hanging up the phone, Yizhou quickly fixed himself up. TSK. The way he learned in the short video wasn't bad. After standing in front of the mirror and looking at himself a few times, Yizhou was quite satisfied. He was going to knock on Lin Xianyue's door and ask if she was ready. But just as the door opened, Lin Xianyue from 1003 opened her door at the same time. For a split second, Yizhou was transfixed. Lin Xianyue was already perfectly beautiful, and now with a light layer of makeup, her delicate features were accentuated. The white shirt fit Lin Xianyue perfectly, and the buttons at the collar seemed unable to fasten because of her two full breasts. Her delicate collarbone was faintly visible, exuding an indescribable sexy charm. Her long, straight legs, bare in the sunlight, exuded a charming luster, and the hem of her skirt swayed lightly. Her cherry lips were lightly pursed, as delicate as petals, and her eyes looked expectantly at Yizhou. "Does Yizhou look good?" "Yes. Super good," Yizhou said from the bottom of his heart, his eyes full of amazement. Before, Lin Xianyue either wore her school uniform at school or very loose-fitting clothes at home. As a result, Yizhou had never noticed that her figure was actually exaggerated to this extent. From the top of her head to the tips of her toes, she is a vision. Upon hearing Yizhou's praise, Lin Xianyue smiled, "Thank you." Although she appeared calm, in fact, her heart had already been struck by lightning. "Aha! Yizhou is so handsome. These broad shoulders, this tight waist, I simply dare not think of what he is hiding under his clothes. I wonder if Yizhou has abs. I really want to touch them." Lin Xianyue's thoughts made Yizhou blush, and his expression became unnatural. Cough cough, let's go eat, we have to be at school by 2:30. Okay. Yizhou rode Lin Xianyue to the restaurant. The girl sat in the back seat, her usual cold expression gone, just a slight curl at the corner of her mouth, and a strange light in her eyes. There were also two long, slender legs, swinging restlessly in the air. She held onto the seat with one hand, while the other gently grasped Yizhou's clothes as she looked up at his back. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. The midsummer wind often carried an ambiguous yet gentle breath, carrying the young girl's plum-scented thoughts and gently blowing past the young man's white shirt. It also flushed the young girl's cheeks. Chapter 46, Sizu, what are you looking at? The playground, the school logistics teacher, busy setting up the platform for the graduation photo shoot. The 13 classes of the senior high school department have gathered on the playground. Wow! Chenxi, your makeup skills are amazing, you look so beautiful. Yes, compared to Chenxi, I feel that my makeup skills are nothing. Chenxi is naturally pretty, and I feel that with her makeup on, she is even prettier than those internet celebrities on TikTok. She is simply my white moonlight. Chenxi felt a little giddy as she listened to the compliments from the girls and boys in her class. Although she was already happy inside, she still pretended to be calm and humble, saying modestly, No, because I'm a dance student, I have to wear makeup when I take school exams and participate in activities, so I just have a little more experience than you." The team from grade 12-5 happened to be lined up next to Chenxi's class. So Chenxi looked around the entire class 5 and didn't see Lin Xianyue. She snorted lightly. Over the past month, the fact that Yizhou and Lin Xianyue had become deskmates had become known throughout the school. What's more, not long after that, there were rumors that Yizhou and Lin Xianyue were also neighbors in private, which made Chenxi very unhappy. She was very sure that it was precisely because Yizhou had become Lin Xianyue's neighbor that Yizhou had become indifferent to her. It's all Lin Xianyue's fault, that fox spirit. She, are you looking for Lin Xianyue? Don't worry, judging by the way she looks, she doesn't wear makeup either. You're having your graduation photo taken today, and you're definitely the most beautiful girl in the whole school. Su Miaomia came up to Chenxi and said with a smile. Chenxi raised her chin and said with a smug smile, I don't lose to her even without makeup. Of course. Anyway, when Yizhou sees how beautiful you are later, he'll definitely regret being so indifferent to you all this time. I really don't know what he was thinking, going so far as to become Lin Xianyue's lapdog. Is he even good enough for her? I don't think Yizhou is going to become Lin Xianyue's lapdog. He's probably just doing it to deliberately upset me and make me change my attitude towards him. Boys, they always like to use these childish acts to attract the attention of the girls they like. She smiled with satisfaction. After watching a lot of psychological analyses of boys on short video platforms, she suddenly understood why Yizhou had treated her so badly before. As a result, she once again became confident. She expected that after the graduation photo shoot today, Yizhou would definitely find a reason to come and take a group photo with her. So what if you, Lin Xianyue, live next door to Yizhou? You are just a means for Yizhou to annoy me. At that moment, a gasp of surprise came from the crowd at the entrance to the playground. The crowd looked in the direction of the sound, and then there was an uproar. Lin Xianyue was seen wearing her class uniform, walking from outside the playground towards the direction of the grade 12-5 class. Is that Lin Xianyue? Holy shit! It really is Lin Xianyue, isn't she a little too beautiful? White shirt, pleated skirt, white sneakers. Is this the power of Baiyu Guang? I'm going to die, she's so beautiful. Buddy, wake up. There is no white moonlight. This is just your fantasy before you die. She is still the school beauty Lin. Compared to her, she is like the difference between an internet celebrity and a celebrity. Most people on the playground kept their eyes on Lin Xianyue, as if they were under a spell and couldn't take their eyes off her. The light that had previously gathered on Xi's body instantly paled in comparison. She looked at Lin Xianyue blankly. It was indeed as she had previously guessed, Lin Xianyue did not know how to apply makeup, and had only applied a very light makeup. But even so, she was already breathtakingly beautiful. A complex emotion welled up in Xi's heart, a mixture of jealousy, loss, and an indescribable sense of frustration. She had thought that she would be able to easily outshine Lin Xianyue today, but now, standing in front of Lin Xianyue, she felt like an ugly duckling. Lin Xianyue and Yizhou were getting closer and closer, and she could feel the stares of the people around her shifting from her to Lin Xianyue. She bit her lip and tried hard to remain calm, but the waves in her heart could not be calmed in any way. Su Miaomio was also amazed. After a brief moment of shock, she was afraid that her best friend might not be able to take it, so she quickly comforted her. You are fine. She said this almost with gritted teeth. Hey, Yanzu, what are you looking at? A familiar voice came from beside him. Xiong Kai turned his head and saw Yizhou appear silently behind him at some point. Xiong Kai pursed his lips and said sourly. I'm looking at your aloof neighbor. Gee, Zhou, you sure eat well. Don't talk nonsense, we're good neighbors. Yizhou looked serious. Xiong Kai didn't believe him at all, however, and said sourly, don't lie to me, buddy. I saw you and Lin Xianyue in the car park just now. You actually went back with her at lunchtime, didn't you? You found out. Yizhou was directly exposed and turned his head away as if nothing had happened. Xiong Kai continued, since you two came together, why didn't you go into the playground with her? Standing next to the most popular girl in the school, feeling the envious stares of so many boys, it's just so exciting to think about. Well, I went to the toilet, and I didn't tell her to wait for me. Yizhou mumbled vaguely to get past, his expression looking very unnatural. The road approaching the school entrance was slightly busier with traffic. So when Yizhou rode his bike, he kept squeezing the brakes to prevent collisions, while Lin Xianyue, sitting on the back seat, sometimes couldn't control herself and would suddenly slam into Yizhou's back. TSK. Who could resist that soft touch? So as soon as Yizhou parked his bike in the bicycle shed, he told Lin Xianyue to go to the playground first. He then bent over, dejectedly ran into the toilet and washed his face with cold water. Soon, the platform for the graduation photo shoot was set up. The order for the graduation photo shoot was from Class 1 to Class 13. Classes that weren't yet due to be photographed sat in the shade of the playground waiting. Lin Xianyue sat alone under a tree. Although this was the shadiest spot and coolest place around, the others in her class didn't dare sit too close to her because Lin Xianyue's cool and stunning aura was just too strong. But as Lin Xianyue's neighbor and classmate, Yizhou didn't have any psychological burden at all and sat down next to her with a pat on the butt. Lin Xianyue also had no qualms about Yizhou, and she naturally leaned against a tree. Her full breasts and proud curves made her shirt very tight, as if every button was under tremendous pressure and might burst open at any moment. Lin Xianyue didn't notice Yi Zhou's incessant drooling at all. She looked up at the blue sky and suddenly said, "Yi Zhou, a sparrow just flew by." Yi Zhou was momentarily dumbfounded, and subconsciously said, It was big and white. Aren't sparrows brown?" Lin Xianyue tilted her head to look at Yi Zhou, her eyes full of confusion. Yi Zhou's breathing stopped, and without saying a word, he withdrew his gaze. "Really? Then it must be a mutant species." Lin Xianyue narrowed her eyes and lowered her head again. The next second, her nose wrinkled slightly. "Yi Zhou, you were clearly looking at my breasts." Chapter 47, Youth Never Ends, and Young People Are Always in the Prime of Life. Hearing Lin Xianyue's thoughts, Yi Zhou's face flushed, and he spoke out in rebuttal at the first opportunity. "Slander, this is pure slander. I swear, I definitely wasn't looking at your breasts." Lin Xianyue's expression became even more intriguing. She crossed her arms, looked at Yi Zhou with a half smile, and said with pursed lips, "I didn't say you were looking at my breasts." Holy cow! Yi Zhou was shocked, covering his face with his hands, so embarrassed that he immediately dug his toes into the ground to create a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yes, Lin Xianyue really didn't say that. Because that was her true feeling, so as soon as Yi Zhou opened his mouth, he was admitting it. Looking at Yi Zhou's embarrassed appearance, Lin Xianyue's mouth gently lifted up the corner, and she pursed her lips and said, "Yi Zhou, I'm just a plain A, and I tricked you into revealing all your big moves." "Ah yes. Yi Zhou turned his head away, and he no longer dared to peek at the big, white sparrow. At this moment, a smile blossomed on Lin Xianyue's usually cold face, like the warm spring sun. She leaned against the tree and quietly watched Yi Zhou. There was a hint of teasing in her smile, as well as an imperceptible warmth, as if an iceberg were melting and the spring water was gurgling, which made people feel moved. This scene was captured in its entirety by Xiong Kai and by Xian Ming, who were sitting not far away. Right-hand man by Xian Ming was full of envy and said with a sour tone, "Brother Xiong, Brother Zhou is really dashing. It's not enough that he is neighbors and classmates with Lin's school beauty, but now it seems that their relationship is getting better and better. Alas, it's hard for someone like me to talk to girls, let alone school beauties." Xiong Kai frowned and corrected by Xuanming's statement, "Only good-looking people are called dashing, and ugly people are called frost goblins." "Okay, I plan to be a warm guy when I go to college, even if I'm a central air conditioner, I'll definitely be able to talk to girls." Xiong Kai pursed his lips and said, "Don't be silly, only good-looking people are warm guys, ugly people are hot goblins." By Xuanming's expression was a little difficult to see, he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty, and after a long silence, he said quietly, "Okay, then I might as well just be a glutton." "Good, ugly people are called gluttonous goblins." "Xiong, I'm really ugly, but at least I'm 1.8 meters tall." "Being tall is a plus for guys, right?" Xiong Kai tilted his head and carefully examined by Xian Ming, nodding heavily. Then he said, "That's right, someone your height, over 1.8 meters, has already left the Goblin clan and joined the Troll clan." Only by Xuanming's sad world came true. Finally, it was the turn of Class 5 to take their graduation photo. The boys asked their best friends to make the final adjustments to their ties, while the girls each fixed their bangs in front of their faces with the small mirrors they carried with them. The taller students stood in the front, while the shorter ones went to the top of the platform. Right, the teachers all sat in the center, in the C-spot, and everyone leaned in as close as possible. The photographer stood in front of the platform, directing the Class 5 students as they stood in the hot sun. Although they were a little hot from the sun, everyone cooperated and adjusted their positions according to the photographer's instructions. Since they stood according to height, the first row was almost entirely filled with boys like Yi Zhou, who were almost 1.85 meters tall. In the second row, although most of them were boys, it was not out of the question for Lin Xianyue and a few other girls around 1.7 meters to stand among them. "TSK, Zhou, if you were a little shorter, you could stand in the second row and take a picture with the school beauty Lin together. This is the graduation photo, if you two stand together, won't it enhance the quality of the photo?" "You talk too much." Yi Zhou rolled his eyes. Subconsciously, he looked back at Lin Xianyue, who was standing diagonally behind him. Coincidentally, Lin Xianyue was also looking at him. "Oh no, why can't I be taller? I really want to stand with Yi Zhou for the photo, this is the only chance to take a group photo with Yi Zhou." Yi Zhou felt a stirring in his heart, and he felt his pocket for his phone, his eyes thoughtful. Before long, under the photographer's direction, everyone's positions were adjusted. The teachers sat in the center in the C position, their faces beaming with satisfaction, while the students all had the unique smile of youth on their faces. The sun shone on everyone, as if draping them in a golden light. The photographer kept adjusting the angle, looking for the best shot. Okay, everyone keep smiling and don't move around. When I count to 3, everyone say cheese at the same time. The photographer's voice echoes in the air, youth never ends, and young people are always in the prime of life. Cheese. Click. As the camera shutter clicks, a flash of white light flashes. On this hot summer day, the youth of all the students in grade 12-5 is fixed, together with the scorching sun, bright and dazzling. In the photo, the girl is looking softly to the lower right, her eyes full of deep affection. Interestingly, the boy is also looking to the upper left, his head tilted. The two are gazing at each other, like a gorgeous fireworks display frozen in time. This is a limited edition summer special. After the class photo was taken, everyone got off the platform one after the other, making room for the next class. At this time, everyone began to take individual photos with the people they were close to. Lu Ting, who had been Lin Xianyue's classmate for almost a year, took out her phone and came over to Lin Xianyue. She pursed her lips and asked in a small voice, "Xianyue, can I take a photo with you alone?" "Ha?" Seeing Lin Xianyue's surprise, Lu Ting blushed and hurriedly explained, "We're graduating soon, and I've been sitting next to you for almost a year, so I want to take a photo to remember it." Lu Ting was very excited after she was allowed to do so. She quickly took out her phone and huddled together with Lin Xianyue to take a photo. This scene happened to be seen by Yi Zhou, who was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, Lu Ting, who is usually a quiet girl, was the only one who dared to take the initiative to take a photo with Lin Xianyue. After Lin Xianyue took the photo, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She also wanted to take a solo photo with Yi Zhou, which she could use as her phone wallpaper. But using the excuse of being neighbors and classmates again this time would seem quite deliberate, wouldn't it? After standing in the same place for a while, Lin Xianyue seemed to have made up her mind. She took her phone out of her pocket and walked up to the class monitor, Zhang Wanqing. "Class monitor, I want to take a photo with you." Zhang Wanqing was very surprised. "No way?" Usually, Lin Xianyue, the aloof, beautiful white-collar girl, doesn't even say a few words in class, and she actually came up to her to take a photo? Seeing that Zhang Wanqing was silent for a long time, Lin Xianyue bit her lip. "Is that not allowed?" "No, of course it is allowed, I'm just a little surprised." Zhang Wanqing shook her head repeatedly, and then quite excitedly took a photo with Lin Xianyue. After taking the photo, Lin Xianyue said thank you, and then walked towards the others. For a moment, the entire class 5 of the third year of high school was stunned. What's going on? Lin Xianyue actually took the initiative to take a photo with them. Chapter 48, Good Neighbor Photos. On graduation day, she hugged the whole class in order to hug one person. Yi Zhou watched Lin Xianyue take a photo with each girl in the class, and the following phrase that was popular on the internet immediately came to mind. Seeing that Lin Xianyue had finished taking photos with all the girls in the class, the other boys in the class all had eager expressions on their faces. Although they knew there was no chance with Lin Xianyue, who wouldn't want to have a photo with the school beauty? When they went to university, they could show it to their roommates and brag. "Look, this is our high school beauty queen. At the time, she had a crush on me, so I reluctantly took a photo with her." When you're away from home, you make your own identity. Not to mention the story behind a photo. How you make it up depends on how imaginative you are. After taking photos with all the girls, Lin Xianyue clutched her phone and looked at the other boys, finally revealing a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. "Help, help, I really don't want to take photos with them. Ah, this is so strange. This is for a photo with Yi Zhou, and we're already halfway through the plan. Lin Xianyue, come on. Then choose by Xianming first, he's part of the Zhouyue party." Lin Xianyue's thoughts drifted into Yi Zhou's ear. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xianyue took a few steps towards Bai Xianming, the right-hand man of the law. Bai Xianming was still in a daze from Xiong Kai's comment that he was a goblin and a troll, but when he saw Lin Xianyue walking towards him, his eyes lit up. This could be good. Lin Xianyue and I could be good together. But then, in the next second, Yi Zhou suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xianyue. "Lin Xianhua, let's go find the teacher and take a photo together, shall we? After all, we are the first and second in the class, and it would be rude of us to not take a photo with the teacher." Lin Xianhua was dumbfounded, and then her eyes lit up. "You're right, deskmate. Bai Xianming watched as Yi Zhou intercepted Lin Xianhua, and he was dumbfounded. Something's going on? There really is a show. I have a show at the circus tonight. Yi Zhou led Lin Xianhua to find Lao Ban, who had just finished taking a photo with Xiong Kai, and said with a light cough, Lao Ban, the two of us want to take a photo with you. Okay, come on, I was wondering if you two would like to take a photo. Wang Yang froze for a moment, and suddenly his face was full of a smile. Yi Zhou stood between the two of them, raised his phone and said, We're going to take a picture now, say cheese together. Click, click. 2 pictures were taken in quick succession, but neither turned out very well. Wang Yang, who teaches mathematics, is most particular about perfection, and looking at the photos, he frowned and said, Yi Zhou, your photography skills are not good. Yi Zhou was very surprised. He deleted the 2 bad photos and said with annoyance, Really? Then you take the photos, teacher. I heard that your hobby is taking landscape photos with your camera, so you must be much more professional than me. That's right. Wang Yang's mouth curled up at the praise. He waved his hand and said to Yi Zhou and Lin Xianhua, Come here, you two, stand closer together and watch me show you a trick. Yi Zhou gave a wink and turned to Lin Xianhua, saying, Lin Xianhua, let's watch Lao Ban show off his skills. Okay. So it was that Lin Xianhua stood dazed next to Yi Zhou, while Wang Yang stood in front of them, holding his phone and taking pictures. Come on, you two smile. Ka-cha. Soon, a photo of just Yi Zhou and Lin Xianhua appeared. Wang Yang walked over to them with a smile on his face, holding the phone. Here, isn't it a good photo the teacher took? You're worthy of it. Wang Yang's chin was held high, a little carried away by the praise, and he once again proudly held up the phone. Of course. Come, this time I'll hold the phone and take a photo of the 3 of us. No need, teacher, we have things to do. Before Wang Yang could react, Yi Zhou took the phone from his hand, put it straight in his pocket, turned around and left. Lin Xianhua pursed her lips, smiled widely, and said thank you to Wang Yang before following Yi Zhou's footsteps and leaving. The 2 came and went quickly, leaving Wang Yang with a bewildered expression and clear eyes. This can't be right, can it? I remember them saying just now that they wanted to take a group photo with me. Why do I feel like I become their photographer? On the afternoon of the graduation photo shoot, there were groups of students taking photos in almost every corner of the campus. Even though they violated the school rule of not allowing the use of mobile phones in the school building, the teachers and school leaders ignored it. Because they all knew that this was the students' way of recording their entire high school memories. Of course. During the evening study session, no one dared to take out their phones again. The head of the grade department loves to catch these troublemakers who brazenly take out their phones after school activities are over. Strange, haven't they returned from their leave yet? Yi Zhou couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the empty seat next to him during evening study hall. Since sending Lin Xianhua a photo of the 2 of them together in the afternoon, she had left school as soon as possible to take a leave of absence. At this moment, in a photo developing store in Bayan City, Lin Xianhua coldly transmitted the photo to the clerk. Print 100 copies of each of these 3 photos. Just these 3? Yes. The clerk was a little dazed, but still printed the photos as requested. Lin Yan, who was standing nearby, was very curious. In the afternoon, Miss Lin called him urgently, asking him to go to the school to pick her up. Lin Yan thought something big had happened, so without saying a word, he took the 2 bodyguards with him and drove to the entrance of the number 1 middle school at full speed. After seeing Miss, she just said she wanted to go to the best photo developing store in Bayan. Miss, what photos do you want developed? Lin Xianhua stuck out her chin, her mouth couldn't help but lift up, and the watery color in her eyes rippled. Good neighborhood photos. Good neighborhood photos? Lin Yan and the 2 bodyguards behind him were a bit confused, and the 3 of them ventured forward to the photo developing machine. Just then, a developed photo spit out of the machine. Hiss. The 2 bodyguards took a deep breath, then looked at each other and noticed that their pupils were shaking. It's over, the young lady actually took a photo with a boy alone. If the old master finds out, he'll kill the kid in the photo. Only Lin Yan, upon seeing it, instantly broke out into a smile. It's so sweet, so very sweet. I'm healthy and fit, and this has caused my blood sugar to rise. The young lady and young master Yi are even sweeter than the story my childhood friend is a school bully who keeps hitting on me. Chapter 49, Xiao Ye Zhou has a tough mouth. June 5, 5 p.m. The fan in the classroom was whirring away, blending in with the cicadas in the willows outside the window, as if playing a unique pre-exam piece. There were 10 minutes left before the end of the class. The old teacher at the podium wrote the last word on the blackboard, gently put down the chalk, and turned to look at the students below. Okay, this is the last class of high school, and it's over here. When you go home after school later, you will say goodbye to your high school life. After confirming the college entrance exam tomorrow, the day after tomorrow will usher in the final battle of the college entrance exam. Just like playing games, you will start from scratch, accumulate equipment and skill points step by step, and it's time to fight the big boss the day after tomorrow. The teacher said with a smile to the crowd below, and everyone sat up straight, their eyes full of reluctance. Yi Zhou glanced at his deskmate Lin Xianyue and noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes. After a pause, the teacher's eyes became a little red and he continued with emotion. From today onwards, you are no longer the worst batch of students in my eyes, but you know very well that I hope you can become better adults. I am only a humble teacher, and although I have taught you everything I know, I hope that you will all go on to have a bright future. In short, I have been very fortunate to have met you all, and I thank you for your company over the past 3 years. With that, the teacher walked to the center of the podium and bowed deeply to the class. There was a moment of silence, as if time had come to a standstill. But just a moment later, someone started clapping, and then the classroom was filled with thunderous applause. Right-hand man by Xianming got up suddenly, choking back his tears. Lao Wang, you are the best teacher in our hearts, and we will never forget you. After he spoke, one after the other, people spoke with choking voices. Lao Ban, we will definitely work hard in the college entrance examination, we will never let class 5 of our senior year down, and we will never let you down. Mr. Wang, thank you for your teaching over the past 3 years. Everyone spoke one after the other, and almost all the girls burst into tears. Most of the boys, who were concerned about saving face, looked away and quietly wiped away their tears. The old teacher straightened up, looked at everyone with a smile, and tears glistened in his eyes. Classmates, the college entrance exam is not the end, but a new beginning. No matter where you go in the future, remember the days when we struggled together, and remember our warm family. The teacher's voice was a little shaky, but it was full of strength. He then took off his glasses, wiped away his tears, and said hoarsely, Okay, there are still a few minutes left before class ends. You can read some more, and I'll take a look at you again. The atmosphere in the classroom was both warm and sad. Everyone knew that this might be the last time they would gather together in this way. Everyone silently packed up their things on the table, their eyes glistening with tears. At this time, Lin Xianyue handed Yi Zhou a tissue and said lightly, Wipe it off. Yi Zhou stubbornly said, I'm not crying. Then lift your head and talk to me. Humph, little Yi Zhou has a really stubborn mouth, and the little pearl is about to drop to the ground. Yi Zhou turned his head away, his nose running. He refused to look up for fear of Lin Xianyue seeing that his eyes were also red. Ding dong ding. Soon, the dismissal bell for the last class rang as promised. Everyone carried their school bags on their backs and held books in their hands, reluctant to look again at the classmates they had spent 3 whole years with, before leaving in silence. We met in the summer, so let's say goodbye in the summer. Will you remember tomorrow what you wrote in your diary yesterday? Will you still remember tomorrow the person who used to cry so easily? It was only by chance that I looked through the photos that I remembered your face, my deskmate. Who will marry the sentimental you, and who will read your diary? On the school's public address system, the song My Deskmate began to play. Countless people stopped and started, constantly looking back at the school building, their eyes a little dazed. Because they had to carry their books back, Lin Xianyue had suggested yesterday evening that Yi Zhou not ride his bike and instead take the bus home with her. As they walked towards the school gate, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue both paused when they heard the song playing. Suddenly, Lin Xianyue tilted her head and said, Yi Zhou, our college entrance exam rooms were next to each other. Ha, yeah, it's quite a coincidence. I didn't think we'd still be neighbors in the college entrance exam. Yi Zhou scratched the back of his head and gave a silly smile. At the time, when he and Lin Xianyue got their admission tickets and found out that their exam rooms were next to each other, they were surprised beyond words. This is what they call fate. Ah Zhou, let's go have a barbecue tonight, and invite that Mubai kid. Having a barbecue on the eve of the college entrance exam is kind of exciting. Xiong Kai appeared out of nowhere and put his arm around Yi Zhou. He glanced at Lin Xianyue next to him and added, Lin Xianyue, do you want to come too? Of course I want to go. Big black egg, you're a good guy. Lin Xianyue's eyes lit up, obviously very tempted. However, Yi Zhou shook his head and declined. Xiong Kai, forget it, I have to study for the college entrance exam. Besides, isn't the exam the day after tomorrow? How did it become the eve of the exam today? Hey, that's not tomorrow night, my mom won't let me out. Xiong Kai laughed, undeterred by Yi Zhou's refusal. Let's go, it's my turn to host, I'll definitely treat you, you just need to eat. I really can't go. Seeing Yi Zhou's refusal again, Xiong Kai took a deep breath, pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket, and offered a big discount. As long as you're willing to go, I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to you as a godfather. Yi Zhou's face changed, and he said in a serious tone, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some money? Haha, let me tell you. Of course there is no problem. Yi Zhou very doggedly accepted the money, turned around and looked at Lin Xianyue next to him and said with a smile. Lin Xianyue, let's go, someone is treating. Xiong Kai's mouth twitched. Damn, what a dog. Xiong Kai first patted the school bag behind him, and then said to the two of them. Let's meet at the second factory night market later. I'll go back and put my bag down first, it's so heavy. After Xiong Kai left, Yi Zhou happily slipped the 50 yuan into his pocket. Hurry up, Lin Shanghua, don't keep Uncle Li waiting. Well, Yi Zhou, as long as you can get money for nothing, will you do whatever Xiong Kai tells you to do? Of course, who doesn't like getting something for nothing? It doesn't matter if it's Xiong Kai or anyone else. Yi Zhou smiled and raised his eyebrows. Who would argue with money? However, when Lin Xianyue heard his answer, her eyes narrowed and she stared at Yi Zhou for several seconds. Suddenly, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, and a gleam of eagerness flashed in her eyes. Yi Zhou, I also have some money. Chapter 50, is this something I can watch? Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue put away everything that needed to be put away, and then Uncle Li drove them to the second factory night market. The second factory night market was very close to Xiong Kai's house, and as soon as the two got out of the car, they saw Xiong Kai waving at them with Mubai by his side. This way. Yi Zhou introduced Lin Xianyue, this is Mubai, my good friend with Xiong Kai. Mubai, this is Lin Xianyue, my neighbor. The four met, and Mubai was full of amazement when he saw Lin Xianyue for the first time. Although Xiong Kai had told him before that Zhouge was going to come to dinner with him, Mubai subconsciously felt that they might just be ordinary classmates. Mubai was stunned when he saw Lin Xianyue. A girl? And such a good-looking girl? Mubai froze for a moment, and the first thing he said after he reacted was, Yes, hello, sister-in-law. Yi Zhou's expression instantly froze. Xiong Kai also went dumb. Damn, does this Mubai really want to improve himself so badly? He sure knows how to call out. Yi Zhou was anxious, so he quickly reached out and patted Mubai on the back of the head. Hey, don't call out like that. Her name is Lin Xianyue, and I already told you that she's my neighbor, and at most, she's my classmate. What sister-in-law? Oh, brother, I understand. After saying that, he immediately apologized to Lin Xianyue. Sorry, sister-in-law, it's just that I spoke too quickly. Kid, just shut up. Yi Zhou covered Mubai's mouth with one hand, and dragged Xiong Kai and Mubai hurriedly towards the night market stalls. Looking at the three of them from behind, Lin Xianyue gave a small smile, and the skirt of her dress rippled in the breeze. It was beautiful in the hazy night. The Zhouyue gang had a new member. The four of them found a barbecue stall and sat down. Xiong Kai handed over the menu. Azhou, Xiaobai, and Lin Shanghua, you three can order whatever you like. Yi Zhou waved his hand, I'll eat anything, let them order. Mubai waved his hand, me too, let my wife order. Lin Xianyue nodded, I'll order. Seeing this, Xiong Kai was happy, and under the table he secretly gave Mubai a thumbs up. Yi Zhou watched as Lin Xianyue ordered a lot of skewers, then handed the ordered menu back to the waiter with a cold expression, and resumed his upright and dignified appearance. His heart suddenly felt a little tight, and he felt a suffocating sense of breathlessness. Soon, the skewers were brought up by the waiter. During the meal, Xiong Kai, a chatterbox, kept talking non-stop, and he and Yi Zhou and Mubai had a lively conversation. The three of them got so caught up in their conversation that they hardly paid any attention to eating. No one noticed at all that Lin Xianyue, sitting next to Yi Zhou, was nibbling on the skewers. The faster she nibbled, the more delighted her little eyes became. When the three of them finally realized that they had to eat before the skewers got cold, they looked down and realized that there were very few left. Xiong Kai stared with incredulity. Where are the skewers? Where did they go? Lin Xianyue froze for a moment, quietly put down the skewer she had just picked up, and wiped the corner of her mouth with a paper towel. Mubai rolled his eyes. Brother Zhou, you're not following the martial arts code of ethics, you're eating like crazy while we're talking. Yes, you're so dogged, brother Zhou. On hearing this, Yi Zhou was shocked. No, I didn't fucking eat it. Lin Xianyue fell silent for a moment, turned her head to look at Yi Zhou, and her face was displeased. Yi Zhou, why didn't you admit to eating so many skewers? Yi Zhou was dumbfounded, and was about to argue when he noticed that the skewers were all neatly placed in front of him. Shit, who the hell put all the skewers on my plate? Do you admit that this is your plate? Lin Xianyue's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Since you're so hungry, order some more. Yi Zhou's eyes were wide with disbelief. He clearly remembered that he had just been chatting with Xiong Kai and Mu Bai. Although he did eat a few skewers on the way, he definitely didn't eat this much. So where did all these skewers on his plate come from? Thinking about this, Yi Zhou turned his head sharply to look at Lin Xianyue. The latter, meanwhile, was looking off into the distance with a vacant expression on her face, looking as innocent as possible. Because they still had to visit the examination hall tomorrow and take the English listening test before the college entrance exam, at 9 p.m. the four of them decided to go home. Soon after, a black Maybach S680 pulled up to the side of the street in the night market of the second factory, instantly attracting the attention of a crowd of people. In full view of the public, Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue got in and left in a blaze of glory, under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Mu Bai's eyes lit up, and it was only after a while that he said to Xiong Kai, "Brother, after brother Zhou was rejected when he confessed to the monitor in junior high school, did he say that he would seal his heart with cement and not fall in love? How is that?" Xiong Kai sneered, "Fall in love? That dog BTCH said that they were good neighbors with a clear conscience, or is there any love or anything like that? If it's not about love, then why didn't she refute me when I just called Lin Xianyue's sister-in-law?" Xiong Kai was taken aback. Holy cow! It seems that this is really the case. At first, he thought that Lin Xianyue ignored Mu Bai's calling her sister-in-law because she was naturally aloof and didn't bother. But when he thought about it carefully, Mu Bai called her sister-in-law more than once during dinner, and Lin Xianyue didn't refute him. Therefore, Xiao Bai, you blind student, seems to have discovered the Hua point. Oh no, will brother Zhou still go part-time with me in the future? His sister-in-law's family has a Maybach. Brother Zhou doesn't need to try hard anymore. Xiong Kai pinched his chin in silence for a long time, and finally said quietly, "I think he will work even harder." Why? Because if he doesn't work hard, if he doesn't try hard, he'll have to go back and be a useless son-in-law. When he got home, Yi Zhou took a shower and planned to study some more. There was only one day left until the college entrance exam. As he thought about it, Yi Zhou suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something very important. He turned on his phone and accessed the surveillance footage from the camera he had installed in the hallway a long time ago, and found the day a month ago when Zhao Lan had caused a scene at the door. Yi Zhou cut out all the footage after Zhao Lan appeared and sent it to Lawyer Wan. After doing all this, Yi Zhou was just about to take out his book to review when he suddenly received a new message on QQ. "Yi Zhou, can you fix the water pipe? The water pipe in my bathroom seems to be broken." The water pipe is broken? Yi Zhou froze for a moment, replied "I'll be right there," and then went to knock on Lin Xianyue's door with his toolbox. During the 3 years he lived on his own in high school, Yi Zhou had repaired light bulbs, windows, water pipes, and home appliances in order to save money, so he could be considered to have a wide range of repair skills. Ding dong! Yi Zhou rang the doorbell. The doorbell only rang once, and the door quickly opened. Water pipe how? SSH. Yi Zhou only glanced inside the door, and his eyes almost blinded. Is this something I can look at? Chapter 51. My eyes are the ruler. Life is like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're going to get. For example, Lin Xianyue's door just opened, and a pair of bright white legs appeared directly in Yi Zhou's eyes. Looking down the legs, he saw that Lin Xianyue was wrapped in a pure white bath towel. Her porcelain-like delicate skin glowed in the light, and her wet hair was casually attached to her cheeks, adding a touch of lazy beauty. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, with a hint of shyness. Her delicate collarbone could almost hold a small glass of water, and her beautifully shaped shoulders were round but not too bony. Her towel was slightly bulging on her chest, and her slightly flushed cheeks were as delicate as a peach blossom in full bloom. Yi Zhou's eyes widened, and he didn't know where to look for a moment. His face couldn't help but turn red, and he stuttered. "Well, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were like that." Lin Xianyue's face also turned red, and she grabbed the towel tightly, her tone a little flustered. "It's okay. I was taking a shower when the water pipe suddenly burst and sprayed water, and there was no hot water left." Upon hearing Lin Xianyue's explanation, Yi Zhou looked up in surprise. It was only then that he noticed that Lin Qianyue's wet hair and arms did have some lather that hadn't been washed off. He thought that it was because there was no hot water that she couldn't finish washing. Then I'll try to fix it? Okay. Lin Qianyue nibbled her lips and nodded repeatedly. Yizhou didn't have the heart to continue lingering at the door, so he took the tools he had brought from home and asked Lin Qianyue to take him to the bathroom. Following behind Lin Qianyue, Yizhou kept his head down, afraid of seeing something else. As a result, when he looked down, Lin Qianyue's round, perky buttocks were wrapped in a bath towel, looking exceptionally enticing. Yizhou felt a sense of excitement that almost made him suffocate. As soon as he entered the bathroom, it was filled with water mist and the strong scent of shower gel. The thought that Lin Qianyue had just taken a shower here made Yizhou's lower abdomen heat up, and he couldn't help but fantasize. However, the sound of Lin Qianyue's footsteps behind him, clacking, dragged him out of his daydreaming. Yizhou walked over to the water spray and found that the water pipe connecting the shower head was leaking, spraying water crazily. It made the walls all wet. As the water pipe sprayed water everywhere, Yizhou's clothes were immediately wet as soon as he got close. It's okay, it's not a big problem. It's the aging water pipe that has caused the water to spray from the small crack. To completely fix it, I'd have to replace this section of the water pipe. But it's pretty late, and it's a bit of a hassle to go buy a new pipe. I'll patch it up for you with pipe tape, and tomorrow you can have Uncle Li bring someone to fix it. After squatting down to inspect the pipe, Yizhou wiped the water from his face and turned to Lin Qianyue. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Yizhou is amazing, he can fix windows and he can fix pipes. Who wouldn't like such an all-around guy? Yizhou pressed down on the water pipe with one hand while he started to pull the duct tape off the pipe with the other. Since he couldn't free his hands, he had to ask Lin Qianyue for help. Help me peel off the tape. Oh. Lin Qianyue obediently started to peel off the tape. Halfway through, Yizhou hurriedly shouted, "That's enough, 30 centimeters is enough." 5 minutes later, the water pipe finally stopped spraying water. The water on the floor rushed to the drain. After tidying up, Yizhou got up and looked Lin Qianyue in the eye. He felt like he was going to burst into flames. Lin Qianyue also realized that she was wearing a bit too little. She lowered her head slightly and kept rubbing her bare toes together. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. This time, Lin Qianyue was the first to break the silence. Yizhou, how did you know at a glance that the bandages I just pulled off were 30 centimeters long? Oh, that? My eyes are like a ruler. Understanding that Lin Qianyue was deliberately looking for something to say, Yizhou scratched the back of his head and subconsciously answered. Oh. Lin Qianyue nodded slightly, her voice as small as a mosquito. Your eyes are like a ruler? She looked down at her breasts and pulled the towel higher on her chest without making a sound. Yizhou noticed Lin Qianyue's little action and touched his nose, feeling so embarrassed that he quickly looked away. Well, I'll go first, and you can wash again, there's still foam on your hair. Okay. After saying this, Yizhou hurriedly walked towards the door, and closed it behind him. After Yizhou left, Lin Qianyue leaned against the door, her face still flushed. She pursed her lips, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Soon afterwards, the sound of the shower came from the bathroom again. Lin Qianyue came out of the shower, swinging her long, pale legs, and walked over to the desk in the bedroom. She opened a pale blue diary and wrote down a line of delicate script. Yizhou is a coward, not daring to stay for even a second. The next morning, Yizhou slept until 10 a.m. and didn't wake up until then. He sat up in bed, scratching his messy hair. He looked listless, with very dark circles under his eyes. Most importantly, there were quite a few paper balls scattered on the floor by the bed. Achoo! Achoo! Looking at the paper balls on the floor, Yizhou sneezed twice in a row, and then fell into a moment of silence. TSK, I got wet fixing a water pipe last night, and I caught a cold in the middle of the night. I'm in my senior year of high school, and my constitution is really not as good as before. Yizhou sighed, then got up to make himself some banlangen tea. He slept until midnight last night, and his nose kept running. The paper balls on the floor were all from blowing his nose. Then his mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of Lin Qianyue wrapped only in a bath towel last night. Yizhou suddenly couldn't calm down. He quickly shook his head, thinking that if he kept thinking about it, the paper balls on the floor would be more than just from blowing his nose. After lunch, Xiong Kai came to find Yizhou to go together to visit the exam room and take the English listening test. While Yizhou was changing, Xiong Kai saw the trash can full of paper balls and his mouth formed an O shape. Damn it! You took drugs last night and made so many paper balls? Get lost, can't you see I have a cold? Yi Zhou scolded impatiently. After changing, he went to school with Xiong Kai. The two of them laughed as they walked into the school gate and saw Chen Shi and Su Miaomia walking towards them from afar. However, Yi Zhou only glanced at her indifferently. Seeing this, Chen Shi clenched her lower lips with her. Since the graduation photo was taken, rumors of Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue getting along better and better have been all over the school. Several times, Chen Shi has bumped into the two of them sitting face to face while eating lunch in the cafeteria. This, combined with Yi Zhou's behavior of clearly seeing her but only glancing at her just now, made Chen Shi feel incredibly hurt. Yi Zhou's eyes did not show any emotion, and she looked at her as if she were just looking at a stranger. No. Even if she were a stranger, the first time she saw Chen Shi, there would still be a flash of surprise in her eyes. At least she is good looking. But Yi Zhou didn't have any emotions at all. Chen Shi pouted her lips and said to Su Miaomia with some sadness. Miao, does Yi Zhou really not like me anymore? Chapter 52, I want to get a little cancer. The shirt cost £9.15. An English listening test was playing on the radio, with the same unintelligible phlegmatic tone. After going to the examination hall to sign for confirmation, Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai planned to have lunch together, and then go their separate ways. Halfway there, Xiong Kai seemed to suddenly think of something, and he teased. Hey, right, Yi Zhou, why didn't I see your innocent little neighbor today? How would I know? Do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? Of course it's true. We're just neighbors, not living together. Yi Zhou sticks to his story. In fact, he had planned to visit the exam venue with Lin Xianyue today. But not long after waking up, he heard some noise in the corridor. Yi Zhou peered through the cat's eye and saw that it was Uncle Li looking for Lin Xianyue, saying something about the boss being back, and then hurrying off. Not long after, Yi Zhou received a QQ message from Lin Xianyue. 10:25. Yi Zhou, my father is back. He has to go back to the manor for lunch, so I can't go to the exam with you in the afternoon. 12:13. Yi Zhou, the food cooked by the Michelin chef is not delicious at all, cancer-causing barbecue is much better. Let's go eat together after the college entrance examination. Recalling the text message sent by Lin Xianyue, Yi Zhou's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. I don't know when it started, but Lin Xianyue began to send him messages on QQ a lot. Seeing his best friend's mouth stretched ear to ear, Xiong Kai pulled him back to reality. Hey, don't giggle like that, Yi Zhou. Ever since we switched seats last time, I've been promoted to the new left-hand defender, and I've never slept on the table again. What's more, I've noticed that I've become a lot more handsome. I was thinking that after the college entrance examination, you and I could go to the nightclub and be male models. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, looked at Xiong Kai with a strange expression. Who gave you the confidence? Everyone is giving me confidence. Didn't you notice that the rate of people looking back at us has become particularly high today when we walked together? Their eyes are obviously different. Yi Zhou pursed his lips. Well, what we're saying is there a possibility that the high rate of people looking back is because your pants zipper is not zipped? Tisk, it's purple too, you're so slutty. Xiong Kai was dumbfounded for a few seconds, and looked down. Damn it! I'm used to wearing school uniform at school, but today I finally got to wear my own jeans, and I forgot to zip them up after I went to the bathroom. The two of them had a bit of a tussle, and then parted ways at the intersection on their bicycles. Zhou, good luck on the college entrance exam tomorrow. Go for it. Tomorrow, show your sword. June 7, 2018. In exam room 19 at Bayan No. 1 Middle School, Yi Zhou picks up his pen and begins to answer the questions as soon as the official exam bell rings. In the exam room, the only sound is the rustling of pens on paper. Occasionally, there is the sound of papers being turned over. Many candidates are frowning with difficulty as they encounter difficult questions. A very few candidates with poor mental health even burst into tears on the spot because they couldn't think of a solution to a very small piece of knowledge under the pressure. However, Yi Zhou wrote the questions very quickly. As long as he couldn't figure out a question within 2 minutes, he would just give up and move on, so there were almost no pauses. Ding dong ding. The exam is over, please stop answering the questions. With the final bell for the English exam ringing, Yi Zhou, who had finished answering the questions 20 minutes earlier, let out a long sigh. His high school career was finally over. After the invigilator collected the papers and answer sheets, everyone left the examination room. Not only the floor where Yi Zhou was on, but also the floors of the whole school with candidates were cheering. Liberated, finally liberated. 3 years, 3 whole years, do you know how I have spent these 3 years? Whoa, it's so damn great. The college entrance examination is finally over. From today onwards, nothing can bind me except the Constitution. 10 rounds a day, as long as I don't faint, I won't stop. There were countless people reveling in the school, and naturally there were also many people sobbing. Everyone looked back on how hard the past 3 years had been to get to this point, and they couldn't help but tear up. Finally, they had made it. Through the cheering crowd, Yizhou saw Lin Xianyue walking out of the exam room next door. She stood quietly in the middle of the corridor, with a faint smile on her face. Yizhou waved his arm at Lin Xianyue and walked over to her. How did the exam go? Normal. The English exam was the easiest, and I had 40 minutes left after I finished. After filling in the answer sheet, I wrote your name many times on the scratch paper, hee. Yizhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xianyue. Standing in the corridor with people coming and going, she still had that same expression of coldness, like I'm a cold and arrogant person. She clearly looked like absolute zero, but how could her inner voice be so like a sick and crazy girl? Yizhou, I'm hungry. Lin Xianyue suddenly spoke. Let's go eat fried chicken, our family. Ugh, I mean there's a new fried chicken restaurant near our neighborhood. Lin Xianyue narrowed her eyes, looking displeased. But yesterday you promised to take me to a barbecue. That stuff is carcinogenic if you eat too much of it, so I'll take you somewhere else to try something different. Yizhou, I want to get a little cancer. Yizhou looked at Lin Xianyue, who looked aloof, and wondered if he had heard it wrong. Hey. This time it wasn't a heartfelt thought, what you said doesn't match the aloof persona. Yizhou stared at Lin Xianyue for a long time, making sure that what he had just heard was indeed not her heartfelt thought, but something she had really said. His expression became more and more interesting. Fine, then let's go have some barbecue, but this time you can't secretly throw the skewer in my plate after you're done eating. Okay. Ha, I'll throw it again this time. Shishi, how was the exam? Su Miaomia waited for Chen Shi from the school gate and asked her the first thing. I did well, I guess. Chen Shi answered, looking very down. Seeing this, Su Miaomia frowned, that's good, but why do I feel that you're very unhappy? After finishing the exam, I just sat there in a daze. I thought back to how Yizhou had been treating me before, and he had good external conditions too, he was good at his studies, tall, and good looking. Among my suitors, there didn't seem to be anyone with better qualifications than him. So what you're saying is that after the college entrance exam, I want to try falling in love. Yizhou is quite good, and I plan to give him a chance. Su Miaomia froze. Su Miaomia was shocked. Su Miaomia agreed. Good, Shishi, I've always thought Yizhou was quite good. Although he's been treating you badly recently, you also said last time that he was getting close to Lin Xianyue to attract your attention. Now that you've told him directly that you're willing to try dating him, he'll definitely drop Lin Xianyue and come running to you. Well, it's time for Lin Xianyue to know that she's just a tool person. Chen Shi nodded indifferently. Just then, Su Miaomia suddenly exclaimed excitedly, Shishi, look, isn't that Yizhou and Lin Xianyue in front of us? It really is. That's good, now let Lin Xianyue know that she's no match for me. After saying that, Chen Shi tidied his hair and strode towards Yizhou. Chapter 53, Self-Improvement Warrior. Yizhou. Yizhou and Lin Xianyue had just walked to the school gate when they ran into Chen Shi and Su Miaomia, the two worst people. For a moment, Yizhou's brows furrowed. These two people definitely didn't hold back their farts when they showed up. Sure enough, before Yizhou could react, Chen Shi glanced indifferently at Lin Xianyue next to him, then cocked his chin. How did your exam go? Very well. That's good, I'm relieved. By the way, I did very well too. My scores in the cultural subjects and the arts exam should allow me to apply for similar universities as you. After Chen Shi finished speaking, she confidently tousled her hair. Why is this bad woman here again? I'm going to go have carcinogenic barbecue with Yizhou now. And for some inexplicable reason, who cares if you did well in the exam? Yizhou was also a little confused when he heard Lin Xianyue's complaints. The best is truly the best, who cares about your grades? What do I have to do with what you apply for? Yizhou's eyes dropped, and he returned an indifferent "oh," before planning to take Lin Xianyue and leave directly. Oh? Chen Shi froze for a moment. She was the first to react to Yizhou's cold attitude. He's still acting like a snob. After all, Lin Xianyue was standing right next to him, and his true intention was to attract her attention. Chen Shi simply lowered her posture and planned to make her attitude clear. Yizhou, what I mean is, it is very likely that we will apply to the same school. I have carefully considered this for a while, and I feel that you have been quite good to me these past 3 years of high school, so I want to give you a chance, and we can try dating. Yizhou looked at Chen Shi in shock, and a layer of goosebumps instantly appeared on his body. Lin Xianyue, who had a cold expression on her face, finally showed an unusual expression on her face when she heard Chen Shi's words. Chen Shi was very satisfied with the reactions of the two people. Oof. The truth is to throw a straight ball in a relationship. She lifted her head arrogantly and continued, I know that you have been treating me this way for some time, and that you have been hanging out with Lin Xianyue for so long, because you want to attract my attention. I admit that you have succeeded, and you have made me see the truth in myself. Now you can abandon Lin Xianyue as a tool, and let's get back to normal. I don't like the idea of other girls being around you. Yizhou was amused. This guy, Chen Shi, actually thought that he had been hanging out with Lin Xianyue so closely to annoy her. I'd call you a self-torturing warrior. You're overthinking it. The fact that Lin Xianyue and I are getting close has nothing to do with you. Let me clarify once again, I've never liked you. We're both adults, so let's stop filling in the blanks in our own minds, okay? Chen Shi's eyes widened, and she felt a sharp stab of pride. He's never liked me? No way. That's absolutely impossible. If Yizhou has never liked me, then why was he so nice to me before? Yizhou, I have already taken the initiative to ask you out, why are you still being stubborn? I can tell you for sure that you don't have to have a secret crush on me anymore, you can openly express your feelings. After a pause, Chen Shi continued, if you didn't like me, why did you help me carry all my luggage to the girls' dormitory when the first semester started? Because my aunt wanted to curry favor with your family, so she told me to please you more at school. I had to do it for my living expenses. Then at the freshman sports day, I had low blood sugar after running, so why did you buy me candy to eat? Because my aunt wanted to curry favor with your family. In my second year, I participated in my first dance competition, and I cried all afternoon after failing the exam. Why did you escape from self-study to comfort me? Still because my aunt wanted to curry favor with your family. In the first semester of my third year, I skipped breakfast in order to lose weight, and you bought breakfast every day to persuade me to eat. Could this also be because of your aunt? Yizhou shook his head, oh, it really wasn't because of her. Chen Shi stamped her foot, her eyes lighting up instantly, see, I told you you like me. Cough cough, the main reason was that your mother found out about this from somewhere, and she approached me in private and slipped me 1,000 yuan to find a way to get you to eat breakfast every day. I didn't want to agree, but she gave me too much. So, I'm the tool person? Chen Shi was about to explode, Yizhou, if it weren't for your aunt, would you not do these things? Nonsense, am I crazy? If it weren't for my living expenses, not to mention that I do these things. Do you think that you, a school slacker, have any qualifications to get involved with a brainiac like me? Yizhou looked at Chen Shi with contempt. It was like the attitude of Erlangsheng towards his nephew, if you weren't my nephew, you would have to bark at my dog and call it the sun-swallowing god. Because he had taken the exam all day, and hadn't eaten much at noon, Yizhou was starving. In order to quickly go eat with Lin Xianyue, he immediately wanted to pull Lin Xianyue around and bypass Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao. However, Chen Shi, whose face was already distorted with shame, stopped him by spreading his arms. Yizhou, I will give you one last chance. Leave Lin Xianyue and be with me. I can dance, I look good, and my family is well off. Why do you have to hang around with Lin Xianyue? Why do you think Lin Xianyue doesn't look as good as you and doesn't come from as good a family as yours? Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback, and in his haste, he forgot that Lin Xianyue was picked up and dropped off at school in a $1 million luxury car. His family, at best, could be considered well off, but compared to the Lin family, it was indeed nothing. Seeing that he had absolutely no advantages, tears suddenly welled up in Chen Shi's eyes, so what if that's the case? Yizhou, you don't even have parents, so what makes you think you're worthy of Lin Xianyue? You were able to get close to her only because she happened to become your neighbor. In your words, if she wasn't just your neighbor, what makes someone like you qualified to get involved with Lin Xianyue? If I were you, I would never pester her. This time, without waiting for Yizhou to speak, Lin Xianyue pursed her lips and said coldly. Classmate, you've misunderstood. Yizhou, did you hear that? Lin Xianyue said you've misunderstood. Do you see your own status? You're just neighbors. Chen Shi excitedly interrupted Lin Xianyue and shouted at Yi Zhou with a flushed face. As a result of her actions, Lin Xianyue's expression became displeased. This bad woman, why does she like to interrupt others? Lin Xianyue narrowed her eyes and her voice increased a few points, which was rare. This student, I haven't finished yet. What I mean is that you misunderstood, it wasn't Yi Zhou pestering me, to be precise, it was me pestering Yi Zhou. Well, I also moved next door to Yi Zhou for his sake. Chapter 54 Not only by E, but also by 100 million. I'm the one who's been pestering him. I moved next door to Yi Zhou for his sake. Chen Shi's mouth hung open as she heard these two sentences, and her head buzzed. She was completely dumbfounded. She had expected Yi Zhou to come up with an excuse to argue back, but she never expected Lin Xianyue to take the initiative to stand up for him. Lin Xianyue, the cold and aloof school beauty who was known as an airhead by everyone in the school, would actually say something like she was the one who actively pursued the boy? Are you kidding me? Even if Yi Zhou had privately communicated with Lin Xianyue and told her to be angry with him, it was still impossible for her to go this far. Could it be that Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue's relationship was not just that of ordinary classmates and neighbors? After a while, Chen Shi looked at Lin Xianyue with an extremely complex expression on her face. What is your relationship with Yi Zhou? Neighbors, classmates. Lin Xianyue answered calmly. Then why did you approach Yi Zhou? Because he and I play Forest of Ice and Fire together, we are gaming buddies. Lin Xianyue's face revealed a faint smile. At this moment, Uncle Li stopped the Maybach next to the four of them. Uncle Li got out of the car wearing white gloves and came to Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue. Mr. Yi, we should leave now. It will probably be very congested on the roads when we get there at the end of the shift. Lin Xianyue nodded lightly. Yi Zhou, I'm very hungry. Oops, dry rice. Yi Zhou froze for a moment and got into the car directly with Lin Xianyue. He was ecstatic. He had thought that his own lethality was enough to kill Chen Shi, but he never expected Lin Xianyue to take the initiative to stand up for him. Damn, there are still experts. Killing people by attacking their hearts. Sitting in the Lin family's Maybach in front of Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao, two of the best, Yi Zhou felt like his back, which had been bent for many years, was straightening up. TSK, the internet users were not lying to me. Sure enough, the Maybach and inferiority complex cannot be owned at the same time. After Lin Xianyue and Yi Zhou had taken their seats, Uncle Li kicked the floorboard. The Maybach's engine let out a low rumble, and the car drove off directly. At the school gate, only Chen Shi and Su Miaomiao were left. Chen Shi was silent for a long time, and then spoke with some difficulty. Miao, what is Forest Fire People? It seems, it's a two-player computer game? I went to my cousin's house and saw him play it. Su Miaomiao was also a little dazed. If she understood correctly, just now Lin Xianyue and Yi Zhou had cooperated? Just a two-player game, and it made Lin Xianyue do this for Yi Zhou? Chen Shi was disheartened. And just now, Lin Xianyue called her this classmate, as if the other party didn't even remember her name. How ironic was this? Su Miaomiao, who was standing nearby, pursed her lips and thought for a long time, feeling that this was completely unreasonable. How could Lin Xianji, who was picked up and dropped off to school by a Maybach, be bought off with a small two-player game? In the end, she came to a conclusion and spoke carefully. Cici, is it possible that the game is actually just an excuse? Maybe Lin Xianyue is only doing this because she likes Yi Zhou? She likes Yi Zhou? Are you kidding me? Chen Shi stared in the direction where the Maybach had disappeared, stunned for a long time. The breeze blew, and the stray hairs on the corner of her forehead were blown against her cheeks. Her eyes were filled with nothing but endless shock and helplessness. If that was really the case, then what did it have to do with her? Lin Xianyue not only had an E, but also a billion. What did Chen Shi, have? Was she easygoing? Master Yi, I think I appeared at the right time, didn't I? On the car, Uncle Li asked with a smile. Lin Xianyue just gave a soft and her eyes drifted to the window. Yi Zhou, I just told the bad woman to behave. But he's never told me that before, so sad. Yi Zhou coughed violently and, to avoid being embarrassed, picked up where Uncle Li had left off. Uncle Li, you're a chauffeur and you have a lot of work. You deliberately find the right moment to flirt with passers-by. Is this something a chauffeur must learn? Young Master Yi is too kind, but I learned all this from novels. Yi Zhou subconsciously said, what novels? The bamboo horse school bully keeps flirting with me. I chase the school beauty. What are you crying about when I confess to Qingmei? Urban super medical immortal, the ultimate all-around soldier king, the master comes down the mountain, specializing in beating the son of the air, and Yi Zhou was dumbfounded. Goodness, they're all online novels. It's just like the ones with regretful streams and crooked-mouthed dragon kings. You're worthy of the name, Uncle Li. Very soon, Uncle Li drove to the night market. Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue got out of the car and walked directly into the night market, instantly attracting the surprised stares of many people. Bei'an is after all a first-tier city, so luxury cars are nothing unusual. However, most people generally believe that the places where the rich eat are basically private rooms in various high-end restaurants. So when they saw a $1 million luxury car like the Maybach S680 in the night market, plus a dedicated driver wearing white gloves, they were very surprised. Yi Zhou and Lin Xianyue chose a seat, then ordered 30 skewers of barbecued meat, 30 skewers of grilled tendons, grilled fish, and 2 cold dishes. Okay, that's enough for now. Yi Zhou handed the menu back to the waiter. As the waiter was about to leave, Lin Xianyue narrowed her eyes and suddenly said, 2 more skewers of grilled kidneys. Yi Zhou? Waiter! The waiter's pupils trembled. After he reacted, he looked at Yi Zhou with a knowing expression, and then said to Lin Xianyue, Yes, miss. The waiter left, and Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Xianyue. You want to eat the grilled kidneys? I don't eat them, you eat them. Lin Xianyue pursed her lips and said quietly, When I was surfing the internet, I saw everyone saying that it's good for boys to eat grilled kidneys. I'm in good health, I don't eat them. You tell that waiter right now that you don't want the kidneys. Why? Lin Xianyue's eyes were a little confused. Seeing the small neighbor's confused and innocent eyes, Yi Zhou knew. This girl is definitely only half surfing, and she only knows that eating kidney beans is good for the body, but she doesn't know what it's good for in the body of a guy. But he can't just tell Lin Xianyue directly, can he? Cough cough, don't worry about it, I'm not eating it anyway. You eat it, be good. Yi Zhou's eyebrows twitched, and he always felt that something was not quite right. Is it because Lin Xianyue is becoming more and more unrestrained? After all, since a few days ago, she has gone from only daring to whisper her thoughts to now daring to speak them out loud. After the two finished eating, there were empty iron skewers littered on the table. Yi Zhou clearly felt a little heat in his kidneys at this moment. At this time, the elusive Uncle Li appeared again. Miss, the maid just called, you didn't go back for dinner, and the master is already a little upset. If you don't go back to stay for the night. Oh, I see. Lin Xianyue's expression changed, and her tone was displeased. Seeing this situation, Yi Zhou tactfully said, Then I'll go back by myself later, and you and Uncle Li can go back to the manor directly. It's fine, I'll take you home first. Really, it's not necessary, it's not far from home, I'll just walk back. Lin Xianyue raised her chin and smiled. Be a good boy and let me take you home first. Be a good boy? Yi Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. He finally knew why he had felt something was wrong just now. Lin Xianyue was still remembering the time he told Chen Shi to be a good boy in front of the school gate. That was not being a good boy. It was clearly weird. Chapter 55, Suing Zhao Lan's Family. In the end, Yi Zhou was driven back by Uncle Li. Before Lin Xianyue left, she rolled down the window and laughed lightly. Yi Zhou, see you tomorrow, be good. Yi Zhou stared at the taillights of the Maybach for a long time before turning around and taking the elevator home. In all, he had been neighbors with Lin Xianyue for more than a month. From the beginning, they had been just ordinary classmates, but now they were also good neighbors. Studying, eating, and playing games together had become the norm. Most importantly, when they first became neighbors, Yi Zhou could hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts very frequently, which was in stark contrast to her aloof demeanor. But as they became more familiar, although he could still hear her thoughts, Yi Zhou noticed that the frequency of hearing her thoughts was significantly lower than before. Phew! Yi Zhou opened the door and threw himself onto the sofa. Now that the college entrance exam was over, he had completely said goodbye to his high school life. Not long ago, he had completely broken with Zhao Lan, and his living expenses had been completely cut off. Now if he wanted to be independent, he had to hurry and make money. Of course, there was one more important thing. Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes, then opened WeChat and found the person with the note Wandong. Lawyer Wan, I have finished the college entrance examination, and as we agreed before, I can sue Zhou Lan. Wandong replied almost immediately. No problem. The surveillance video you sent me last time will be the most favorable evidence. In addition, I have also organized almost all the evidence you have kept over the years. If you're free in the next few days, come by my office. We need to discuss the details face to face. I'll go see you tomorrow then. Okay, see you tomorrow. After ending the conversation with Wandong, Yizhou lay on the sofa, staring at the chat box in a daze. Wandong is a lawyer at Rongbai Law Firm, a local law firm in Bayan that is very well known. It is said that its founder, Bai Jun, is a gold medal lawyer from Shanghai with a 95% winning rate. Normally, if you want to hire a lawyer from Rongbai Law Firm to fight a lawsuit, you not only have to make an appointment, but also pay a high fee. Yizhou doesn't have the means to do that. However, Yizhou and Wandong's acquaintance was extraordinary. During the summer vacation of his sophomore year, Yizhou went to work as a delivery sorting worker. While moving goods, he saw a small boy working as an unloading worker next to the delivery truck. The boy didn't notice at the time because he was unloading the goods unsteadily, causing the goods, which had piled up several meters high, to teeter. As soon as the boy turned around, the goods fell straight down on top of him. Fortunately, Yizhou saw it in advance and quickly tackled the boy, who was only bruised on his leg in the end. And Wandong is the father of this boy. In order to thank Yizhou, Wandong intended to give him a reward, but Yizhou did not accept. Yizhou, if it weren't for you, my son would have hurt more than just his leg. You don't have to take the money, but at least let me treat you to dinner to say thank you. I'll go to dinner. Later, when Yizhou and Wandong were having dinner, they happened to learn that Wandong was a lawyer. So they directly asked if they could sue Xiaolan in a situation like theirs to get back the compensation that belonged to him. Wandong gave an immediate answer after learning more about the situation: yes. It was also on that occasion that, in order to repay Yizhou, Wandong decided to act as Yizhou's lawyer for free and sue Xiaolan's family. As soon as Yizhou woke up in the morning, he hurried to Rongbai Law Firm. The firm was located in an office building in the central CBD of Bayan City. As soon as Yizhou entered, he was shocked by the magnificent sight before him. Wandong led Yizhou into the office and said very politely, "Sit down, Xiaoye. Would you like something to drink, a Coke or a coffee?" "Don't go to all that trouble, Lawyer Wan. I'll make you a coffee then. A client gave it to me, it's not bad." Wandong smiled, used the coffee machine to make a cup of coffee for Yizhou and brought it over. He then sat down opposite Yizhou, pursed his lips and took out all the information he had organized. "Yi, these are all the evidence you sent me. I have organized the parts that I can use in court. Take a look and let me know if there is anything else you need to add." Yizhou nodded and took the information Wandong handed over and looked through it. From childhood to adulthood, the things Zhao Lan's family had done to him once again came to Yizhou's mind. "Auntie, the teacher told us to buy exercise books. If we didn't have any, we had to borrow a classmate's exercise book every day and copy the questions down to do them." "What to buy? Where would you get so much money to buy it? Just copy the questions, you can do it." "But you bought Chen Mo1. He is my son, you are not my son. I have already been very good to you, you little bastard, don't be ungrateful." In the third grade, Yizhou was the only one in the class without a workbook. He borrowed his classmate's workbook and copied the questions for the whole year. That year, Yizhou practiced and developed a handwriting that was better than his peers. "Auntie, I fell down after school. My knee is scraped and bleeding a lot. It hurts so much. Can you take me to the hospital to have a look?" "Every day, where did your eyes grow? You can't even walk without falling. You're useless. Just get some water and rinse it off. It's not a big deal. Your brother has a stomachache. I'm taking him to the clinic. Get out of the way." "Auntie, I won't keep you in Chenmo waiting. Can you give me some money? I can go to the hospital by myself." "Do you want me to smack you? Where do you think I get the money from? But you and your uncle are taking my parents' pension. I just want a little money to go and see how I'm doing. The pension is only a few dollars. Besides, don't you need money to live in my house? Staying in a hotel costs more than 100 yuan a day, and I have to feed and house you, so it has to start at 300 yuan a day. Do the math, and you'll see how long your parents' pension will last." When I was 10 years old, Yizhou didn't go to the hospital in time to get his leg wound dressed, and an extremely ugly scar remained on his knee. That year, Yizhou never cried from pain again. "Auntie, who is going to the parents' meeting next week, you or your uncle?" I have to go to Chenmo's parents' meeting. You ask your uncle yourself. Uncle, can you go to the parents' meeting for me? Fuck off, I've been at work all day. Who the fuck has the time to go to your parents' meeting? But it's a parents' meeting, aren't you going to go for me, auntie and uncle? Parents usually go to parent-teacher meetings. You don't have parents, so why would they go to a parent-teacher meeting? If you want me to go to the meeting for you, I'll go, but I want 200 yuan for my trouble. Uncle, I don't have any money. I already gave you all the money my parents had. If you don't have any money, then just go away. At the age of 13, at the parent-teacher meeting, all the other students had parents come to the meeting for them. Only Yi Zhou, sitting alone in his seat. That year, Yi Zhou held his own parent-teacher meeting. Chapter 56. You must be able to break a boulder with your chest, right? Yi Zhou felt a lot after reading the information compiled by Wang Dong. The reason why he has such a mentality now is not because he has great self-control. It is all thanks to the hardships that Zhao Lan and his family went through when they were young. Yi Zhou put the information down and said to Wang Dong, "Well, Lawyer Wan, is all this information okay? Can it all be used as evidence?" Most of it is, but some of the evidence is not as complete, and in court it can at most be used as reference for the judge. However, some of the chat records you provided, as well as the video recordings like the last time, are still very intuitive. Yi Zhou nodded. He had actually guessed this answer a long time ago. Based on this, it was absolutely impossible to get back all the compensation from Zhao Lan and the others. But being able to get back most of it is enough. At this point, Wang Dong's expression changed, and he let out a long sigh. Your aunt and her family are really, sigh. Yi Zhou gave a faint smile and then asked. By the way, Lawyer Wan, have you ever fought a similar lawsuit? If I end up wanting to sever ties with them, will they find a way to deliberately delay me? For example, in a divorce, as long as one party doesn't sign the agreement, the divorce cannot be finalized. Wang Dong shook his head. No, divorce is completely different from this. If you want to sever ties with them, they can at most condemn you morally. But Yi, are you sure you want to do this? Although they have treated you badly, they are the only people you are related to. I'm sure. Lawyer Wan, you yourself said that they can only condemn me morally. But what if I have no morals? Yi Zhou narrowed his eyes and smiled. He had long since had no regrets about Zhao Lan's family. So, let go of personal integrity, enjoy a life of immorality, refuse to waste energy on internal conflict, and just go crazy if something bothers you. No morals? Wang Dong froze for a moment, then laughed. That's easy. Congratulations, Yi, you'll enjoy the thrill of a life of immorality. Yi Zhou and Wang Dong chatted for a while, until Wang Dong answered a phone call. He then got up to say goodbye. Yi Zhou, by tomorrow at the latest, I will draft a lawyer's letter and send it to your aunt. No, Zhao Lan and the others. Perhaps, if they see the lawyer's letter, they will have a conscience and voluntarily return the compensation. Don't worry, Lawyer Wan, they definitely won't. Yi Zhou smiled and turned to leave. The Zhao Lan family would definitely not let him down in this regard. Vampires like Zhao Lan will never have a conscience. They will not know they are in the wrong, they will only know that they are about to die. Lin Manor, main villa, living room. Uncle Li stood in front of Lin Xianyue. He looked at the samoyed and the stuffed cat on the sofa, and his face was full of embarrassment. Miss, if you take Cream and Oscar to Maple Manor, Master will definitely ask questions when he finds out. I don't care. Lin Xianyue crossed her arms, very stubborn. Uncle Li was at a loss for words for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. If you insist on taking them there, then they have to come back with you every time you go back to the manor, just like you. Okay. Seeing that Uncle Li had agreed, Lin Xianyue finally managed to put on a faint smile. Uncle Li, you're the best. Miss, you'd better be careful. If Master Ye's existence is revealed, he will definitely be furious and never let you live in Maple Leaf Manor again. Uncle Li gave a bitter smile. In fact, the entire staff of servants and bodyguards at the manor were all arranged by Lin Xianyue's father. Only he, Lin Yan, had no children, no wife, and had watched Lin Xianyue grow up from the time she could speak. So he didn't just treat Lin Xianyue like a master, but also felt like a close uncle. Of course. The entire manor, and only Lin Yan knew about Yi Zhou's existence, and he silently guarded this secret for Lin Xianyue. Lin Xianyue stroked the head of the samoyed named Cream from the side and whispered. Today, I'll take you to see Yi Zhou. Woof. Meow. Cream and Oscar seemed to understand Lin Xianyue's words and responded. Cream even stuck out its tongue, narrowed its eyes, rubbed its body against Lin Xianyue's arm, and wagged its tail happily. Cream, you must be able to break a boulder with your chest, right? Woof. Cream was a little confused. Lin Xianyue said to herself, if you can't do it, how am I going to trick Yizhou into coming home? Woof woof woof. On the way home, Yizhou received a call from Xiong Kai. Ah Joe, go to the internet cafe and play games. I've been holding back for a whole month, I'm so horny. Let's go some other time. First, you need to get your father's car out of the garage. It's not been used much. A Santana? What do I need that for? Yizhou pursed his lips. I have a use for it, so just get it out of the garage. Okay, just wait for me in front of your building. I haven't driven since I got my license, so I'm a bit nervous. He hung up the phone and Yizhou sat on the stone bench in front of the building waiting for Xiong Kai. Normally, many people take their driving test during the summer after their college entrance exams, because they have just turned 18 and the holiday is long. But Yizhou and Xiong Kai were both a year older than the rest of their class, and they were already 18 when they were in their second year of high school. Since Yizhou had other plans after the college entrance exams, he took Xiong Kai with him to get his driving license during the summer after their second year. It was almost impossible to make a lot of money working part-time. So Yizhou had planned it long ago. This summer vacation after the college entrance exam, he was going to take Xiong Kai to do something big. 20 minutes later. A black Santana slowly appeared in Yizhou's line of sight, and Yizhou looked up. Xiong Kai had just finished waiting for the traffic light and was about to start. He gave the car a quick start, and the car immediately stalled. Shit. Yizhou's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, Xiong Kai's driving skills are so bad that it's really not easy to drive from his house here. I don't know how many times it stalled on the way here. Phew. Damn, every time I wait for the traffic lights, it stalls, and I'm sweating all over. Xiong Kai parked the car and walked up to Yizhou, his forehead covered in sweat. After a pause, Xiong Kai curiously asked, Joe, why do you want me to drive this old car out? Practice driving, and after I've mastered my driving skills, I'll take you on a big job. A big job? Xiong Kai was dumbfounded and subconsciously said, could it be that? Could it be that you've got 2 AKs and we're going to rob a bank? Chapter 57 Yizhou, hurry up and lie down. Get out of here, do you really think it's a white Jetta or a black Porsche with a trunk full of guns? Yizhou rolled his eyes impatiently, and then explained to Xiong Kai. Isn't the college entrance exam over? Most people are studying for their driver's license. But we finished a year early, so we can't waste this vacation. We'll use the summer to make some money. Isn't it great to work daily pay jobs? You can make over 100 yuan a day. Xiong Kai scratched his head and said innocently. His eyes were as clear as they could be. No wonder Lin Xianyue always thought he was a big black egg in her heart, simple-minded and physically strong. A daily wage of more than 100 yuan is especially tiring. It's okay to do it for a few days, but if you do it for the whole summer, not to mention Ultraman, even the father of Ultraman would have to turn red if he came over. Besides, I already said I'd take you to do something big. Even if you do this daily wage job every day, you'll only make a little over 4,000 yuan a month at best. Yizhou patiently explained to Xiong Kai. But after listening, Xiong Kai frowned. He looked at the Santana he had driven himself and hesitantly said, Zhou, I understand what you mean. You said do something big, and you need a car for that, right? You want me to drive my father's car out so that the two of us can practice? Right. So you're planning to start a business eventually? Right. Xiong Kai couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard this. Zhou, I'm not as good at studying as you, but I can see that it's already 2018. For people like us, who have no money and no skills, and who are just about to graduate from high school, starting a business is a dead end. Yizhou, if I were you, I would forget the idea as soon as possible. I know you're short of money, so if you really want to make money, you and I should call up Mumbai and honestly find a factory to screw screws. Seeing Xiong Kai's serious expression, Yizhou was not at all impatient. The reason Xiong Kai could act like this was also entirely out of concern for him. A false friend, you say you want to start a business, and he agrees at the first opportunity, but then tells you that he has something going on at home and will definitely do it next time. A true friend, when you say you want to start a business, he hesitates at first, gives his own advice, and persuades you to think twice. Yizhou reached out his arm and patted Xiong Kai on the shoulder, saying, You misunderstood what I meant. The word start a business still has a very broad interpretation. The start of business I'm talking about is a bit different from what you understand. Ha! The start of business you're talking about is creating a money-making industry. Yi Zhou and Xiong Kai spent the whole afternoon frantically practicing their driving on a road that usually had almost no pedestrians or cars. It was evening, and with only half a tank of gas left in the Santana, the two of them stopped by the roadside. Xiong Kai was full of excitement. Ah Zhou, after practicing all afternoon, I feel like my driving skills are good enough to compete in F4. What position did you sleep in last night? Flat on your back, I guess. But why are you asking? Yi Zhou pursed his lips and said, I just want to know, what position do you sleep in to have these kinds of dreams? Xiong Kai drove Yi Zhou back to the residential area in his Santana. Before getting out of the car, Xiong Kai suddenly said, Ah Zhou, the college entrance exam is over now. How are you going to face your aunt and her family in the future? Before you came to see me, I just went to see Lawyer Wan. Ah Zhou, are you really going to do that? Xiong Kai looked disappointed, but the expression quickly faded. He nodded emphatically, that's right. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't think about the old friendship. No, there was never any old friendship. I'd say the evidence you've prepared is only enough to make your aunt and uncle cough up the money and get some satisfaction. But there's no way to get satisfaction for things like Chun Mo bullying you and framing you before. I'd say Mubai and I will find an opportunity to go to the internet cafe and wait until the kid goes online and then hack him. Don't. It's easy to get caught. Besides, I'll get back at him for what he did to me. Yi Zhou finished speaking and opened the car door to get out. He then told Xiong Kai to continue practicing driving after lunch the next day. If anyone didn't know, they'd think the two of us were going to become racing drivers. Xiong Kai muttered as he drove off in his father's car. Yi Zhou had just finished taking a shower when he arrived home, and hadn't even had time to sit down on the sofa. And received a message from Lin Xianyue. Yi Zhou, come to my house and play Forest Fireman 4.0. Hold on. Yi Zhou changed into a new outfit and went to knock on the door of 1003, across the street. While waiting, he subconsciously glanced at 1002, where Zhang Da used to live. The occupancy rate of Fengye Yuan was very high. Generally speaking, if the previous tenant moved out, it would not take long before an agent would bring someone else to view the property. Even if it hasn't been rented out, it is definitely common for agents to bring people to view the property. But after Zhang moved out, Yi Zhou had never seen an agent bring anyone to view 1002. Ha! Could it be that 1002 had actually been rented out by Lin Xianyue? While Yi Zhou was pondering what was really going on with 1002, Lin Xianyue's door finally opened. But this time, the first thing that caught Yi Zhou's eye were not Lin Xianyue's deadly long legs. Instead, a white, fluffy Samoyed pounced directly onto Yi Zhou, its tail wagging cheerfully. Yi Zhou was startled by the sudden pounce of the Samoyed. He quickly took a few steps back, but the Samoyed immediately chased after him, licking his leg and wagging its tongue. At this moment, Lin Xianyue, dressed in a plain white t-shirt and black shorts, walked out of the house. She crouched down and smiled as she stroked the dog's head. Then she looked up at Yi Zhou and said, Cream seems to really like you. Usually, she doesn't like the domestic helpers. Cream really likes Yi Zhou, huh? Just like my sister, just like me. Yi Zhou was very surprised. You have a dog? Well, I've had Buttercup for 3 years, and there's also a stuffed cat called Oscar. Meow. As she said this, a stuffed cat with a vacant expression in its eyes peeked out from behind the door. It was a lot more timid than the Samoyed. Yi Zhou walked into Lin Xianyue's home and looked around. It was the same familiar layout, except there were more dog and cat supplies. I didn't think you'd like these, but I didn't expect you to have both a dog and a cat. They can accompany me unconditionally, Lin Xianyue said indifferently. Then she turned to the balcony to draw the curtains, and then she turned off all the lights. The room instantly became pitch black. Yi Zhou froze for a moment, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. This environment, this atmosphere. Yi Zhou was daydreaming when Lin Xianyue's voice came through. Phew, this environment is much better, pitch black. Hey, Yi Zhou, hurry up and lie down. Chapter 58 Yi Zhou likes my feet. Yi Zhou heard Lin Xianyue's thoughts, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that? Before he could even think that thought, there was a pop sound in his ears. Immediately afterwards, light appeared in the living room again. It was just the position where the TV should be placed, and a white curtain slowly descended from the ceiling. The light came from a small projector on the sofa, and the image of a forest ice fireman immediately appeared on the screen. In addition, there were 2 game controllers on the sofa. It was clear that Lin Xianyue had purchased new equipment so that the two of them no longer had to huddle in front of the computer to play games. Since he had just entered the door, Yizhou's attention had been focused on the 2 guys, Cream and Oscar. He had completely missed the screen and projector. Good guy. So the curtains were drawn to make it easier to see the projector. Her thoughts were just that I let me lie on the sofa and play games with the controller. Yizhou suddenly realized after seeing all these devices. Unintentionally, his face turned red. He often said that he and Lin Xianyue were good neighbors. But when the lights went out just now, for a moment, he actually had impure thoughts. Ba. Sin. Lin Xianyue pursed her lips and said to Yizhou, "This is the new equipment I asked Uncle Li to buy. We can lie on the sofa and play games with the controller." Oh. Yizhou sat down on the sofa and looked at the curtain in front of him. The game interface was the start screen of Ice Age 4.0. Lin Xianyue, with her long legs exposed, took drinks and snacks out of the refrigerator. After placing them on the coffee table, she promptly took off her slippers and sat down next to Yizhou. "Here, help yourself to whatever you want to eat or drink. I'll give you the controller, so get ready to start." Oh. Yizhou nodded blankly, but his attention was entirely on Lin Xianyue's pink toes, which were sticking out. Because the entire living room was lit only by the projector. Lin Xianyue did not notice Yizhou's somewhat scorching gaze. After the game started, Yizhou still deliberately or unintentionally looked at Lin Xianyue's pale legs and pink toes. Pounding. Yizhou's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. There was always an indescribable feeling in his heart. While Yizhou and Lin Xianyue were sitting on the sofa playing the game, Cream and Oscar were very obediently lying at the feet of the two. The 2 little ones stared intently at the projector. Lin Xianyue seemed completely absorbed in the game. She deftly manipulated the joystick, allowing the game's avatar to move freely through the world of ice and fire. From time to time, she excitedly shouted, "Quick, Yizhou, I need a hand here." Yizhou then came back to his senses and tried hard to focus on the game screen, but his eyes couldn't help but sneakily drift towards Lin Xianyue's body. Because Lin Xianyue's sofa was not that big, and the 2 of them were sitting on the sofa at the same time, they were also very close to each other. So when the air conditioning blew, Lin Xianyue's hair brushed Yizhou's cheek, and the faint fragrance entered his nose, causing his heart to tremble. It was really arousing. At this moment, Lin Xianyue stared at the curtain, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Yizhou, come over here quickly, you have to turn this switch on. You just passed there, didn't you see it? I'll turn it on now." "Yizhou, why do I feel like your reaction is slower today? You've died twice already. But could it be because I've changed the handle? I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. You can't even jump over it. Yizhou, idiot." "Oh, sorry, I'll pay attention next time." "Yizhou, aren't my feet really pale?" "Of course they are, they're pink and tender, so of course you can't use the word white to describe them." Yizhou's body instantly froze, and he felt like his heart missed a beat. Damn! He swallowed, quickly withdrew his gaze, which had been fixed on Lin Xianyue's legs, and looked up with some difficulty. Sure enough. At this moment, Lin Xianyue had already put down the gamepad. She crossed her arms, her good-looking eyes narrowed, and she was staring at Yizhou with a smile. The moment their eyes met, the air around them seemed to freeze. "Do you like my feet?" "Yizhou. No wonder I always feel like you're not paying attention, it turns out you're not even paying attention to the game." After saying that, Lin Xianyue retracted her feet, which had been sticking out. She changed to a cross-legged sitting position. Cough. Yizhou was so embarrassed that he wished he could just go under the sofa. His face turned red, and he opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. At this moment, the butter lying on the ground seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere. It looked up, whined twice, and then rubbed its head against Yizhou's leg. Yizhou, as if he had grabbed a life preserver, hurriedly said, "Well, the butter may want us to continue playing the game. If we stop, neither it nor Oscar will get to watch." However, Lin Xianyue merely snorted. Yizhou scratched his head and said with a stiff upper lip, "Actually, I was just a little bit unaccustomed to the new controller. I really did accidentally look at your feet just now. I swear, I definitely wasn't staring at them the whole time." Seeing Yizhou's embarrassed expression, Lin Xianyue felt amused. In fact, she had just been in a playful mood and wanted to tease Yizhou. She wasn't really angry. Pay attention when playing games. Lin Xianyue raised her chin, her expression once again returning to her usual cool demeanor. Okay, definitely. Yizhou nodded quickly. The two of them picked up the controllers again and continued playing the game. This time, Yizhou really forced himself to focus on the game. His skills gradually became more proficient, and his cooperation with Lin Xianyue became more and more tacit. There was no longer any awkwardness. However, the embarrassment just now still left a little ripple in the hearts of the two. Yizhou still occasionally stole glances at Lin Xianyue, and noticed that she had a faint, barely perceptible blush on her face. The worst part was that her heart kept repeating the same sentence. Yizhou likes my feet. Yizhou likes my feet. Yizhou likes my feet. Chapter 59. Good night, foot fetishist. It was already past 11 p.m. when Yizhou and Lin Xianyue finished playing Forest of Fire and Ice 4.0. Due to the previous incident. In the following hours, whenever Yizhou made a mistake in the game, he would die once when operating Hua. Lin Xianyue would then mutter to herself. Sezhou, you're peeking at my feet again. You're a foot fetishist. However, this was only Lin Xianyue's inner voice, and Yizhou could not possibly tell her, hey, I can hear your thoughts, so stop saying I'm a foot fetishist, okay? So, Yizhou could only suffer in silence, unable to voice his grievances. He was tormented by Lin Xianyue's constant mental shouting of foot-gazing madman. On the contrary, Lin Xianyue felt that today had been a thoroughly enjoyable game for the two of them. She switched on the living room light again, holding a cat treat in her hand, and squatted on the floor with her bare feet, feeding it to Oscar. Then she looked up, her eyes shining, and said to Yizhou. Yizhou, let's play again tomorrow. Again? I remember there are only 4 versions of Forest Ice and Fireman. There are other versions like the Invincible version and the Level Selection version, but they are not much different from the first 4 versions. They are just variations on the theme of the fire baby that cannot be extinguished by water and the water baby that cannot be killed by fire. Yizhou froze for a moment. Personally, he did not like to play the same level over and over again. It always felt like cheating with a god's perspective. Sure enough. As soon as Lin Xianyue heard this, she squatted down and puffed up her cheeks. Why aren't there more versions? If there aren't any new versions, how can I play games with Yizhou? After thinking for a long time, Lin Xianyue pursed her lips. Let's watch a movie together tomorrow. That's fine. Yizhou nodded. He's not stupid, and he knows that Lin Xianyue is not really an internet-addicted girl, she just likes the process of playing games with herself. What's more, he can hear Lin Xianyue's thoughts. Yizhou tidied up the snack bags they had just eaten on the coffee table, patted his bottom and prepared to go back. After all, it was almost 12 o'clock. It was more or less inappropriate to stay at Lin Xianyue's house any longer. Then I'll go home first and get an early night. Well, wait. Lin Xianyue didn't want to let Yizhou go so easily, however. She pointed to the dog food stacked at the top of the cabinet on the balcony and looked expectantly at Yizhou. Can you get that bag of dog food for me? I can't reach it. Okay. Without thinking, Yizhou went under the cabinet on the balcony and reached for the dog food. Don't say it. The bag of dog food was indeed quite heavy, and it was placed at such a high position. Even if Lin Xianyue moved a stool over to get it, she might not be able to safely take it down. She might fall over if she stood on the stool. Lin Xianyue stood behind Yizhou and saw him take it down. The corner of her mouth gently rose. Thank you. You're welcome. We're neighbors, so there's no need for all this. As Lin Xianyue opened the bag of new dog food and prepared to put it in Cream's bowl, Yizhou, standing nearby, noticed that on Lin Xianyue's computer desk, in addition to the keyboard and mouse, there was also a sky blue notebook. This. Yizhou raised an eyebrow, subconsciously taking a step forward and reaching out to turn the notebook over to see what was written on it. But before he could touch the blue notebook, Lin Xianyue took a quick step and grabbed the notebook out of Yizhou's reach. She held the notebook protectively in front of her chest and looked at Yizhou warily. Seeing this, Yizhou withdrew his hand and scratched his head apologetically. I'm sorry, I thought it was just an ordinary notebook. If it's inconvenient to read, I won't read it. It's not inconvenient, it's just some uninteresting things I jotted down. I'm so scared. the content on this must not be seen by Yizhou. If he sees it, I might as well die. But when he heard Lin Xianyue's heartfelt words bubble up from the notebook, it suddenly piqued his curiosity. What was written in it that caused Lin Xianyue to react so strongly when he saw it? Oh, okay. Then I'll go back. Yizhou looked deeply at the notebook that Lin Xianyue was hugging to his chest, then waved his hand and turned to leave. As soon as he turned around, he could clearly feel Lin Xianyue let out a heavy breath. As Yizhou was about to close the door, Lin Xianyue's voice came again from behind him. Yizhou, good night. Good night, little neighbor. Yizhou turned back and answered, and then closed the door. As soon as the door closed, Lin Xianyue's voice came faintly. Good night, foot fetishist. Yizhou stumbled and nearly fell flat on his face in the hallway. Since starting high school, Yizhou has rarely been able to sleep in. Even during the short holidays, he doesn't get the chance to sleep in. Because Jialan only gives him 600 yuan a month to live on, Yizhou has to work like a horse during the holidays to earn rent and living expenses. Now that the college entrance exam is over, he can finally sleep in. So, Yizhou went home and turned off all the alarms, and slept until 12 noon the next day. Phew! What a relief! I've never felt so good about the world. Yizhou sat up in bed, stretched, and muttered to himself. The thought that he would soon be able to get his parents' pension back from Zhao Lan's family made him feel a little excited. He couldn't wait to see Zhao Lan's family's deflated expression when they lost the lawsuit. Before washing up, Yizhou ordered a dish of braised chicken with rice on Meituan. After eating, he called Xiong Kai to pick him up so that they could continue practicing driving. Zhou, after today's practice, it should be pretty much fine, right? With our current driving skills, there shouldn't be any problem driving on the road normally. Not enough, we still need to practice for a few more days. If our driving skills aren't good enough, we might as well kiss our lives goodbye when we pull off that big heist. Xiong Kai squinted his eyes, feeling apprehensive. If you hadn't pulled out your AK, I really thought you wanted to take me to rob a bank and then have a speed chase with the police. You're overthinking it. It's simply because the roads we'll be driving on won't be as easy as highways. Most of them will be mountain roads, so the driving skills required will still be very strict. Mountain roads? I thought you said you were starting a business. Why would you need to drive on mountain roads? Zhou, tell me about your plan. Yizhou gave a wink. Just practice driving, and you'll be fine. You'll see when the time comes. So the two of them spent the whole afternoon practicing driving again. But this time they chose to practice in downtown Bayan. They already had their driver's licenses, so there was no problem getting on the road at all. It wasn't until the evening that the two of them went home. As soon as Yizhou arrived downstairs, he received a QQ message from his little neighbor. Chapter 60, My cat can do backflips. Yizhou, drinks and snacks are ready, come watch a movie. Got it, over. Yizhou replies to the message, gets in the elevator and goes to knock on Lin Xianyue's door. In the next few days, Yizhou's routine is very regular. He sleeps until lunchtime, eats with Xiong Kai after lunch, and practices driving. Every time he just arrives home, he will receive a message from Lin Xianyue on time. Day 1. Lin Xianyue, Yizhou, come to my house and watch a movie. Day 2. Lin Xianyue, Yizhou, the air conditioner in my house is broken, can you come and fix it for me? Day 3. Lin Xianyue, Yizhou, butter can break stones in the chest, come to my house and watch. Day 4. Lin Xianyue, Yizhou, Oscar did a backflip, come and watch. Yizhou, but yesterday you said the butter would break the stones in the chest, but when I went there, you said it would break the gallstones in the stomach. Lin Xianyue, then just say if it's breaking the stones. Neighbors don't lie to neighbors, come quickly. Day 5. Yizhou was sent back downstairs by Xiong Kai and habitually took out his phone to check. Hey! He didn't send me a message today? Yizhou was very surprised, so he quickly sent a string of messages to Lin Xianyue. No excuses today, right? As a result, it only took a second for the other person to reply. It was as if they had anticipated what Yizhou would say. Yizhou, I knew you wanted to hang out with me, otherwise why would you initiate a message with me? Come quickly. Looking at this almost instant reply in Lin Xianyue's chat box, Yizhou couldn't help but wonder if this girl was always in front of her phone. It was unrealistic to keep an eye on the chat box all day, so the only explanation was that Lin Xianyue knew what time he came home every day. Thinking about this, Yizhou looked up at the building. Although Yizhou and Lin Qianyue's homes were both on the 10th floor, Yizhou's 5.0 vision was no joke. At a glance, he saw that there was clearly a head poking out of the window of Lin Qianyue's balcony. The person saw Yizhou looking up and, in panic, quickly withdrew his head. Sure enough, every day, he just waits on the balcony. As soon as Xiongkai Santana drives off, she'll be the first to send me a message. Yizhou suddenly realized, and his mouth couldn't help but rise. 3 minutes later, Yizhou stood in front of Lin Qianyue's door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. I don't know if Lin Qianyue was feeling guilty or what, but this time when the doorbell rang, she didn't come to open the door for a long time. Yizhou reached out to press the second button when the door suddenly opened. Lin Qianyue was standing in the doorway, dressed in baggy, extra-long short sleeves, looking cold and aloof. When she saw it was Yizhou, she raised her chin, her eyes as cold as they could be. Yizhou, don't come to play with me every day, I'm very busy. Yizhou was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Qianyue in disbelief. Looking at her aloof appearance and slightly dissatisfied tone, Yizhou took a while to come back to his senses. What the heck? It's the opposite of the heavenly trigrams. If I hadn't saved the chat history, I would have almost believed it. Before Yizhou could say anything, Lin Qianyue flicked her hair, revealing an expression of I really can't do anything about you and said to Yizhou. Forget it, we're neighbors. If you like hanging out with me so much, just come on in. Ah, you're so weird. Yizhou's mouth twitched, and he followed Lin Qianyue into her house. After spending these past few days together, Cream and Oscar had also become friends with Yizhou. Even Oscar, who was very shy, would jump from the sofa into Yizhou's arms as soon as he saw him, then squint his eyes and stick out his tongue to lick his hand. Yizhou stroked Oscar's head while looking in the direction of the balcony. He noticed that the screen on the middle window was not closed tightly, which clearly indicated that someone had stood there just now. So, Yizhou pointed at the screen that was not closed tightly and asked, Little neighbor, do you stand on the balcony at this time every day to spy on me to see if I'd been returned by Xiongkai? I didn't. Lin Qianyue immediately shook her head, righteous. Yizhou's eyes narrowed, but I was downstairs a moment ago, and I clearly saw someone standing on the balcony. And it's the same time every day, you send me a message on time, it's hard to convince people that you're not standing on the balcony spying on me. Seeing that her voyeurism was about to be exposed, Lin Qianyue had a brainstorm, and then pointed at the cream lying at her feet with a scared face and said, Yizhou, you've made a mistake, it's the cream that's been looking at you from the window every day. Cream, good boy. You've taken the blame for your sister, and I'll give you a treat tonight. Yizhou followed Lin Qianyue's finger and looked at the cream. At this moment, Cream, who had been lying on the ground, looked sleepy, saw that his brother and sister were looking at him, and instantly perked up. He stood up from the ground, wagged his tail cheerfully, then hung his tongue out of his mouth, his eyes as clear as they could be. Yizhou's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, you stupid dog, you're so happy even though you've been sold. Yizhou knew. Lin Qianyue didn't have any friends other than him. Her greatest expectation every day was probably to play with him. And the clever Lin Qianyue had discovered that Yizhou was not at home during the day and was not sent home by Xiongkai until 6 p.m. So when the time came, she would stand in front of the window and wait to see if Yizhou had returned. Whenever she saw Yizhou, she would make a very clumsy excuse and ask him to come and play with her. Yizhou smiled helplessly as he watched Lin Qianyue puff out her cheeks in confidence. Actually, you don't have to stand in front of the window every day waiting for me to come back and then make up excuses for me to come and play with you. Lin Qianyue was momentarily taken aback, and her confident expression vanished instantly. Her eyes dimmed, and she pursed her lips, whispering, I know. I'll play with you less in the future. You've misunderstood. What I mean is, if you want to find me, you can just say so, no need to beat around the bush. I'll be practicing driving with Xiongkai during the day, but I'll be fine at home in the evenings, and I can come and find you anytime. Lin Qianyue's eyes lit up instantly. At this point, Yizhou changed the subject and continued, but I really can't spare the time in the afternoon. If you're really bored, you can do what the other students who have finished the college entrance exam are doing and sign up for a driving school to practice driving. After you finish practicing driving in the afternoon, I'll be going home, so you won't have to spend the afternoon doing nothing at home waiting for me. I'm not doing nothing, I'm very busy. Lin Qianyue pursed her lips and turned her head to the other side. However, despite what she said, in fact, she had already planned in her heart that she would let Uncle Li take her to a driving school to register tomorrow. In fact, Lin Qianyue found out from Uncle Li the next day when Yizhou went to practice driving with Xiongkai. Therefore, now that Yizhou had mentioned it, Lin Xianyue was determined that she would also go to practice for her driver's license. In this way, she could also go out with Yizhou to practice driving.